real knowledge of nature. The Romans, in this as in other subjects, were practical, not speculative. They had, in the times of their national vigor, several writers on agriculture who were highly esteemed, but no author, till we come to Pliny, who dwells on the mere knowledge of plants. And even in Pliny, it is easy to perceive that we have before us a writer who extracted his information principally from books. This remarkable man, in the middle of a public and active life, of campaigns and voyages, contrived to accumulate, by reading and study, an extraordinary store of knowledge of all kinds. So unwilling was he to have his reading and note-making interrupted, that even before daybreak in winter, and from his litter as he traveled, he was wont to dictate to his amanuensis, who was obliged to preserve his hand from the numbness which the cold occasioned, by the use of gloves. It has been ingeniously observed that we may find traces in the botanical part of his natural history, of the errors which this hurried and broken habit of study produced, and that he appears frequently to have had books read to him and to have heard them amiss. Thus, 364 among several other instances, Theophrastus having said that the plane tree is in Italy rare, Pliny, misled by the similarity of the Greek word, Spanian, rare, says that the tree occurs in Italy and Spain. His work has with great propriety been called the Encyclopedia of Antiquity, and in truth there are few portions of the learning of the times to which it does not refer. Of the 37 books of which it consists, no less than 16, from the 12th to the 27th, relate to plants. The information which is collected in these books is of the most miscellaneous kind, and the author admits with little distinction, truth and error, useful knowledge and absurd fables. The declamatory style, and the comprehensive and lofty tone of thought which we have already spoken of as characteristic of the Roman writers, are peculiarly observable in him. The manner of his death is well known. It was occasioned by the eruption of Vesuvius, AD 79, to which, in his curiosity, he ventured so near as to be suffocated. Note 19/16. Theoph. Roman 4. 7 letter 1 F1 for new mu letter 1 F72, new gamma letter 1 F70, rho tau letter 1 FF7 letter 1 F00, delta rho gota letter 1 FB3, pi lambda alpha tau alpha nu omicron letter 1 F50, phi alpha sigma letter 1 F76, nu epsilon letter 1 F36, nu alpha gota pi lambda letter 1 FC6, nu pi epsilon rho letter 1 F76 tau omicron. Delta iod omicron mu to delta omicron upsilon sigma, letter 1 F31 epsilon rho omicron nu. Sigma pi alpha nu iota alpha nu delta letter 1 F72, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F10 nu letter 1 F30, tau alpha lambda gota letter 1 FB3, pi alpha sigma letter 1 FC3. Note 20/16, Plin, Nat, Hist, Roman 12. 3 et alias Platanos fuis in Italia ac nominatum Hispania apud auctors invenitor. Pliny's work acquired an almost unlimited authority, as one of the standards of botanical knowledge in the Middle Ages, but even more than his, that of his contemporary, Pedanius Dioscorides of Anazarbus in Cilicia. This work, written in Greek, is held by the best judges to offer no evidence that the author observed for himself. Yet he says expressly in his preface that his love of natural history and his military life have led him into many countries in which he has had opportunity to become acquainted with the nature of herbs and trees. He speaks of 600 plants, but often indicates only their names and properties, giving no description by which they can be identified. The main cause of his great reputation in subsequent times was that he says much of the medicinal virtues of vegetables. We come now to the ages of darkness and lethargy, when the habit of original thought seems to die away, as the talent of original observation had done before. Commentators and mystics succeed to the philosophical naturalists of better times. And though a new race, altogether distinct in blood and character from the Greek, appropriates to itself the stores of Grecian learning, this movement does not, as might be expected, break the chains of literary slavery. The Arabs, 365, bring to the cultivation of the science of the Greeks their own oriental habit of submission, their oriental love of wonder. And thus, while they swell the herd of commentators and mystics, they produce no philosopher. Yet the Arabs discharged an important function in the history of human knowledge by preserving and transmitting to more enlightened times the intellectual treasures of antiquity. The unhappy dissensions which took place in the Christian Church had scattered these treasures over the East, at a period much antecedent to the rise of the Saracen power. In the 5th century, the adherents of Nestorius, Bishop of Constantinople, were declared heretical by the Council of Ephesus, AD 431, and driven into exile. In this manner, many of the most learned and ingenious men of the Christian world were removed to the Euphrates, where they formed the Chaldean Church, erected the celebrated Nestorian school of Edessa, and gave rise to many offsets from this in various regions. Already in the 5th century, Hebes, Cumas, and Probus translated the writings of Aristotle into Syriac. But the learned Nestorians paid an especial attention to the art of medicine and were the most zealous students of the works of the Greek physicians. At Jandesaber, in Khuzestan, they became an ostensible medical school, who distributed academical honors as the result of public disputations. The caliphs of Baghdad heard of the fame and the wisdom of the doctors of Jandesaber, summoned some of them to Baghdad, and took measures for the foundation of a school of learning in that city. The value of the skill, the learning, and the virtues of the Nestorians was so strongly felt that they were allowed by the Mohammedans the free exercise of the Christian religion, and entrusted with the conduct of the studies of those of the Muslimin whose education was most cared for. The affinity of the Syriac and Arabic languages made the task of instruction more easy. The Nestorians translated the works of the ancients out of the former into the latter language. Hence there are still found Arabic manuscripts of Dioscorides with Syriac words in the margin. Pliny and Aristotle likewise assumed an Arabic dress, and were, as well as Dioscorides, the foundation of instruction in all the Arabian academies, of which a great number were established throughout the Saracen Empire, from Bokhara in the remotest east to Morocco and Cordova in the west. After some time, the Mohammedans themselves began to translate, and 366 extract from their Syriac sources, and at length to write works of their own. And thus arose vast libraries, such as that of Cordova, which contained 250,000 volumes. The Nestorians are stated to have first established among the Arabs those collections of medicinal substances, apotheci, from which our term apothecary is taken, and to have written books, dispensatoria, containing systematic instructions for the employment of these medicaments, a word which long continued to be implied in the same sense, and which we also retain, though in a modified application, dispensary. The directors of these collections were supposed to be intimately acquainted with plants, and yet, in truth, the knowledge of plants owed but little to them, for the Arabic Dioscorides was the source and standard of their knowledge. The flourishing commerce of the Arabians, their numerous and distant journeys, made them, no doubt, practically acquainted with the productions of lands unknown to the Greeks and Romans. Their Nestorian teachers had established Christianity even as far as China and Malabar, and their travelers mention the camphor of Sumatra, the aloewood of Socotra near Java, the tea of China. But they never learned the art of converting their practical into speculative knowledge. They treat of plants only in so far as their use in medicine is concerned, and follow Dioscorides in the description, and even in the order of the plants, except when they arrange them according to the Arabic alphabet. With little clearness of view, they often mistake what they read. Thus, when Dioscorides says that ligusticum grows on the Apennine, a mountain not far from the Alps, Avicenna, misled by a resemblance of the Arabic letters, quotes him as saying that the plant grows on Akabis, a mountain near Egypt. It is of little use to enumerate such writers. One of the most noted of them was Messeh, physician of the Caliph of Qahira. His work, which was translated into Latin at a later period, was entitled On Simple Medicines, a title which was common to many medical treatises from the time of Galen in the 2nd century. Indeed, of this opposition of simple and compound medicines, we still have traces in our language. 367, he would ope his leathern scrip, and show me simples of 1,000 names, telling their strange and vigorous faculties. Milton communes. Where the subject of our history is so entirely at a stand, it is unprofitable to dwell on a list of names. The Arabians, small as their science was, were able to instruct the Christians. Their writings were translated by learned Europeans, for instance Michael Scott and Constantine of Africa, a Carthaginian who had lived 40 years among the Saracens and who died AD 1087. Among his works is a treatise, De Gradibus, which contains the Arabian medicinal lore. In the 13th century occur encyclopedias, as that of Albertus Magnus and of Vincent of Beauvais, but these contain no natural history except traditions and fables. Even the ancient writers were altogether perverted and disfigured. The Dioscorides of the Middle Ages varied materially from ours. Monks, merchants, and adventurers traveled far, but knowledge was little increased. Simon of Genoa, a writer on plants in the 14th century, boasts that he perambulated the East in order to collect plants. Yet in his Clavis Sanationis, says a modern botanical writer, we discover no trace of an acquaintance with nature. He merely compares the Greek, Arabic, and Latin names of plants and gives their medicinal effect after his predecessors. So little true is it that the use of these senses alone necessarily leads to real knowledge. Though the growing activity of thought in Europe and the revived acquaintance with the authors of Greece in their genuine form were gradually dispelling the intellectual clouds of the Middle Ages, yet during the 15th century, botany makes no approach to a scientific form. The greater part of the literature of this subject consisted of herbals, all of which were formed on the same plan and appeared under titles such as Hortus or Ortus Sanitatis. There are, for example, 3 such German herbals with woodcuts which date about 1490. But an important peculiarity in these works is that they contain some indigenous species placed side by side with the old ones. In 1516, the Gret herbal was published in England, also with woodcuts. It contains an account of more than 400 vegetables and their 368 products, of which 150 are English and are no way distinguished from the exotics by the mode in which they are inserted in the work. We shall see in the next chapter that when the intellect of Europe began really to apply itself to the observation of nature, the progress towards genuine science soon began to be visible, in this as in other subjects. But before this tendency could operate freely, the history of botany was destined to show, in another instance, how much more grateful to man, even when roused to intelligence and activity, is the study of tradition than the study of nature. When the scholars of Europe had become acquainted with the genuine works of the ancients in the original languages, the pleasure and admiration which they felt led them to the most zealous endeavors to illustrate and apply what they read. They fell into the error of supposing that the plants described by Theophrastus, Dioscorides, Pliny, must be those which grew in their own fields. And thus Rulius, a French physician, who only traveled in the environs of Paris and Picardy, imagined that he found there the plants of Italy and Greece. The originators of genuine botany in Germany, Brunfels and Tragus Bach, committed the same mistake, and hence arose the misapplication of classical names to many genera. The labors of many other learned men took the same direction, of treating the ancient writers as if they alone were the sources of knowledge and truth. But the philosophical spirit of Europe was already too vigorous to allow this superstitious erudition to exercise a lasting sway. Leonicenus, who taught at Ferrara till he was almost 100 years old and died in 1524, disputed with great freedom the authority of the Arabian writers and even of Pliny. He saw and showed by many examples how little Pliny himself knew of nature, and how many errors he had made or transmitted. The same independence of thought with regard to other ancient writers was manifested by other scholars. Yet the power of ancient authority melted away, but gradually. Thus Antonius Bracevola, who established on the banks of the Po the first botanical garden of modern times, published in 1536 his Examen Omnium Simplicium Medicamentorum and, as Cuvier says, though he studied plants in nature, his book, written in the 369 Platonic form of dialogue, has still the character of a commentary on the ancients. The Germans appear to have been the first to liberate themselves from this thraldom and to publish works founded mainly on actual observation. The first of the botanists who had this great merit is Otho Brunfels of Mentz, whose work, Herbarum Vivi Icons, appeared in 1530. It consists of 2 volumes in folio, with woodcuts, and in 1532 a German edition was published. The plants which it contains are given without any arrangement, and thus he belongs to the period of unsystematic knowledge. Yet the progress towards the formation of a system manifested itself so immediately in the series of German botanists to which he belongs that we might with almost equal propriety transfer him to the history of that progress, to which we now proceed. Chapter 3. Formation of a system of arrangement of plants. Sect 1 Prelude to the Epic of Caesalpinus. The arrangement of plants in the earliest works was either arbitrary, or according to their use, or some other extraneous circumstance, as in Pliny. This and the division of vegetables by Dioscorides into aromatic, alimentary, medicinal, vinous, is, as will be easily seen, a merely casual distribution. The Arabian writers and those of the Middle Ages showed still more clearly their insensibility to the nature of system by adopting an alphabetical arrangement, which was employed also in the herbals of the 16th century. Brunfels, as we have said, adopted no principle of order, nor did his successor, Fuchs. Yet the latter writer urged his countrymen to put aside their Arabian and barbarous Latin doctors, and to observe the vegetable kingdom for themselves, and he himself set the example of doing this, examined plants with zeal and accuracy, and made above 1,500 drawings of them. 370. The difficulty of representing plants in any useful way by means of drawings is greater, perhaps, than it at first appears. So long as no distinction was made of the importance of different organs of the plant, a picture representing merely the obvious general appearance and larger parts was of comparatively small value. Hence, we are not to wonder at the slighting manner in which Pliny speaks of such records. Those who gave such pictures of plants, he says, Cratuas, Dionysius, Metrodorus, have shown nothing clearly, except the difficulty of their undertaking. A picture may be mistaken, and is changed and disfigured by copyists, and without these imperfections, it is not enough to represent the plant in one state, since it has 4 different aspects in the 4 seasons of the year. The diffusion of the habit of exact drawing, especially among the countrymen of Albert Dürer and Lucas Cranach, and the invention of woodcuts and copperplates, remedied some of these defects. Moreover, the conviction gradually arose in men's minds that the structure of the flower and the fruit are the most important circumstances in fixing the identity of the plant. Theophrastus speaks with precision of the organs which he describes, but these are principally the leaves, roots, and stems. Fuchs uses the term apices for the anthers, and gluma for the blossom of grasses, thus showing that he had noticed these parts as generally present. In the next writer whom we have to mention, we find some traces of a perception of the real resemblances of plants beginning to appear. It is impossible to explain the progress of such views without assuming in the reader some acquaintance with plants, but a very few words may suffice to convey the requisite notions. Even in plants which most commonly come in our way, we may perceive instances of the resemblances of which we speak. Thus, mint, marjoram, basil, sage, lavender, thyme, dead nettle, and many other plants have a tubular flower, of which the mouth is divided into 2 lips. Hence they are formed into a family and termed labiati. Again, the stock, the wallflower, the mustard, the cress, the ladysmock, the shepherd's purse, have, among other similarities, their blossoms with 4 petals arranged crosswise. These are all of the order Cruciferae. Other flowers, apparently more complex, still resemble each other as daisy. Marigold, aster, and chamomile, these belong to the order Compositae. And though the members of each such family may differ widely in their larger parts, their stems and leaves, the close study of nature leads the botanist irresistibly to consider their resemblances as 371, occupying a far more important place than their differences. It is the general establishment of this conviction and its consequences which we have now to follow. The first writer in whom we find the traces of an arrangement depending upon these natural resemblances is Hieronymus Tragus, Jerome Bach, a laborious German botanist, who in 1551 published a herbal. In this work, several of the species included in those natural families to which we have alluded, as for instance the labiati, the cruciferae, the compositae, are for the most part brought together. And thus, although with many mistakes as to such connections, a new principle of order is introduced into the subject. In pursuing the development of such principles of natural order, it is necessary to recollect that the principles lead to an assemblage of divisions and groups, successively subordinate, the lower to the higher, like the brigades, regiments, and companies of an army or the provinces, towns, and parishes of a kingdom. Species are included in genera, genera in families or orders, and orders in classes. The perception that there is some connection among the species of plants was the first essential step. The detection of different marks and characters which should give, on the one hand limited groups, on the other, comprehensive divisions, were other highly important parts of this advance. To point out every successive movement in this progress would be a task of extreme difficulty, but we may note, as the most prominent portions of it, the establishment of the groups which immediately include species, that is, the formation of genera, and the invention of a method which should distribute into consistent and distinct divisions the whole vegetable kingdom, that is, the construction of a system. To the second of these two steps, we have no difficulty in assigning its proper author. It belongs to Caesalpinus and marks the first great epoch of this science. It is less easy to state to what botanist is due the establishment of genera, yet we may justly assign the greater part of the merit of this invention, as is usually done, to Conrad Gessner of Zurich. This eminent naturalist, after publishing his great work on animals, died of the plague in 1565 at the age of 49, while he was preparing to publish a history of plants, a sequel to his history of animals. The fate of the work thus left, 372, unfinished, was remarkable. It fell into the hands of his pupil, Gaspard Wolff, who was to have published it, but wanting leisure for the office, sold it to Joachim Camerarius, a physician and botanist of Nuremberg, who made use of the engravings prepared by Gessner, in an epitome which he published in 1586. The text of Gessner's work, after passing through various hands, was published in 1754 under the title of Gessneri Opera Botanica per duo secula desiderata, and c, but is very incomplete. Note 38/16, Cuvier, Lecken sur L. Hist. Des Sciences Naturelles Partie Roman II, p. 193. The imperfect state in which Gessner left his botanical labors makes it necessary to seek the evidence of his peculiar views in scattered passages of his correspondence and other works. One of his great merits was that he saw the peculiar importance of the flower and fruit as affording the characters by which the affinities of plants were to be detected, and that he urged this view upon his contemporaries. His plates present to us, by the side of each plant, its flower and its fruit, carefully engraved, and in his communications with his botanical correspondents, he repeatedly insists on these parts. Thus, in 1565, he writes to Zuinger concerning some foreign plants which the latter possessed. "Tell me if your plants have fruit and flower, as well as stalk and leaves, for those are of much the greater consequence." By these three marks, flower, fruit, and seedi, find that Saxifraga and Consolida regales are related to aconite. These characters, derived from the fructification, as the assemblage of flower and fruit is called, are the means by which genera are established, and hence, by the best botanists, Gessner is declared to be the inventor of genera. 373. Note 40/16, Haller, Bibliobotanica, I 284. Methodi botanici rationum primus pervidit, dari nemp et genera qui plures species comprehenderant et classes qui multa genera. Varias etiam classes naturals expressit. Characterum in flor inc semen possut, and c. Raulfio socio epist. Wolff, p. 39. Linnaeus, Genera Plantorum, Pref. Roman 13. A fructification plantas distingra in genera, infiniti sapientiae plaquis, detexit posterior edas, et quaedam primus, seculi sui ornamentum, Conradus Gessneris, Iudi patet ex epistales ejus postremus, et tabulis per carmerarium editis. Cuvier says Hist. Des Sc. Nat. 2 EPE, p. 193, after speaking to the same effect, il fit voir encore quetouts les plants qui ont des fleurs et des fruits semblables si ressemblant par leurs propriétés, et quequand en rapproche ces plants en obtient ainsi une classification naturelle. I do not know if he here refers to any particular passages of Gessner's work. The labors of Gessner in botany, both on account of the unfinished state in which he left the application of his principles, and on account of the absence of any principles manifestly applicable to the whole extent of the vegetable kingdom, can only be considered as a prelude to the epoch in which those defects were supplied. To that epoch we now proceed. Sect 2, Epoch of Caesalpinus, Formation of a System of Arrangement. If anyone were disposed to question whether natural history truly belongs to the domain of inductive science, whether it is to be prosecuted by the same methods, and requires the same endowments of mind as those which lead to the successful cultivation of the physical sciences, the circumstances under which botany has made its advance appear fitted to remove such doubts. The first decided step in this study was merely the construction of a classification of its subjects. We shall, I trust, be able to show that such a classification includes, in reality, the establishment of one general principle, and leads to more. But without here dwelling on this point, it is worth notice that the person to whom we owe this classification, Andreas Caesalpinus of Arezzo, was one of the most philosophical men of his time, profoundly skilled in the Aristotelian lore which was then esteemed, yet gifted with courage and sagacity which enabled him to weigh the value of the peripatetic doctrines, to reject what seemed error, and to look onwards to a better philosophy. How are we to understand, he inquires, that we must proceed from universals to particulars as Aristotle directs, when particulars are better known? Yet he treats the master with deference, and, as has been observed, we see in his great botanical work deep traces of the best features of the Aristotelian school, logic and method, and indeed in this work he frequently refers to his Questions Peripatetici. His book, entitled De Plantis Libri Romans 16, appeared at Florence in 1583. The aspect under which his task presented itself to his mind appears to me to possess so much interest that I will transcribe a few of his reflections. After speaking of the splendid multiplicity of the productions of nature and the confusion which has hitherto prevailed among writers on plants, 374, the growing treasures of the botanical world, he adds, in this immense multitude of plants, I see that want which is most felt in any other unordered crowd. If such an assemblage be not arranged into brigades like an army, all must be tumult and fluctuation. And this accordingly happens in the treatment of plants, for the mind is overwhelmed by the confused accumulation of things, and thus arise endless mistake and angry altercation. He then states his general view, which, as we shall see, was adopted by his successors. Since all science consists in the collection of similar and the distinction of dissimilar things, and since the consequence of this is a distribution into genera and species, which are to be natural classes governed by real differences, I have attempted to execute this task in the whole range of plants. Ut si quid pro ingenii me tenuitate in hugis modi studio profceram, ad communum utilitatem profram. We see here how clearly he claims for himself the credit of being the first to execute this task of arrangement. After certain preparatory speculations, he says, let us now endeavor to mark the kinds of plants by essential circumstances in the fructification. He then observes, in the constitution of organs, 3 things are mainly important than number: the position, the figure. And he then proceeds to exemplify this. Some have under one flower, 1 seed as amygdala or 1 seed receptacle as rosa, or 2 seeds as ferularia or 2 seed receptacles as nasturtium, or 3 as the Tithomalum kind have 3 seeds, the bulbaceae 3 receptacles, or 4 as marubium 4 seeds, siler 4 receptacles, or more as sycoraceae, and echinaceae have more seeds, pinus more receptacles. It will be observed that we have here 10 classes made out by means of number alone, added to the consideration of whether the seed is alone in its covering, as in a cherry, or contained in a receptacle with several others, as in a berry, pod, or capsule. Several of these divisions are, however, further subdivided according to other circumstances, and especially according as the vital part of the seed, which he called the heart core, is situated in the upper or lower part of the seed. As our object here is only to indicate the principle of the method of Caesalpinus, I need not further dwell on the details, and still less on the defects by which it is disfigured, as, for instance, the retention of the old distinction of trees, shrubs, and herbs. 375. To some persons, it may appear that this arbitrary distribution of the vegetable kingdom, according to the number of parts of a particular kind, cannot deserve to be spoken of as a great discovery. And if, indeed, the distribution had been arbitrary, this would have been true. The real merit of this and of every other system is that while it is artificial in its form, it is natural in its results. The plants which are associated by the arrangement of Caesalpinus are those which have the closest resemblances in the most essential points. Thus, as Linnaeus says, though the first in attempting to form natural orders, he observed as many as the most successful of later writers. Thus his legumina correspond to the natural order Leguminosae, his genus Ferruliceum to the Umbellatae, his Bulbaceae to Liliaceae, his anthemides to the Compositae. In like manner, the Boraginae are brought together, and the Labiatae. That such assemblages are produced by the application of his principles is a sufficient evidence that they have their foundation in the general laws of the vegetable world. If this had not been the case, the mere application of number or figure alone as a standard of arrangement would have produced only intolerable anomalies. If, for instance, Caesalpinus had arranged plants by the number of flowers on the same stalk, he would have separated individuals of the same species. If he had distributed them according to the number of leaflets which compose the leaves, he would have had to place far asunder different species of the same genus. Or, as he himself says, if we make one genus of those which have a round root, as Rapum, Aristolochia, Cyclaminus atone, we shall separate from this genus those which most agree with it, as Napum and Raffinum, which resemble Rapum, and the long Aristolochia, which resembles the round. While we shall join the most remote kinds, for the nature of Cyclaminus and Rapum is altogether diverse in all other respects. Or if we attend to the differences of stalk, so as to make one genus of those which have a naked stalk, as the Junci, keep Aphaci, along with Sycoraceae. Vilely, we shall still connect the most unlike things and disjoin the closest affinities. And if we note the differences of leaves or even flowers, we fall into the same difficulty. For many plants very different in kind have leaves very similar, as Polygonum and Hypericum, Ernia and Sesamois, Apium and Ranunculus. And plants of the same genus have sometimes very different 376 leaves, as the several species of Ranunculus and of Lactuca. Nor will color or shape of the flowers help us better, for what has Vitis in common with Onanthe, except the resemblance of the flower? He then goes on to say that if we seek a too close coincidence of all the characters we shall have no species, and thus shows us that he had clearly before his view the difficulty, which he had to attack, and which it is his glory to have overcome, that of constructing natural orders. But as the principles of Caesalpinus are justified, on the one hand, by their leading to natural orders, they are recommended on the other by their producing a system which applies through the whole extent of the vegetable kingdom. The parts from which he takes his characters must occur in all flowering plants, for all such plants have seeds. And these seeds, if not very numerous for each flower, will be of a certain definite number and orderly distribution. And thus every plant will fall into one part or other of the same system. It is not difficult to point out, in this induction of Caesalpinus, the two elements which we have so often declared must occur in all inductive processes, the exact acquaintance with facts and the general and applicable ideas by which these facts are brought together. Caesalpinus was no mere dealer in intellectual relations or learned traditions, but a laborious and persevering collector of plants and of botanical knowledge. For many years, he says in his dedication, I have been pursuing my researches in various regions, habitually visiting the places in which grew the various kinds of herbs, shrubs, and trees. I have been assisted by the labors of many friends and by gardens established for the public benefit, and containing foreign plants collected from the most remote regions. He here refers to the first garden directed to the public study of botany, which was that of Pisa, instituted in 1543 by order of the Grand Duke Cosmo I. The management of it was confided first to Lucas Guinea and afterwards to Caesalpinus. He had collected also a herbarium of dried plants, which he calls the rudiment of his work. Tibi enim, he says, in his dedication to Francis Medici, Grand Duke of Etruria, apud quem extat ejus rudimentum ex plantis libro agglutinatis a me compositum. And throughout, he speaks with the most familiar and vivid acquaintance of the various vegetables which he describes. But Caesalpinus also possessed fixed and general views concerning the relation and functions of the parts of plants, and ideas of symmetry, 377, and system, without which, as we see in other botanists of his and succeeding times, the mere accumulation of a knowledge of details does not lead to any advance in science. We have already mentioned his reference to general philosophical principles, both of the Peripatetics and of his own. The first 12 chapters of his work are employed in explaining the general structure of plants, and especially that point to which he justly attaches so much importance, the results of the different situation of the core or corculum of the seed. He shows that if we take the root, or stem, or leaves, or blossom as our guide in classification, we shall separate plants obviously alike and approximate those which have merely superficial resemblances. And thus we see that he had in his mind ideas of fixed resemblance and symmetrical distribution, which he sedulously endeavored to apply to plants, while his acquaintance with the vegetable kingdom enabled him to see in what manner these ideas were not, and in what manner they were, really applicable. The great merit and originality of Caesalpinus have been generally allowed by the best of the more modern writers on botany. Linnaeus calls him one of the founders of the science, primus vera systematicus, and, as if not satisfied with the expression of his admiration in prose, hangs a poetical garland on the tomb of his hero. The following distich concludes his remarks on this writer. Quisquis hic extiterit primos concedit honors Caesalpine tibi, primac certa dabit, and similar language of praise has been applied to him by the best botanists up to Cuvier, who justly terms his book a work of genius. Perhaps the great advance made in this science by Caesalpinus is most strongly shown by this, that no one appeared to follow the path which he had opened to system and symmetry for nearly a century. Moreover, when the progress of this branch of knowledge was resumed, his next successor, Morison, did not choose to acknowledge that he had borrowed so much from so old a writer, and thus hardly mentions his name, although he takes advantage of his labors and even transcribes his words without acknowledgement, as I shall show. The pause between the great invention of Caesalpinus and its natural sequel, the development and improvement of his method, is so marked that I, 378, will, in order to avoid too great an interruption of chronological order, record some of its circumstances in a separate section. Sect 3 Stationary Interval. The method of Caesalpinus was not, at first, generally adopted. It had, indeed, some disadvantages. Employed in drawing the boundary lines of the larger divisions of the vegetable kingdom, he had omitted those smaller groups, genera, which were both most obvious to common botanists and most convenient in the description and comparison of plants. He had also neglected to give the synonyms of other authors for the plants spoken of by him, an appendage to botanical descriptions, which the increase of botanical information and botanical books had now rendered indispensable. And thus it happened that a work, which must always be considered as forming a great epoch in the science to which it refers, was probably little read, and in a short time could be treated as if it were quite forgotten. In the meantime, the science was gradually improved in its details. Clusius or Charles de l'Écluse first taught botanists to describe well. Before him, says Merble, the descriptions were diffuse, obscure, indistinct, or else concise, incomplete, vague. Clusius introduced exactitude, precision, neatness, elegance, method. He says nothing superfluous, he omits nothing necessary. He traveled over great part of Europe and published various works on the more rare of the plants which he had seen. Among such plants, we may note now one well known, the potato, which he describes as being commonly used in Italy in 1586, thus throwing doubt at least on the opinion which ascribes the first introduction of it into Europe to Sir Walter Raleigh on his return from Virginia about the same period. As serving to illustrate both this point and the descriptive style of Clusius, I quote in a note his description of the flower of this plant. 379. Note 58/16. Pappus peruinorum. Arachidna theoph. Forte. Flores elegantes, uncialis amplitudinis aut majors, angulosi, singulari folio constans, sed ita complicato ut quinque folia discreta videnter, coloris exterius ex purpura candicantes, interius purpurascentes, radiis quinque herbices ex umbilico stelli in star prodentibus, et totidum staminibus flavis in umbonum coentibus. He says that the Italians do not know whence they had the plant, and that they call it tartufli. The name potato was, in England, previously applied to the sweet potato, Convolvulus batatas, which was the common potato, in distinction to the Virginian potato, at the time of Gerard's Herbal. 1597, Gerard's figures of both plants are copied from those of Clusius. It may be seen by the description of Arachidna, already quoted from Theophrastus, above, that there is little plausibility in Clusius's conjecture of the plant being known to the ancients. I need not inform the botanist that this opinion is untenable. the addition of exotic species to the number of known plants was indeed going on rapidly during the interval which we are now considering. Francis Hernandez, a Spaniard, who visited America towards the end of the 16th century, collected and described many plants of that country, some of which were afterwards published by Rekai. Barnabas Cobo, who went as a missionary to America in 1596, also described plants. The Dutch, among other exertions which they made in their struggle with the tyranny of Spain, sent out an expedition which, for a time, conquered the Brazils. And among other fruits of this conquest, they published an account of the natural history of the country. To avoid interrupting the connection of such labors, I will here carry them on a little further in the order of time. Paul Hermann of Halle in Saxony went to the Cape of Good Hope and to Ceylon, and on his return astonished the botanists of Europe by the vast quantity of remarkable plants which he introduced to their knowledge. Reed, the Dutch governor of Malabar, ordered descriptions and drawings to be made of many curious species, which were published in a large work in 12-folio volumes. Rumpf, another Dutch consul at Ambona, labored with zeal and success upon the plants of the Moluccas. Some species which occur in Madagascar figured in a description of that island composed by the French commandant Flacourt. Shortly afterwards, Engelbert Kempfer, a Westphalian of great acquirements and undaunted courage, visited Persia, Arabia Felix, the Mughal Empire, Ceylon, Bengal, Sumatra, Java, Siam, Japan. Weller traveled in Greece and Asia Minor, and Sherard, the English consul, published an account of the plants of the neighborhood of Smyrna. 380. Note 59/16. Nova Plantarum Regni Mexicana Historia, Rom 1651 Fall. Note 61/16. Historia Naturalis Brasiliae, LB 1648 Fall. Piezo and Margraf. At the same time, the New World excited also the curiosity of botanists. Hans Sloane collected the plants of Jamaica, John Bannister those of Virginia, William Vernon, also an Englishman, and David Kriege, a Saxon, those of Maryland. 2 Frenchmen, Surrian and Father Plumier, those of St. Domingo. We may add that public botanical gardens were about this time established all over Europe. We have already noticed the institution of that of Pisa in 1543. The second was that of Padua in 1545. The next, that of Florence in 1556. The fourth, that of Bologna, 1568. That of Rome, in the Vatican, dates also from 1568. The first transalpine garden of this kind arose at Leyden in 1577, that of Leipzig in 1580. Henry IV of France established one at Montpellier in 1597. Several others were instituted in Germany, but that of Paris did not begin to exist till 1626. That of Uppsala, afterwards so celebrated, took its rise in 1657, that of Amsterdam in 1684. Morrison, whom we shall soon have to mention, calls himself, in 1680, the first director of the Botanical Garden at Oxford. To what is above said of botanical gardens and botanical writers, between the times of Cecil Pinnis and Morrison, I may add a few circumstances. The first academical garden in France was that at Montpellier, which was established by Peter Richier de Belleville at the end of the 16th century. About the same period, rare flowers were cultivated at Paris, and pictures of them made, in order to supply the embroiderers of the court robes with new patterns. Thus figures of the most beautiful flowers in the garden of Peter Robins were published by the court embroiderer Peter Vallet in 1608 under the title of Le Jardin du Roi Henry Roman IV. But Robins' works were of great service to botany, and his garden assisted the studies of Ranelmus Paul Ranolmi, whose specimen Historiae Plantarum, Paris, 1611, is highly spoken of by the best botanists. Recently, Mr. Robert Brown has named after him a new genus of Iridae, Ranelmia, adding, Dixi in memoriam Pauli Ranelmi, botanici sue evi accuratissimi, ac staminum primi scrutatoris, qui non modo aerum numerum et sidum, sed etiam filamentorum proportionum passim descripsit, et characterum tetradynamicum siliquasarum perspexit. Prodromus Flori Nova Hollandii, p. 448. The oldest botanical garden in England is that at Hampton Court, founded by Queen Elizabeth and much enriched by Charles Roman II and William Roman III. Sprengel, Jesch, D. Bott, Volume Roman II, p. 96. In the meantime, although there appeared no new system, which 381, commanded the attention of the botanical world. The feeling of the importance of the affinities of plants became continually more strong and distinct. Lobel, who was botanist to James I, and who published his Stirpium Adversaria Nova in 1571, brings together the natural families of plants more distinctly than his predecessors, and even distinguishes, as Cuvier states, monocotyledonous from dicotyledonous plants, one of the most comprehensive division lines of botany, of which succeeding times discovered the value more completely. Fabius Columna in 1616 gave figures of the fructification of plants on copper, as Gessner had before done on wood. But the elder Bohin, John, notwithstanding all that Caesalpinus had done, retrograded in a work published in 1619 into the less precise and scientific distinctions of trees with nuts, with berries, with acorns, with pods, creeping plants, gourds, and sea, and no clear progress towards a system was anywhere visible among the authors of this period. While this continued to be the case, and while the materials, thus destitute of order, went on accumulating, it was inevitable that the evils which Caesalpinus had endeavored to remedy should become more and more grievous. The nomenclature of the subject was in such disorder, it was so impossible to determine with certainty the plants spoken of by preceding writers, that 30 or 40 different botanists had given to the same plant almost as many different names. Bohin called by one appellation a species which Lobel or Mathioli designated by another. There was an actual chaos, a universal confusion, in which it was impossible for men to find their way. We can the better understand such a state of things from having, in our own time, seen another classificatory science, mineralogy, in the very condition thus described. For such a state of confusion, there is no remedy but the establishment of a true system of classification, which by its real foundation renders a reason for the place of each species, and which, by the fixity of its classes, affords a basis for a standard nomenclature, as finally took place in botany. But before such a remedy is obtained, men naturally try to alleviate the evil by tabulating the synonyms of different writers, as far as they are able to do so. The task of constructing such a synonymy of botany at the period of which we speak was undertaken by Gaspard Bohin, the brother of John, but 19 years younger. This work, the Pinax Theatri Botanicae, was printed 382 at Basel in 1623. It was a useful undertaking at the time, but the want of any genuine order in the Pinax itself rendered it impossible that it should be of great permanent utility. After this period, the progress of almost all the sciences became languid for a while, and one reason of this interruption was the wars and troubles which prevailed over almost the whole of Europe. The quarrels of Charles I and his Parliament, the civil wars and the usurpation, in England. In France, the War of the Ligue, the stormy reign of Henry IV, the civil wars of the minority of Louis XIII, the war against the Protestants, and the War of the Fronde in the minority of Louis XIV, the bloody and destructive 30 Years' War in Germany, the War of Spain with the United Provinces, and with Portugal. All these dire agitations left men neither leisure nor disposition to direct their best thoughts to the promotion of science. The baser spirits were brutalized, the better were occupied by high practical aims and struggles of their moral nature. Amid such storms, the intellectual powers of man could not work with their due calmness, nor his intellectual objects shine with their proper luster. At length, a period of greater tranquility gleamed forth, and the sciences soon expanded in the sunshine. Botany was not inert amid this activity, and rapidly advanced in a new direction, that of physiology. But before we speak of this portion of our subject, we must complete what we have to say of it as a classificatory science. Sect 4 sequel to the epoch of Caesalpinus, further formation and adoption of systematic arrangement. Soon after the period of which we now speak, that of the restoration of the Stuarts to the throne of England, systematic arrangements of plants appeared in great numbers, and in a manner such as to show that the minds of botanists had gradually been ripening for this improvement through the influence of preceding writers and the growing acquaintance with plants. The person whose name is usually placed first on this list, Robert Morrison, appears to me to be much less meritorious than many of those who published very shortly after him, but I will give him the precedence in my narrative. He was a Scotchman who was wounded fighting on the Royalist side in the civil wars of England. On the triumph of the Republicans, he withdrew to France, when he became director of the garden of Gaston, Duke of Orleans at Blois. And there he came under the notice of our Charles, 383 II, who, on his restoration, summoned Morrison to England, where he became superintendent of the royal gardens and also of the Botanic Garden at Oxford. In 1669, he published remarks on the mistakes of the two Bauhins, in which he proves that many plants in the pinnax are erroneously placed, and shows considerable talent for appreciating natural families and genera. His great systematic work appeared from the University Press at Oxford in 1680. It contains a system, but a system, Cuvier says, which approaches rather to a natural method than to a rigorous distribution, like that of his predecessor Caesalpinus or that of his successor Ray. Thus the herbaceous plants are divided into climbers, leguminous, siliquose, unicapsular, bicapsular, tricapsular, quadricapsular, quinquecapsular, this division being combined with characters derived from the number of petals. But along with these numerical elements are introduced others of a loose and heterogeneous kind. For instance, the classification of herbs as lactescent and emollient. It is not unreasonable to say that such a scheme shows no talent for constructing a complete system, and that the most distinct part of it, that dependent on the fruit, was probably borrowed from Caesalpinus. That this is so, we have, I think, strong proof. For though Morrison nowhere, I believe, mentions Caesalpinus, except in one place in a loose enumeration of botanical writers, he must have made considerable use of his work. For he has introduced into his own preface a passage copied literally from the dedication of Caesalpinus, which passage we have already quoted, p. 374, beginning, "Since all science consists in the collection of similar and the distinction of dissimilar things," and that the mention of the original is not omitted by accident, appears from this, that Morrison appropriates also the conclusion of the passage, which has a personal reference, Canatus sum id praester in universa plantarum historia, ut si quid pro ingenii me tenuitate in hugismodi studio professorem, ad communum utilitatem proferum. That Morrison, thus, at so long an interval after the publication of the work of Caesalpinus, borrowed from him without acknowledgment, and adopted his system so as to mutilate it, proves that he had neither the temper nor the talent of a discoverer, and justifies us withholding from him the credit which belongs to those who, in his time, resumed the great undertaking of constructing a vegetable system. Among those whose efforts in this way had the greatest and earliest, 384 influence, was undoubtedly our countryman, John Ray, who was Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge, at the same time with Isaac Newton. But though Cuvier states that Ray was the model of the systematists during the whole of the 18th century, the Germans claim a part of his merit for one of their countrymen, Joachim Jung, of Lübeck, professor at Hamburg. Concerning the principles of this botanist, little was known during his life, but a manuscript of his book was communicated to Ray in 1660, and from this time forwards, says Sprengel, there might be noticed in the writings of Englishmen those better and clearer views to which Jung's principles gave birth. 5 years after the death of Jung, his Doxoscopia Physica was published in 1662, and in 1678 his Isagoge Phytoscopica. But neither of these works was ever much read, and even Linnaeus, whom few things escaped which concerned botany, had in 1771 seen none of Jung's works. Note 75/16, Ray acknowledges this in his index plant, Agri Cantab, p. 87, and quotes from it the definition of collies. I here pass over Jung's improvements of botanical language, and speak only of those which he is asserted to have suggested in the arrangement of plants. He examines, says Sprengel, the value of characters of species, which he holds must not be taken from the thorns, nor from color, taste, smell, medicinal effects, time and place of blossoming. He shows in numerous examples what plants must be separated, though called by a common name, and what most be united, though their names are several. I do not see in this much that interferes with the originality of Ray's method, of which, in consequence of the importance ascribed to it by Cuvier, as we have already seen, I shall give an account, following that great naturalist. I confine myself to the ordinary plants, and omit the more obscure vegetables, as mushrooms, mosses, ferns, and the like. Note 77/16, Methodus Plantarum Nova, 1682. Historia plantarum 1686. Such plants are composite or simple. The composite flowers are those which contain many florets in the same calyx. These are subdivided according as they are composed altogether of complete florets, 385, or of half florets, or of a center of complete florets, surrounded by a circumference or ray of demiflorets. Such are the divisions of the corymbiferae or compositae. In the simple flowers, the seeds are naked, or in a pericarp. Those with naked seeds are arranged according to the number of the seeds, which may be 1, 2, 3, 4, or more. If there is only one, no subdivision is requisite. If there are two, ray makes a subdivision, according as the flower has 5 petals or a continuous corolla. Here we come to several natural families. Thus, the flowers with 2 seeds and 5 petals are the umbelliferous plants. The monopetalous flowers with 2 seeds are the stellatae. He founds the division of 4-seeded flowers on the circumstance of the leaves being opposite or alternate. And thus again, we have the natural families of Asperifoliae, as Echium and C, which have the leaves alternate, and the Verticillatae, as Salvia, in which the leaves are opposite. When the flower has more than 4 seeds, he makes no subdivision. So much for simple flowers with naked seeds. In those where the seeds are surrounded by a pericarp, or fruit, this fruit is large, soft, and fleshy, and the plants are pomiferous, or it is small and juicy, and the fruit is a berry, as a gooseberry. If the fruit is not juicy but dry, it is multiple or simple. If it be simple, we have the leguminose plants. If it be multiple, the form of the flower is to be attended to. The flower may be monopetalous or tetrapetalous or pentapetalous, or with still more divisions. The monopetalous may be regular or irregular, so may the tetrapetalous. The regular tetrapetalous flowers are, for example, the cruciferae as stock and cauliflower. The irregular are the papilionaceous plants, peas, beans, and vetches. And thus we again come to natural families. The remaining plants are divided in the same way into those with imperfect and those with perfect flowers. Those with imperfect flowers are the grasses, the rushes, junci, and the like. Among those with perfect flowers are the pomaceae and the liliaceae. We see that the division of plants is complete as a system. All flowers must belong to one or other of the divisions. Fully to explain the characters and further subdivisions of these families would be to write a treatise on botany, but it is easily seen that they exhaust the subject as far as they go. Thus Ray constructed his system partly on the fruit and partly on the flower, or more properly, according to the expression of Linnaeus, 386, comparing his earlier with his later system, he began by being a fructicist and ended by being a carlist. Note 80/16. Ray was a most industrious herbalizer, and I cannot understand on what ground Merble asserts physiol. Veg. Tom, Roman 2 p. 531, that he was better acquainted with books than with plants. As we have said, a number of systems of arrangement of plants were published about this time, some founded on the fruit, some on the corolla, some on the calyx, and these employed in various ways. Rivinus, whose real name was Bachmann, classified by the flower alone, instead of combining it with the fruit, as Ray had done. He had the further merit of being the first who rejected the old division of woody and herbaceous plants, a division which, though at variance with any system founded upon the structure of the plants, was employed even by Tournefort, and only finally expelled by Linnaeus. It would throw little light upon the history of botany, especially for our purpose, to dwell on the peculiarities of these transitory systems. Linnaeus, after his manner, has given a classification of them. Rivinus, as we have just seen, was a carlist. According to the regularity and number of the petals, Hermann was a fructicist. Christopher not adopted the system of Ray, but inverted the order of its parts. Christian not did nearly the same with regard to that of Rivinus, taking number before regularity in the flower. Of the systems which prevailed previous to that of Linnaeus, Tournefort's was by far the most generally accepted. Joseph Pitton de Tournefort was of a noble family in Provence, and was appointed professor at the Jardin du Roi in 1683. His well-known travels in the Levant are interesting on other subjects, as well as botany. His Institutio Rei Herbarii, published in 1700, contains his method, which is that of a carlist. He is guided by the regularity or irregularity of the flowers, by their form, and by the situation of the receptacle of the seeds below the calyx or within it. Thus his classes are those in which the flowers are campaniform or bell-shaped, those in which they are infundibuliform or funnel-shaped as tobacco, then the irregular flowers as the personati which resemble an ancient mask, the labiati with their two lips, the cruciform, the rosaceae with flowers like a rose, the umbelliferae, the caryophyllae as the 387 pink, the liliaceae with 6 petals as the tulip, narcissus, hyacinth lily. The papilionaceae, which are leguminous plants, the flower of which resembles a butterfly, as peas and beans, and finally the anomalous as violet, nasturtium, and others. Though this system was found to be attractive, as depending, in an evident way, on the most conspicuous part of the plant, the flower, it is easy to see that it was much less definite than systems like that of Rivinus, Hermann, and Ray, which were governed by number. But Tournefort succeeded in giving to the characters of genera a degree of rigor never before attained, and abstracted them in a separate form. We have already seen that the reception of botanical systems has depended much on their arrangement into genera. Tournefort's success was also much promoted by the author inserting in his work a figure of a flower and fruit belonging to each genus, and the figures, drawn by Aubriot, were of great merit. The study of botany was thus rendered easy, for it could be learned by turning over the leaves of a book. In spite of various defects, these advantages gave this writer an ascendancy which lasted, from 1700, when his book appeared, for more than half a century. For though Linnaeus began to publish in 1735, his method and his nomenclature were not generally adopted till 1760. Chapter 4. The Reform of Linnaeus. Sect 1. Introduction of the Reform. Although, perhaps, no man of science ever exercised a greater sway than Linnaeus, or had more enthusiastic admirers, the most intelligent botanists always speak of him, not as a great discoverer, but as a judicious and strenuous reformer. Indeed, in his own lists of botanical writers, he places himself among the reformators. And it is apparent that this is the nature of his real claim to admiration, for the doctrine of the sexes of plants, even if he had been the first to establish it, was a point of botanical physiology, a province of the 388, science which no one would select as the peculiar field of Linnaeus's glory. And the formation of a system of arrangement on the basis of this doctrine, though attended with many advantages, was not an improvement of any higher order than those introduced by Ray and Tournefort. But as a reformer of the state of natural history in his time, Linnaeus was admirable for his skill, and unparalleled in his success. And we have already seen, in the instance of the reform of mineralogy, as attempted by Mohs and Berzelius, that men of great talents and knowledge may fail in such an undertaking. It is, however, only by means of the knowledge which he displays, and of the beauty and convenience of the improvements which he proposes, that anyone can acquire such an influence as to procure his suggestions to be adopted. And even if original circumstances of birth or position could invest anyone with peculiar prerogatives and powers in the Republic of Science, Carl Linné began his career with no such advantages. His father was a poor curate in Småland, a province of Sweden. His boyhood was spent in poverty and privation. It was with great difficulty that, at the age of 21, he contrived to subsist at the University of Uppsala, whither a strong passion for natural history had urged him. Here, however, he was so far fortunate that Olaus Rudbeck, the professor of botany, committed to him the care of the botanic garden. The perusal of the works of Vaillant and Patrick Blair suggested to him the idea of an arrangement of plants, formed upon the sexual organs, the stamens, and pistils. And of such an arrangement, he published a sketch in 1731, at the age of 24. But we must go forwards a few years in his life, to come to the period to which his most important works belong. University and family quarrels induced him to travel, and after various changes of scene, he was settled in Holland, as the curator of the splendid botanical garden of George Clifford, an opulent banker. Here it was that he laid the foundation of his future greatness. In the 2 years of his residence at Haarlekamp, he published 9 works. The first, the Systema Naturae, which contained a comprehensive sketch of the whole domain of natural history, excited general astonishment by the acuteness of the observations, the happy talent of combination, and the clearness of the systematic views. Such a work could not fail to procure considerable respect for its author. His Hortus Cliffortiana, 389, and Musa Cliffortiana added to this impression. The weight which he had thus acquired, he proceeded to use for the improvement of botany. His Fundamenta Botanica and Bibliotheca Botanica appeared in 1736, his Critica Botanica and Genera Plantarum in 1737, his Classes Plantarum in 1738. His Species Plantarum was not published till 1753, and all these works appeared in many successive editions, materially modified. This circulation of his works showed that his labors were producing their effect. His reputation grew, and he was soon enabled to exert a personal, as well as a literary, influence on students of natural history. He became Botanist Royal, President of the Academy of Sciences at Stockholm, and professor in the University of Uppsala. And this office he held for 36 years with unrivaled credit, exercising, by means of his lectures, his constant publications, and his conversation, an extraordinary power over a multitude of zealous naturalists belonging to every part of the world. In order to understand more clearly the nature and effect of the reforms introduced by Linnaeus into botany, I shall consider them under the 4 following heads: terminology, nomenclature, artificial system, and natural system. Sect 2. Linnaean Reform of Botanical Terminology. It must be recollected that I designate as terminology the system of terms employed in the description of objects of natural history, while by nomenclature I mean the collection of the names of species. The reform of the descriptive part of botany was one of the tasks first attempted by Linnaeus, and his terminology was the instrument by which his other improvements were effected. Though most readers, probably, entertain, at first, a persuasion that a writer ought to content himself with the use of common words in their common sense, and feel a repugnance to technical terms and arbitrary rules of phraseology, as pedantic and troublesome, it is soon found, by the student of any branch of science, that, without technical terms and fixed rules, there can be no certain or progressive knowledge. The loose and infantine grasp of common language cannot hold objects steadily enough for scientific examination, or lift them from one stage of generalization to another. They must be secured by the rigid mechanism of a scientific phraseology. This necessity had been felt in all the sciences from the earliest periods of their progress. But the 390 conviction had never been acted upon so as to produce a distinct and adequate descriptive botanical language. Jung, indeed, had already attempted to give rules and precepts which should answer this purpose, but it was not till the Fundamenta Botanica appeared that the science could be said to possess a fixed and complete terminology. To give an account of such a terminology is, in fact, to give a description of a dictionary and grammar, and is therefore what cannot here be done in detail. Linnaeus's work contains about 1,000 terms of which the meaning and application are distinctly explained, and rules are given by which, in the use of such terms, the botanist may avoid all obscurity, ambiguity, unnecessary prolixity and complexity, and even inelegance and barbarism. Of course, the greater part of the words which Linnaeus thus recognized had previously existed in botanical writers, and many of them had been defined with technical precision. Thus Jung had already explained what was a composite, what a pinnate leaf, what kind of a bunch of flowers is a spike, a panicle, an umbel, a corymb, respectively. Linnaeus extended such distinctions, retaining complete clearness in their separation. Thus, with him, composite leaves are further distinguished as digitate, pinnate, bipinnate, pedate, and so on. Pinnate leaves are abruptly so, or with an odd one, or with a tendril. They are pinnate oppositely, alternately, interruptedly, articulately, decursively. Again, the inflorescence, as the mode of assemblage of the flowers is called, may be a tuft, fasciculus, a head, capitulum, a cluster, racemus, a bunch, thyrsus, a panicle, a spike, a catkin, amentum, a corymb, an umbel, a cyme, a whorl, verticillus. And the rules which he gives, though often apparently arbitrary and needless, are found in practice to be of great service by their fixity and connection. By the good fortune of having had a teacher with so much delicacy of taste as Linnaeus, in a situation of so much influence, botany possesses a descriptive language which will long stand as a model for all other subjects. It may, perhaps, appear to some persons that such a terminology as we have here described must be enormously cumbrous. And that, since the terms are arbitrarily invested with their meaning, the invention of them requires no knowledge of nature. With respect to the former doubt, we may observe that technical description is, in reality, the only description which is clearly intelligible. But that technical language cannot be understood without being learnt as any other 391 language is learnt. That is, the reader must connect the terms immediately with his own sensations and notions, and not mediately through a verbal explanation. He must not have to guess their meaning, or to discover it by a separate act of interpretation into more familiar language as often as they occur. The language of botany must be the botanist's most familiar tongue. When the student has thus learnt to think in botanical language, it is no idle distinction to tell him that a bunch of grapes is not a cluster, that is, a thyrsus not a raceme. And the terminology of botany is then felt to be a useful implement, not an oppressive burden. It is only the schoolboy that complains of the irksomeness of his grammar and vocabulary. The accomplished student possesses them without effort or inconvenience. As to the other question, whether the construction of such a botanical grammar and vocabulary implies an extensive and accurate acquaintance with the facts of nature, no one can doubt who is familiar with any descriptive science. It is true that a person might construct an arbitrary scheme of distinctions and appellations, with no attention to natural objects. And this is what shallow and self-confident persons often set about doing, in some branch of knowledge with which they are imperfectly acquainted. But the slightest attempt to use such a phraseology leads to confusion, and any continued use of it leads to its demolition. Like a garment which does not fit us, if we attempt to work in it, we tear it in pieces. The formation of a good descriptive language is, in fact, an inductive process of the same kind as those which we have already noticed in the progress of natural history. It requires the discovery of fixed characters, which discovery is to be marked and fixed, like other inductive steps, by appropriate technical terms. The characters must be so far fixed that the things which they connect must have a more permanent and real association than the things which they leave unconnected. If one bunch of grapes were really a racemus, and another a thyrsus, according to the definition of these terms, this part of the Linnean language would lose its value, because it would no longer enable us to assert a general proposition with respect to one kind of plants. Sect 3. Linnean reform of botanical nomenclature. In the ancient writers, each recognized kind of plants had a distinct name. The establishment of genera led to the practice of designating 392 species by the name of the genus, with the addition of a phrase to distinguish the species. These phrases, expressed in Latin in the ablative case, were such as not only to mark, but to describe the species, and were intended to contain such features of the plant as were sufficient to distinguish it from others of the same genus. But in this way, the designation of a plant often became a long and inconvenient assemblage of words. Thus, different kinds of rose were described as Rosa campestris, Spines carens, biflora Rosa alpina, Rosa achillida, Foliis odoratis subtis rubiginosus, R. eglanteria, Rosa carolina fragrans, Foliis mediotennis R. carolina, Rosa sylvestris vulgaris, Flor odorado incarnato R. canina, and several others. The prolixity of these appellations, their variety in every different author, the insufficiency and confusion of the distinctions which they contained, were felt as extreme inconveniences. The attempt of Bohin to remedy this evil by a synonymy had, as we have seen, failed at the time for want of any directing principle, and was become still more defective by the lapse of years and the accumulation of fresh knowledge and new books. Haller had proposed to distinguish the species of each genus by the numbers 1, 2, 3, and so on, but botanists found that their memory could not deal with such arbitrary abstractions. The need of some better nomenclature was severely felt. The remedy which Linnaeus finally introduced was the use of trivial names. That is, the designation of each species by the name of the genus along with a single conventional word, imposed without any general rule. Such names are added above in parentheses to the specimens of the names previously in use. But though this remedy was found to be complete and satisfactory, and is now universally adopted in every branch of natural history, it was not one of the reforms which Linnaeus at first proposed. Perhaps he did not at first see its full value. Or, if he did, we may suppose that it required more self-confidence than he possessed, to set himself to introduce and establish 10,000 new names in the botanical world. Accordingly, the first attempts of Linnaeus at the improvement of the nomenclature of botany were the proposal of fixed and careful rules for the generic name and for the descriptive phrase. Thus, in his Critica Botanica, he gives many precepts concerning the selection of the names of 393 genera, intended to secure convenience or elegance. For instance, that they are to be single words. He substitutes atropa for belladonna and leontodon for dens leonis, that they are not to depend upon the name of another genus, as acroviola, agramonides, that they are not to be sesquipedalian. And, says he, any word is sesquipedalian to me, which has more than 12 letters, as calophyllodendron, for which he substitutes calophyllin. Though some of these rules may seem pedantic, there is no doubt that, taken altogether, they tend exceedingly, like the labors of purists in other languages, to exclude extravagance, caprice, and barbarism in botanical speech. The precepts which he gives for the matter of the descriptive phrase, or, as it is termed in the language of the Aristotelian logicians, the differentia, are, for the most part, results of the general rule that the most fixed characters which can be found are to be used, this rule being interpreted according to all the knowledge of plants which had then been acquired. The language of the rules was, of course, to be regulated by the terminology, of which we have already spoken. Thus, in the Critica Botanica, the name of a plant is considered as consisting of a generic word and a specific phrase, and these are, he says, the right and left hands of the plant. But he then speaks of another kind of name, the trivial name which is opposed to the scientific. Such names were, he says, those of his predecessors, and especially of the most ancient of them. Hitherto no rules had been given for their use. He manifestly, at this period, has small regard for them. Yet, he says, trivial names may perhaps be used on this account, that the differentia often turns out too long to be convenient in common use, and may require change as new species are discovered. However, he continues, in this work we set such names aside altogether and attend only to the differentiae. Even in the species Plantarum, the work which gave general currency to these trivial names, he does not seem to have yet dared to propose so great a novelty. They only stand in the margin of the work. I have placed them there, he says in his preface, that, without circumlocution, we may call every herb by a single name. I have done this without selection, which would require more time. And I beseech all sane botanists to avoid most religiously ever 394, proposing a trivial name without a sufficient specific distinction, lest the science should fall into its former barbarism. It cannot be doubted that the general reception of these trivial names of Linnaeus, as the current language among botanists, was due, in a very great degree, to the knowledge, care, and skill with which his characters, both of genera and of species, were constructed. The rigorous rules of selection and expression which are proposed in the Fundamenta Botanica and Critica Botanica, he himself conformed to, and this scrupulosity was employed upon the results of immense labor. In order that I might make myself acquainted with the species of plants, he says, in the preface to his work upon them, I have explored the Alps of Lapland, the whole of Sweden, a part of Norway, Denmark, Germany, Belgium, England, France. I have examined the botanical gardens of Paris, Oxford, Chelsea, Harlecamp, Leyden, Utrecht, Amsterdam, Uppsala, and others. I have turned over the herbals of Bursar, Hermann, Clifford, Berman, Oldenland, Grenovius, Royer, Sloane, Sherard, Bobart, Miller, Tournefort, Valent, Jussieu ** Surian, Beck, Brown, and C. My dear disciples have gone to distant lands, and sent me plants from thence. Curlin to Canada, Hasselquist to Egypt, Esbech to China, Torren to Surat, Solander to England, Alstromer to southern Europe, Martin to Spitzbergen, Pontin to Malabar, Kohler to Italy, Forskal to the east, Loefling to Spain, Montan to Lapland. My botanical friends have sent me many seeds and dried plants from various countries. Lagerstrom many from the East Indies, Grenovius most of the Virginian, G. Mellon all the Siberian, Berman those of the Cape. And in consistency with this habit of immense collection of materials, is his maxim that a person is a better botanist in proportion as he knows more species. It will easily be seen that this maxim, like Newton's declaration that discovery requires patient thought alone, refers only to the exertions of which the man of genius is conscious, and leaves out of sight his peculiar endowments, which he does not see because they are part of his power of vision. With the taste for symmetry which dictated the Critica Botanica, and the talent for classification which appears in the Genera Plantarum, and the Systema Naturae, a person must undoubtedly rise to higher steps of classificatory knowledge and skill, as he became acquainted with a greater number of facts. The acknowledged superiority of Linnaeus in the knowledge of the 395 matter of his science induced other persons to defer to him in what concerned its form, especially when his precepts were, for the most part, recommended strongly both by convenience and elegance. The trivial names of the species Plantarum were generally received, and though some of the details may have been altered, the immense advantage of the scheme ensures its permanence. Sect 4. Linnaeus's artificial system. We have already seen that, from the time of Caesalpinus, botanists had been endeavoring to frame a systematic arrangement of plants. All such arrangements were necessarily both artificial and natural. They were artificial, inasmuch as they depended upon assumed principles, the number, form, and position of certain parts, by the application of which the whole vegetable kingdom was imperatively subdivided. They were natural, inasmuch as the justification of this division was that it brought together those plants which were naturally related. No system of arrangement, for instance, would have been tolerated which, in a great proportion of cases, separated into distant parts of the plan the different species of the same genus. As far as the main body of the genera, at least, all systems are natural. But beginning from this line, we may construct our systems with two opposite purposes, according as we endeavor to carry our assumed principle of division rigorously and consistently through the system, or as we wish to associate natural families of a wider kind than genera. The former propensity leads to an artificial, the latter to a natural method. Each is a system of plants, but in the first, the emphasis is thrown on the former word of the title, in the other, on the latter. The strongest recommendation of an artificial system, besides its approaching to a natural method, is that it shall be capable of easy use, for which purpose the facts on which it depends must be apparent in their relations and universal in their occurrence. The system of Linnaeus, founded upon the number, position, and other circumstances of the stamina and pistils, the reproductive organs of the plants, possessed this merit in an eminent degree, as far as these characters are concerned. That is, as far as the classes and orders. In its further subdivision into genera, its superiority was mainly due to the exact observation and description, which we have already had to notice as talents which Linnaeus peculiarly possessed. The Linnaean system of plants was more definite than that of 396, Tournefort, which was governed by the Corolla, for number is more definite than irregular form. It was more readily employed than any of those which depend on the fruit, for the flower is a more obvious object and more easily examined. Still, it can hardly be doubted that the circumstance which gave the main currency to the system of Linnaeus was its physiological signification. It was the sexual system. The relation of the parts to which it directed the attention interested both the philosophical faculty and the imagination. And when, soon after the system had become familiar in our own country, the poet of the Botanic Garden peopled the bell of every flower with nymphs and swains, his imagery was felt to be by no means forced and far-fetched. The history of the doctrine of the sexes of plants, as a point of physiology, does not belong to this place, and the Linnaean system of classification need not be longer dwelt upon for our present purpose. I will only explain a little further what has been said, that it is, up to a certain point, a natural system. Several of Linnaeus's classes are, in a great measure, natural associations kept together in violation of his own artificial rules. Thus the class Diadelphia, in which, by the system, the filaments of the stamina should be bound together in two parcels, does, in fact, contain many genera which are monadelphous, the filaments of the stamina all cohering so as to form one bundle only. As in Genista, Spartium, Antheles, Lupinus, and C. And why is this violation of rule? Precisely because these genera all belong to the natural tribe of papilionaceous plants, which the author of the system could not prevail upon himself to tear asunder. Yet in other cases Linnaeus was true to his system, to the injury of natural alliances, as he was, for instance, in another portion of this very tribe of Papilionaceae. For there are plants which undoubtedly belong to the tribe, but which have 10 separate stamens, and these he placed in the order Decandria. Upon the whole, however, he inclines rather to admit transgression of art than of nature. The reason of this inclination was that he rightly considered an artificial method as instrumental to the investigation of a natural one, and to this part of his views we now proceed. Sect 5. Linnaeus's views on a natural method. The admirers of Linnaeus, the English especially, were for some time in the habit of putting his sexual system in opposition to the natural method, which about the same time was attempted in France. And 397, as they often appear to have imagined that the ultimate object of botanical methods was to know the name of plants, they naturally preferred the Swedish method, which is excellent as a finder. No person, however, who wishes to know botany as a science, that is, as a body of general truths, can be content with making names his ultimate object. Such a person will be constantly and irresistibly led on to attempt to catch sight of the natural arrangement of plants, even before he discovers, as he will discover by pursuing such a course of study, that the knowledge of the natural arrangement is the knowledge of the essential construction and vital mechanism of plants. He will consider an artificial method as a means of arriving at a natural method. Accordingly, however much some of his followers may have overlooked this, it is what Linnaeus himself always held and taught. And though what he executed with regard to this object was but little, the distinct manner in which he presented the relations of an artificial and natural method may justly be looked upon as one of the great improvements which he introduced into the study of his science. Note, the natural orders which he proposed are a bare enumeration of genera, and have not been generally followed. Thus in the classes Plantarum, 1747, he speaks of the difficulty of the task of discovering the natural orders and of the attempts made by others. Yet, he adds, I too have labored at this, have done something, have much still to do, and shall labor at the object as long as I live. He afterwards proposed 67 orders, as the fragments of a natural method, always professing their imperfection. And in others of his works, he lays down some antitheses on the subject after his manner. The natural orders teach us the nature of plants. The artificial orders enable us to recognize plants. The natural orders, without a key, do not constitute a method. The method ought to be available without a master. Note 99/16, Genera Plantarum, 1764. See Prelect, in Ord, Nat. P. Roman 48. That extreme difficulty must attend the formation of a natural method may be seen from the very indefinite nature of the aphorisms upon this subject which Linnaeus has delivered, and which the best botanists of succeeding times have assented to. Such are these: the natural orders must be formed by attention, not to one or two, but to all the parts of plants. The same organs are of great importance in regulating the divisions of one part of the system, and 398 of small importance in another part. The character does not constitute the genus, but the genus the character. The character is necessary, not to make the genus, but to recognize it. The vagueness of these maxims is easily seen. The rule of attending to all the parts implies that we are to estimate their relative importance, either by physiological considerations, and these again lead to arbitrary rules, as, for instance, the superiority of the function of nutrition to that of reproduction, or by a sort of latent naturalist instinct, which Linnaeus in some passages seems to recognize. The habit of a plant, he says, must be secretly consulted. A practiced botanist will distinguish, at the first glance, the plants of different quarters of the globe, and yet will be at a loss to tell by what mark he detects them. There is, I know not what looks sinister, dry, obscure in African plants, superb and elevated in the Asiatic, smooth and cheerful in the American, stunted and indurated in the Alpine. Again, the rule that the same parts are of very different value in different orders not only leaves us in want of rules or reasons which may enable us to compare the marks of different orders, but destroys the systematic completeness of the natural arrangement. If some of the orders be regulated by the flower and others by the fruit, we may have plants, of which the flower would place them in one order and the fruit in another. The answer to this difficulty is the maxim already stated, that no character makes the order, and that if a character do not enable us to recognize the order, it does not answer its purpose, and ought to be changed for another. This doctrine, that the character is to be employed as a servant and not as a master, was a stumbling block in the way of those disciples who looked only for dogmatical and universal rules. One of Linnaeus's pupils, Paul Dietrich Jeysk, has given us a very lively account of his own perplexity on having this view propounded to him, and of the way in which he struggled with it. He had complained of the want of intelligible grounds in the collection of natural orders given by Linnaeus. Linnaeus wrote in answer, "You ask me for the characters of the natural orders. I confess I cannot give them." Such a reply naturally increased Jeysk's difficulties. But afterwards, in 1771, he had the good fortune to spend some time at Uppsala, and he narrates a conversation which he held with the great 399 teacher on this subject, and which I think may serve to show the nature of the difficulty, one by no means easily removed, and by the general reader, not even readily comprehended with distinctness. Jeysk began by conceiving that an order must have that attribute from which its name is derived, that the umbellati must have their flower disposed in an umbel. The mighty master smiled and told him not to look at names, but at nature. "But," said the pupil, "what is the use of the name, if it does not mean what it professes to mean?" "It is of small import," replied Linnaeus, "what you call the order, if you take a proper series of plants and give it some name, which is clearly understood to apply to the plants which you have associated. In such cases as you refer to, I followed the logical rule of borrowing a name apodary from the principal member. Can you," he added, "give me the character of any single order?" Jeysk. "Surely the character of the umbellati is that they have an umbel." Linnaeus. "Good, but there are plants which have an umbel and are not of the umbellati." I remember. We must therefore add that they have two naked seeds. Then echinophora, which has only one seed, and eryngium, which has not an umbel, will not be umbellati, and yet they are of the order. I would place eryngium among the aggregati. No, both are beyond dispute umbellati. Eryngium has an involucrum, 5 stamina, 2 pistils, and try again for your character. I would transfer such plants to the end of the order, and make them form the transition to the next order. Eryngium would connect the umbellati with the aggregati. My good friend, the transition from order to order is one thing, the character of an order is another. The transitions I could indicate, but a character of a natural order is impossible. I will not give my reasons for the distribution of natural orders which I have published. You or some other person, after 20 or after 50 years, will discover them, and see I was in the right. I have given a portion of this curious conversation in order to show that the attempt to establish natural orders leads to convictions which are out of the domain of the systematic grounds on which they profess to proceed. I believe the real state of the case to be that the systematist, in such instances, is guided by an unformed and undeveloped apprehension of physiological functions. The ideas of the form, 400, number and figure of parts are in some measure overshadowed and superseded by the rising perception of organic and vital relations. And the philosopher who aims at a natural method, while he is endeavoring merely to explore the apartment in which he had placed himself, that of arrangement, is led beyond it, to a point where another light begins, though dimly, to be seen. He is brought within the influence of the ideas of organization and life. The sciences which depend on these ideas will be the subject of our consideration hereafter. But what has been said may perhaps serve to explain the acknowledged and inevitable imperfection of the unphysiological Linnaean attempts towards a natural method. Artificial glasses are, Linnaeus says, a substitute for natural till natural are detected. But we have not yet a natural method. Nor, he says, in the conversation above cited, can we have a natural method. For a natural method implies natural classes and orders, and these orders must have characters. And they, he adds in another place, who, though they cannot obtain a complete natural method, arrange plants according to the fragments of such a method, to the rejection of the artificial, seem to me like persons who pull down a convenient vaulted room and set about building another, though they cannot turn the vault which is to cover it. How far these considerations deterred other persons from turning their main attention to a natural method, we shall shortly see. But in the meantime, we must complete the history of the Linnaean reform. Sect 6. Reception and diffusion of the Linnaean reform. We have already seen that Linnaeus received, from his own country honors and emoluments which mark his reputation as established, as early as 1740. And by his publications, his lectures, and his personal communications, he soon drew round him many disciples, whom he impressed strongly with his own doctrines and methods. It would seem that the sciences of classification tend, at least in modern times more than other sciences, to collect about the chair of the teacher a large body of zealous and obedient pupils. Linnaeus and Werner were by far the most powerful heads of schools of any men who appeared in the course of the last century. Perhaps one reason of this is that in these sciences, consisting of such an enormous multitude of species, of descriptive, 401 particulars, and of previous classifications, the learner is dependent upon the teacher more completely, and for a longer time than in other subjects of speculation. He cannot so soon or so easily cast off the aid and influence of the master to pursue reasonings and hypotheses of his own. Whatever the cause may be, the fact is that the reputation and authority of Linnaeus in the latter part of his life were immense. He enjoyed also royal favor, for the King and Queen of Sweden were both fond of natural history. In 1753, Linnaeus received from the hand of his sovereign the knighthood of the Polar Star, an honor which had never before been conferred for literary merit, and in 1756 was raised to the rank of Swedish nobility by the title of von Linné, and this distinction was confirmed by the Diet in 1762. He lived, honored and courted, to the age of 71, and in 1778 was buried in the Cathedral of Uppsala, with many testimonials of public respect and veneration. De Candolle assigns, as the causes of the successes of the Linnaean system the specific names the characteristic phrase, the fixation of descriptive language the distinction of varieties and species the extension of the method, to all the kingdoms of nature and the practice of introducing into it the species most recently discovered. This last course Linnaeus constantly pursued, thus making his works the most valuable for matter, as they were the most convenient in form. The general diffusion of his methods over Europe may be dated, perhaps, a few years after 1760, when the 10th and the succeeding editions of the Systema Naturae were in circulation, professing to include every species of organized beings. But his pupils and correspondents effected no less than his books in giving currency to his system. In Germany, it was defended by Ludwig, Gesner, Fabricius. But Haller, whose reputation in physiology was as great as that of Linnaeus in methodology, rejected it as too merely artificial. In France, it did not make any rapid or extensive progress. The best French botanists were at this time occupied with the solution of the great problem of the construction of a natural method. And though the rhetorician Rousseau charmed, we may suppose, with the elegant precision of the Philosophia Botanica, declared it to be the most philosophical work he had ever read in his life, Buffon and Andanson, describers and philosophers of a more ambitious school, felt a repugnance to the rigorous rules and limited, but finished, undertakings of the Swedish naturalist. To resist his 402 criticism and his influence, they armed themselves with dislike and contempt. In England, the Linnaean system was very favorably received, perhaps the more favorably, for being a strictly artificial system. For the indefinite and unfinished form, which almost inevitably clings to a natural method, appears to be peculiarly distasteful to our countrymen. It might seem as if the suspense and craving which comes with knowledge confessedly incomplete were so disagreeable to them that they were willing to avoid it, at any rate whatever, either by rejecting system altogether or by accepting a dogmatical system without reserve. The former has been their course in recent times with regard to mineralogy. The latter was their proceeding with respect to the Linnaean botany. It is in this country alone, I believe, that Wernerian and Linnaean societies have been instituted. Such appellations somewhat remind us of the Aristotelian and Platonic schools of ancient Greece. In the same spirit it was that the artificial system was at one time here considered, not as subsidiary and preparatory to the natural orders, but as opposed to them. This was much as if the disposition of an army in a review should be considered as inconsistent with another arrangement of it in a battle. When Linnaeus visited England in 1736, Sloane, then the patron of natural history in this country, is said to have given him a cool reception, such as was perhaps most natural from an old man to a young innovator. And Delineus, the professor at Oxford, did not accept the sexual system. But as Pulteney, the historian of English botany, says when his works became known, the simplicity of the classical characters, the uniformity of the generic notes, all confined to the parts of the fructification, and the precision which marked the specific distinctions, merits so new, soon commanded the assent of the unprejudiced. Perhaps the progress of the introduction of the Linnean system into England will be best understood from the statement of T. Martin, who was professor of botany in the University of Cambridge, from 1761 to 1825. About the year 1750, he says, "I was a pupil of the school of our great countryman Ray, but the rich vein of knowledge, the profoundness and precision, which I remarked everywhere in the Philosophia Botanica, published in 1751, withdrew me from my first master, and I became a decided convert to that system of botany which has since been generally received." In 1753, the species 403, Plantarum, which first introduced the specific names, made me a Linnean completely. In 1763, he introduced the system in his lectures at Cambridge, and these were the first Linnean lectures in England. Stillingfleet had already in 1757, and Lee in 1760, called the attention of English readers to Linnaeus. Sir J. Hill, the king's gardener at Kew, in his Flora Britannica, published in 1760, had employed the classes and generic characters, but not the nomenclature. But the latter was adopted by Hudson in 1762 in the Flora Anglica. Two young Swedes, pupils of Linnaeus, Dryander and Solander, settled in England and were in intimate intercourse with the most active naturalists, especially with Sir Joseph Banks, of whom the former was librarian, and the latter a fellow traveler in Cook's celebrated voyage. James Edward Smith was also one of the most zealous disciples of the Linnean school, and after the death of Linnaeus, purchased his herbariums and collections. It is related, as a curious proof of the high estimation in which Linnaeus was held, that when the Swedish government heard of this bargain, they tried, though too late, to prevent these monuments of their countrymen's labor and glory being carried from his native land, and even went so far as to send a frigate in pursuit of the ship, which conveyed them to England. Smith had, however, the triumph of bringing them home in safety. On his death they were purchased by the Linnean Society. Such relics serve, as will easily be imagined, not only to warm the reverence of his admirers, but to illustrate his writings. And since they have been in this country, they have been the object of the pilgrimage of many a botanist from every part of Europe. I have purposely confined myself to the history of the Linnean system in the cases in which it is most easily applicable, omitting all consideration of more obscure and disputed kinds of vegetables, as ferns, mosses, fungi, lichens, seaweeds, and the like. The nature and progress of a classificatory science, which it is our main purpose to bring into view, will best be understood by attending, in the first place, to the cases in which such a science has been pursued with the most decided success. And the advances which have been made in the knowledge of the more obscure vegetables are, in fact, advances in artificial classification, only in as far as they are advances in natural classification and in physiology. To these subjects we now proceed. 404. Chapter 5. Progress towards a natural system of botany. We have already said that the formation of a natural system of classification must result from a comparison of all the resemblances and differences of the things classed. But that, in acting upon this maxim, the naturalist is necessarily either guided by an obscure and instinctive feeling, which is, in fact, an undeveloped recognition of physiological relations, or else acknowledges physiology for his guide, though he is obliged to assume arbitrary rules in order to interpret its indications. Thus all natural classification of organized beings either begins or soon ends in physiology, and can never advance far without the aid of that science. Still, the progress of the natural method in botany went to such a length before it was grounded entirely on the anatomy of plants, that it will be proper, and I hope instructive, to attempt a sketch of it here. As I have already had occasion to remark, the earlier systems of plants were natural, and they only ceased to be so when it appeared that the problem of constructing a system admitted of a very useful solution, while the problem of devising a natural system remained insoluble. But many botanists did not so easily renounce the highest object of their science. In France, especially, a succession of extraordinary men labored at it with no inconsiderable success, and they were seconded by worthy fellow laborers in Germany and elsewhere. The precept of taking into account all the parts of plants according to their importance may be applied according to arbitrary rules. We may, for instance, assume that the fruit is the most important part, or we may make a long list of parts and look for agreement in the greatest possible number of these in order to construct our natural orders. The former course was followed by Gärtner, the latter by Adanson. Gärtner's principles, deduced from the dissection of more than 1,000 kinds of fruits, exercised, in the sequel, a great and 405 permanent influence on the formation of natural classes. Adanson's attempt, bold and ingenious, belonged, both in time and character, to a somewhat earlier stage of the subject. Enthusiastic and laborious beyond belief, but self-confident and contemptuous of the labors of others, Michael Adanson had collected, during 5 years spent in Senegal, an enormous mass of knowledge and materials, and had formed plans for the systems which he conceived himself thus empowered to reach, far beyond the strength and the lot of man. In his families of plants, however, all agree that his labors were of real value to the science. The method which he followed is thus described by his eloquent and philosophical eulogist. Note 109/16, De fructibus et seminibus plantorum. Stuck, 1788-1791. Considering each organ by itself, he formed, by pursuing its various modifications, a system of division in which he arranged all known species according to that organ alone. Doing the same for another organ, and so for many, he constructed a collection of systems of arrangement, each artificial, each founded upon one assumed organ. The species which come together in all these systems are, of all, naturally the nearest to each other. Those which are separated in a few of the systems, but contiguous in the greatest number, are naturally near to each other, though less near than the former. Those which are separated in a greater number are further removed from each other in nature, and they are the more removed, the fewer are the systems in which they are associated. Thus, by this method, we obtain the means of estimating precisely the degree of natural affinity of all the species which our systems include, independent of a physiological knowledge of the influence of the organs. But the method has, Cuvier adds, the inconvenience of presupposing another kind of knowledge, which, though it belongs only to descriptive natural history, is no less difficult to obtain, the knowledge, namely, of all species and of all the organs of each. A single one neglected may lead to relations the most false, and Adanson himself, in spite of the immense number of his observations, exemplifies this in some instances. We may add that in the division of the structure into organs, and in the estimation of the gradations of these in each artificial system, there is still room for arbitrary assumption. In the meantime, the two Jussius had presented to the world a natural method, which produced a stronger impression than the 406 universal method of Adanson. The first author of the system was Bernard de Jussieu, who applied it in the arrangement of the Garden of the Trianon in 1759, though he never published upon it. His nephew, Antoine Laurent de Jussieu, in his treatise of the arrangement of the Trianon, gave an account of the principles and orders of his uncle, which he adopted when he succeeded him, and, at a later period, published his Genera Plantarum Secundum Ordines Naturals Disposita. A work, says Cuvier, which perhaps forms as important an epoch in the sciences of observation as the chimie of Lavoisier does in the sciences of experiment. The object of the Jussius was to obtain a system which should be governed by the natural affinities of the plants, while, at the same time, the characters by which the orders were ostensibly determined should be as clear, simple, and precise as those of the best artificial system. The main points in these characters were the number of the cotyledons and the structure of the seed, and subordinate to this, the insertion of the stamina, which they distinguished as epigynous, perigynous, and hypogynous, according as they were inserted over, about, or under the germen. And the classes which were formed by the Jussius, though they have since been modified by succeeding writers, have been so far retained by the most profound botanists, notwithstanding all the new care and new light which have been bestowed upon the subject, as to show that what was done at first was a real and important step in the solution of the problem. The merit of the formation of this natural method of plants must be divided between the two Jussius. It has been common to speak of the nephew, Anton Laurent, as only the publisher of his uncle's work. But this appears, from a recent statement, to be highly unjust. Bernard left nothing in writing but the catalogues of the Garden of the Trianon, which he had arranged according to his own views. But these catalogues consist merely of a series of names without explanation or reason added. The nephew, in 1773, undertook and executed for himself the examination of a natural family, the Ranunculaceae, and he was wont to relate, as his son informs us, that at 407 was this employment which first opened his eyes and rendered him a botanist. In the memoir which he wrote, he explained fully the relative importance of the characters of plants and the subordination of some to others, an essential consideration, which a Danson's scheme had failed to take account of. The uncle died in 1777, and his nephew, in speaking of him, compares his arrangement to the Ordines Naturals of Linnaeus. Both these authors, he says, have satisfied themselves with giving a catalogue of genera which approach each other in different points, without explaining the motives which induced them to place one order before another, or to arrange a genus under a certain order. These two arrangements may be conceived as problems which their authors have left for botanists to solve. Linnaeus published his. That of M. de Jussieu is only known by the manuscript catalogues of the Garden of the Trianon. Note 115/16, Prodromus floripenens, Ind, Orient, White and Walkerarnot in Trod, p. Roman 35. Note 116/16, by Adrien de Jussieu, son of Anton Laurent, in the Annals des Sci. Nat. Nov. 1834. It was not till the younger Jussieu had employed himself for 19 years upon botany that he published, in 1789, his Genera Plantarum. And by this time he had so entirely formed his scheme in his head that he began the impression without having written the book, and the manuscript was never more than 2 pages in advance of the printer's type. When this work appeared, it was not received with any enthusiasm. Indeed, at that time, the revolution of states absorbed the thoughts of all Europe and left men little leisure to attend to the revolutions of science. The author himself was drawn into the vortex of public affairs and for some years forgot his book. The method made its way slowly and with difficulty. It was a long time before it was comprehended and adopted in France, although the botanists of that country had, a little while before, been so eager in pursuit of a natural system. In England and Germany, which had readily received the Linnaean method, its progress was still more tardy. There is only one point on which it appears necessary further to dwell. A main and fundamental distinction in all natural systems is that of the monocotyledonous and dicotyledonous plants, that is, plants which unfold themselves from an embryo with 2 little leaves or with 1 leaf only. This distinction produces its effects in the systems which are regulated by numbers. For the flowers and fruit of the monocotyledons are generally referable to some law in which the number 3 prevails, a type which rarely occurs in dicotyledons, these affecting most commonly an arrangement founded on the number 5. But it appears, when we attempt to rise towards a natural, 408, method, that this division according to the cotyledons is of a higher order than the other divisions according to number, and corresponds to a distinction in the general structure and organization of the plant. The apprehension of the due rank of this distinction has gradually grown clearer. Cuvier conceives that he finds such a division clearly marked in Lobel in 1581 and employed by Ray as the basis of his classification a century later. This difference has had its due place assigned it in more recent systems of arrangement, but it is only later still that its full import has been distinctly brought into view. Desfontaines discovered that the ligneous fiber is developed in an opposite manner in vegetables with 1 and with 2 cotyledons, towards the inside in the former case, and towards the outside in the latter. And hence these 2 great classes have been since termed endogenous and exogenous. Thus this division, according to the cotyledons, appears to have the stamp of reality put upon it, by acquiring a physiological meaning. Yet we are not allowed to forget, even at this elevated point of generalization, that no one character can be imperative in a natural method. Lamarck, who employed his great talents on botany before he devoted himself exclusively to other branches of natural history, published his views concerning methods, systems, and characters. His main principle is that no single part of a plant, however essential, can be an absolute rule for classification, and hence he blames the Jussieuian method as giving this inadmissible authority to the cotyledons. Roscoe further urges that some plants, as Orchis morio and Limoderum vericundum, have no visible cotyledons. Yet de Candolle, who labored along with Lamarck in the new edition of the Flore Francaise, has, as we have already intimated, been led, by the most careful application of the Weissist principles, to a system of natural orders, of which Jussieu's may be looked upon as the basis. And we shall find the greatest botanists, up to the most recent period, recognizing and employing themselves in improving Jussieu's natural families. So that in the progress of this part of our knowledge, vague and perplexing as it is, we have no exception to our general aphorism that no real acquisition in science is ever discarded. 409. Note 119/16, Sprengel Roman II, 296, and their quoted Flore Francaise TI3 1778. Mame, AC, P 1785, Jern Hist, Nat T. I for Lamarck's Méthode Analytique C. Dumeril SC, Nat. I. Art, 390. Note 120/16, Roscoe Lin, Tr. Volumes A Cuscuta also has no cotyledons. The reception of the system of Jussieu in this country was not so ready and cordial as that of Linnaeus. As we have already noticed, the two systems were looked upon as rivals. Thus Roscoe, in 1810, endeavored to show that Jussieu's system was not more natural than the Linnaean and was inferior as an artificial system. But he argues his points as if Jussieu's characters were the grounds of his distribution, which, as we have said, is to mistake the construction of a natural system. In 1803, Salisbury had already assailed the machinery of the system, maintaining that there are no cases of pyrogenous stamens, as Jussieu assumes. But this he urges with great expressions of respect for the author of the method. And the more profound botanists of England soon showed that they could appreciate and extend the natural method. Robert Brown, who had accompanied Captain Flinders to New Holland in 1801, and who, after examining that country, brought home, in 1805, nearly 4,000 species of plants, was the most distinguished example of this. In his preface to the Prodromus Flori Nova Hollandiae, he says that he found himself under the necessity of employing the natural method as the only way of avoiding serious error when he had to deal with so many new genera as occur in New Holland, and that he has, therefore, followed the method of Jussieu, the greater part of whose orders are truly natural, although their arrangement in classes, as is, he says, conceded by their author, no less candid than learned, is often artificial, and, as appears to me, rests on doubtful grounds. From what has already been said, the reader will, I trust, see what an extensive and exact knowledge of the vegetable world, and what comprehensive views of affinity, must be requisite in a person who has to modify the natural system so as to make it suited to receive and arrange a great number of new plants, extremely different from the genera on which the arrangement was first formed, as the New Holland genera for the most part were. He will also see how impossible it must be to convey by extract or description any notion of the nature of these modifications. It is enough to say that they have excited the applause of botanists wherever the science is studied, and that they have induced M. de Humboldt and his fellow laborers, themselves botanists of the first rank, to dedicate one of their works to him in terms of the strongest admiration. Mr. Brown has also published 410 special disquisitions on parts of the natural system, as on Jussieu's Prodaceae, on the Asclepiadae, a natural family of plants which must be separated from Jussieu's Apocinae, and other similar labors. Note 123/16, Roberto Brown, Britanniarum Gloriae ac Ornamento Totem Botanics, Scientiam Ingenio Mirifico Complectenti, and c. We have, I think, been led, by our survey of the history of botany, to this point, that a natural method directs us to the study of physiology as the only means by which we can reach the object. This conviction, which in botany comes at the end of a long series of attempts at classification, offers itself at once in the natural history of animals, where the physiological signification of the resemblances and differences is so much more obvious. I shall not, therefore, consider any of these branches of natural history in detail as examples of mere classification. They will come before us, if at all, more properly when we consider the classifications which depend on the functions of organs and on the corresponding modifications which they necessarily undergo. That is, when we trace the results of physiology. But before we proceed to sketch the history of that part of our knowledge, there are a few points in the progress of zoology, understood as a mere classificatory science, which appear to me sufficiently instructive to make it worth our while to dwell upon them. Mr. Lindley's recent work, The Vegetable Kingdom, 1846, may be looked upon as containing the best view of the recent history of systematic botany. In the introduction to this work, Mr. Lindley has given an account of various recent works on the subject, as Agard's Classes Plantarum, 1826, Perleb's Leobuch der Nadergeschichte der Pflanzenreich, 1826, Dumortier's Florula Belgica, 1827, Bartling's Ordines Naturals Plantarum, 1830, Hess's Übersicht der Phanerischen Naderlichen Pflanzenfamilien, 1832. Schulz's Naderliches System des Pflanzenreichs, 1832, Hornenos Primilini Systematis Naturae, 1834, Fry's Corpus Florarum Provincialium Suciae, 1835, Martin's Conspectus Regni Vegetablis Secundum Characters Morphologicos, 1835, Sir Edward F. Bromhead's System, as published in the Edinburgh Journal and other journals, 1836-1840, and Licker's Genera Plantarum Secundum Ordines Naturals Disposita, 1836-1840, Perleb's Clavis Classicum Ordinum et Familiarum, 1838, Adolf Brongniart's Enumeration des Genres de Plantes, 1843, Meissner's Plantarum Vascularium Genera Secundum Ordines Naturals Digesta, 1843, Hornino's Tetractes Naturae, Su Systema Quinquemember Omnium Naturalium, 411, 1843. Adrien de Jussieu's Asterisk Curs Élémentaire de Histoire Naturelle, Botanique, 1844. Mr. Lindley, in this as in all his works, urges strongly the superior value of natural as compared with artificial systems. His principles being, I think, nearly such as I have attempted to establish in the Philosophy of the Sciences, Book 8, Chapter 2. He states that the leading idea which has been kept in view in the compilation of his work is this maxim of Fry's: Singula sphera, sectio, ideum quondam exponit, indec ejus character notion, simplici optime exprimatur. And he is hence led to think that the true characters of all natural assemblages are extremely simple. One of the leading features in Mr. Lindley's system is that he has thrown the natural orders into groups subordinate to the higher divisions of classes and subclasses. He had already attempted this in imitation of Agard and Bartling in his Nixus Plantarum, 1838. The groups of natural orders were there called nixus, tendencies, and they were denoted by names ending in ales, but these groups were further subordinated to cohorts. Thus the first member of the arrangement was Class 1. Exogeny, Subclass 1, Polypetalae, Cohort 1, Albuminosae, Nixus 1 Ranels. Natural orders included in this nixus, Ranunculaceae, Cerasniceae, Papaveraceae, and C. In the vegetable kingdom, the groups of natural orders are termed alliances. In this work, the subclasses of the exogens are 4, Idiclinus, Roman 2, Hypogenus, Roman 3, Perigenus, Roman 4, Epigenus, and the alliances are subordinated to these without the intervention of cohorts. Mr. Lindley has also, in this as in other works, given English names for the natural orders. Thus for Nymphaceae, Ranunculaceae Tamaricaceae, Zygophyllaceae, Elytrinaceae, he substitutes water lilies, crowfoots, tamarisks, bean capers, and water peppers. For Malvaceae, Aurantiaceae, Gentianaceae, Primulaceae, Urtiaceae, Euphorbiaceae, he employs malloworts, citronworts, gentianworts, primworts, nettleworts, spurgeworts. And the terms orchids, hippurids, amaryllids, irids, typhads, arads, cucurbits are taken as English equivalents for orchidaceae, Haloragaceae, Amaryllidaceae, Iridaceae, Typhaceae, Araceae, Cucurbidaceae. All persons who wish success to the study of botany in England must rejoice to see it tend to assume this idiomatic shape. 412. Chapter 6. The Progress of Systematic Zoology. The history of systematic botany, as we have presented it, may be considered as a sufficient type of the general order of progression in the sciences of classification. It has appeared, in the survey which we have had to give, that this science, no less than those which we first considered, has been formed by a series of inductive processes, and has, in its history, epochs at which, by such processes, decided advances were made. The important step in such cases is the seizing upon some artificial mark which conforms to natural resemblances, some basis of arrangement and nomenclature, by means of which true propositions of considerable generality can be enunciated. The advance of other classificatory sciences, as well as botany, must consist of such steps, and their course, like that of botany, must, if we attend only to the real additions made to knowledge, be gradual and progressive from the earliest times to the present. To exemplify this continued and constant progression in the whole range of zoology would require vast knowledge and great labor, and is, perhaps, the less necessary after we have dwelt so long on the history of botany, considered in the same point of view. But there are a few observations respecting zoology in general, which we are led to make in consequence of statements recently promulgated. For these statements seem to represent the history of zoology as having followed a course very different from that which we have just ascribed to the classificatory sciences in general. It is held by some naturalists that not only the formation of a systematic classification in zoology dates as far back as Aristotle, but that his classification is, in many respects, superior to some of the most admired and recent attempts of modern times. If this were really the case, it would show that at least the idea of a systematic classification had been formed and developed long previous to the period to which we have assigned such a step. And it would be difficult to reconcile such an early maturity of zoology with the conviction, which we have had impressed upon us by the other 413 parts of our history, that not only labor but time, not only one man of genius but several, and those succeeding each other, are requisite to the formation of any considerable science. But in reality, the statements to which we refer, respecting the scientific character of Aristotle's zoological system, are altogether without foundation, and this science confirms the lessons taught us by all the others. The misstatements respecting Aristotle's doctrines are on this account so important and are so curious in themselves that I must dwell upon them a little. Aristotle's 9 books on animals are a work enumerating the differences of animals in almost all conceivable respects, in the organs of sense, of motion, of nutrition, the interior anatomy, the exterior covering, the manner of life, growth, generation, and many other circumstances. These differences are very philosophically estimated. The corresponding parts of animals, he says, besides the differences of quality and circumstance, differ in being more or fewer, greater or smaller, and speaking generally in excess and defect. Thus some animals have crustaceous coverings, others hard shells, some have long beaks, some short, some have many wings, some have few, some again have parts which others want, as crests and spurs. He then makes the following important remark. Some animals have parts which correspond to those of others, not as being the same in species, nor by excess and defect, but by analogy. Thus a claw is analogous to a thorn, and a nail to a hoof, and a hand to the nipper of a lobster, and a feather to a scale. For what a feather is in a bird, that is a scale in a fish. It will not, however, be necessary, in order to understand Aristotle for our present purpose, that we should discuss his notion of analogy. He proceeds to state his object, which is, as we have said, to describe the differences of animals in their structure and habits. He then observes that for structure, we may take man for our type, as being best known to us, and the remainder of the first book is occupied with a description of man's body, beginning from the head and proceeding to the extremities. In the next book, from which are taken the principal passages in which his modern commentators detect his system, he proceeds to compare the differences of parts in different animals, according to the order which he had observed in man. In the first chapter he speaks 414 of the head and neck of animals, in the second, of the parts analogous to arms and hands, in the third, of the breast and paps, and so on. And thus he comes in the 7th chapter to the legs, feet, and toes, and in the 11th to the teeth, and so to other parts. The construction of a classification consists in the selection of certain parts, as those which shall eminently and peculiarly determine the place of each species in our arrangement. It is clear, therefore, that such an enumeration of differences as we have described, supposing it complete, contains the materials of all possible classifications. But we can with no more propriety say that the author of such an enumeration of differences is the author of any classification which can be made by means of them, than we can say that a man who writes down the whole alphabet writes down the solution of a given riddle or the answer to a particular question. Yet it is on no other ground than this enumeration, so far as I can discover, that Aristotle's system has been so decidedly spoken of, and exhibited in the most formal tabular shape. The authors of this Systema Aristotelicum have selected, I presume, the following passages from the work on animals as they might have selected any other, and by arranging them according to a subordination unknown to Aristotle himself, have made for him a scheme which undoubtedly bears a great resemblance to the most complete systems of modern times. Book 1, Chapter V. Some animals are viviparous, some oviparous, some vermiparous. The viviparous are such as man and the horse and all those animals which have hair, and of aquatic animals, the whale kind, as the dolphin and cartilaginous fishes. Book 2, Chapter VII. Of quadrupeds which have blood and are viviparous, some are as to their extremities, many-cloven, as the hands and feet of man. For some are many-toed, as the lion, the dog, the panther. Some are bifid and have hoofs instead of nails, as the sheep, the goat, the elephant, the hippopotamus. And some have undivided feet, as the solid-hoofed animals, the horse and ass. The swine kind share both characters. Chapter II. Animals have also great differences in the teeth, both when compared with each other and with man. For all quadrupeds which have blood and are viviparous have teeth, and in the first place some are ambidental, having teeth in both jaws, and some 415 are not so, wanting the front teeth in the upper jaw. Some have neither front teeth nor horns, as the camel, some have tusks, as the boar, some have not. Some have serrated teeth, as the lion, the panther, the dog. Some have the teeth unvaried, as the horse and the ox, for the animals which vary their cutting teeth have all serrated teeth. No animal has both tusks and horns, nor has any animal with serrated teeth either of those weapons. The greater part have the front teeth cutting, and those within broad. These passages undoubtedly contain most of the differences on which the asserted Aristotelian classification rests. But the classification is formed by using the characters drawn from the teeth, in order to subdivide those taken from the feet. Whereas in Aristotle, these two sets of characters stand side by side, along with dozens of others, any selection of which, employed according to any arbitrary method of subordination, might with equal justice be called Aristotle's system. Why, for instance, in order to form subdivisions of animals, should we not go on with Aristotle's continuation of the second of the above quoted passages, instead of capriciously leaping to the third? Of these some have horns, some have none. Some have a fetlock joint, some have none. Of those which have horns, some have them solid throughout, as the stag, others, for the most part, hollow. Some cast their horns, some do not. If it be replied that we could not, by means of such characters, form a tenable zoological system, we again ask by what right we assume Aristotle to have made or attempted a systematic arrangement, when what he has written, taken in its natural order, does not admit of being construed into a system. Again, what is the object of any classification? This, at least, among others: to enable the person who uses it to study and describe more conveniently the objects thus classified. If, therefore, Aristotle had formed or adopted any system of arrangement, we should see it in the order of the subjects in his work. Accordingly, so far as he has a system, he professes to make this use of it. At the beginning of the 5th book, where he is proceeding to treat of the different modes of generation of animals, he says, "As we formerly made a division of animals according to their kinds, we must now, in the same manner, give a general survey of their history, theta epsilon omegaro, ode alpha nu. Except indeed that in the former case we made our commencement by a description, 416 of man, but in the present instance we must speak of him last because he requires most study. We must begin then with those animals which have shells. We must go on to those which have softer coverings, as crustacea, soft animals, and insects. After these, fishes, both viviparous and oviparous, then birds, then land animals, both viviparous and oviparous. It is clear from this passage that Aristotle had certain wide and indefinite views of classification, which, though not very exact, are still highly creditable to him. But it is equally clear that he was quite unconscious of the classification that has been ascribed to him. If he had adopted that or any other system, this was precisely the place in which he must have referred to and employed it. The honor due to the stupendous accumulation of zoological knowledge which Aristotle's works contain cannot be tarnished by our denying him the credit of a system which he never dreamt of and which, from the nature of the progress of science, could not possibly be constructed at that period. But in reality, we may exchange the mistaken claims which we have been contesting for a better, because a truer praise. Aristotle does show, as far as could be done at his time, a perception of the need of groups and of names of groups in the study of the animal kingdom, and thus may justly be held up as the great figure in the prelude to the formation of systems which took place in more advanced scientific times. This appears, in some measure, from the passage last quoted. For not only is there, in that, a clear recognition of the value and object of a method in natural history, but the general arrangement of the animal kingdom there proposed has considerable scientific merit, and is, for the time, very philosophical. But there are passages in his work in which he shows a wish to carry the principle of arrangement more into detail. Thus, in the first book, before proceeding to his survey of the differences of animals, after speaking of such classes as quadrupeds, birds, fishes, cetaceous, testaceous, crustaceous animals, mollusks, insects, he says, chapter Roman 7. Animals cannot be divided into large genera in which one kind includes many kinds. For some kinds are unique and have no difference of species, as man. Some have such kinds but have no names for them. Thus all quadrupeds which have not wings have blood, but of these some are viviparous, some oviparous. Those which are 417 viviparous have not all hair, those which are oviparous have scales. We have here a manifestly intentional subordination of characters, and a kind of regret that we have not names for the classes here indicated, such, for instance, as viviparous quadrupeds having hair, but he follows the subject into further detail. Of the class of viviparous quadrupeds, he continues, there are many genera, but these again are without names, except specific names, such as man, lion, stag, horse, dog, and the like. Yet there is a genus of animals that have names, as the horse, the ass, the aureus, the gynus, the anus, and the animal which in Syria is called heminus, mule. For these are called mules, from their resemblance only, not being mules, for they breed of their own kind. Wherefore, he adds, that is, because we do not possess recognized genera and generic names of this kind, we must take the species separately and study the nature of each. These passages afford us sufficient ground for placing Aristotle at the head of those naturalists to whom the first views of the necessity of a zoological system are due. It was, however, very long before any worthy successor appeared, for no additional step was made till modern times. When natural history again came to be studied in nature, the business of classification, as we have seen, forced itself upon men's attention, and was pursued with interest in animals as in plants. The steps of its advance were similar in the two cases by successive naturalists. Various systems of artificial marks were selected with a view to precision and convenience, and these artificial systems assumed the existence of certain natural groups and of a natural system to which they gradually tended. But there was this difference between botany and zoology, the reference to physiological principles, which, as we have remarked, influence the natural systems of vegetables in a latent and obscure manner, botanists being guided by its light, but hardly aware that they were so, affected the study of systematic zoology more directly and evidently. For men can neither overlook the general physiological features of animals, nor avoid being swayed by them in their judgments of the affinities of different species. Thus the classifications of zoology tended more and more to a union with comparative anatomy, as the science was more and more improved. But comparative anatomy belongs to the subject of the next book, and anything it may be proper to say respecting its influence upon zoological arrangements will properly find a place there. 418. It will appear, and indeed it hardly requires to be proved, that those steps in systematic zoology which are due to the light thrown upon the subject by physiology are the result of a long series of labors by various naturalists, and have been, like other advances in science, led to and produced by the general progress of such knowledge. We can hardly expect that the classificatory sciences can undergo any material improvement which is not of this kind. Very recently, however, some authors have attempted to introduce into these sciences certain principles which do not, at first sight, appear as a continuation and extension of the previous researches of comparative anatomists. I speak, in particular, of the doctrines of a circular progression in the series of affinity, of a quinary division of such circular groups, and of a relation of analogy between the members of such groups entirely distinct from the relation of affinity. The doctrine of circular progression has been propounded principally by Mr. Macleay, although, as he has shown, there are suggestions of the same kind to be found in other writers. So far as this view negatives the doctrine of a mere linear progression in nature, which would place each genus in contact only with the preceding and succeeding ones, and so far as it requires us to attend to more varied and ramified resemblances, there can be no doubt that it is supported by the result of all the attempts to form natural systems. But whether that assemblage of circles of arrangement which is now offered to naturalists be the true and only way of exhibiting the natural relations of organized bodies is a much more difficult question, and one which I shall not here attempt to examine, although it will be found, I think, that those analogies of science which we have had to study would not fail to throw some light upon such an inquiry. The prevalence of an invariable numerical law in the divisions of natural groups, as the number 5 is asserted to prevail by Mr. Macleay, the number 10 by Fries, and other numbers by other writers, would be a curious fact if established. But it is easy to see that nothing short of the most consummate knowledge of natural history, joined with extreme clearness of view and calmness of judgment, could enable anyone to pronounce on the attempts which have been made to establish such a principle. But the doctrine of a relation of analogy distinct from affinity, in the manner which has recently been taught, seems to be obviously at variance with that gradual approximation of the classificatory to the 419 physiological sciences, which has appeared to us to be the general tendency of real knowledge. It seems difficult to understand how a reference to such relations as those which are offered as examples of analogy can be otherwise than a retrograde step in science. Note 139/16. For example, the goatsucker has an affinity with the swallow, but it has an analogy with the bat because both fly at the same hour of the day and feed in the same manner. Swainson, Geography and Classification of Animals, p. 129. Without, however, now dwelling upon these points, I will treat a little more in detail of one of the branches of zoology. For the more recent progress of systematic zoology, see in the reports of the British Association, in 1834, Mr. L. Jennings's report on the recent progress and present state of zoology, and in 1844, Mr. Strickland's report on the recent progress and present state of ornithology. In these reports, the questions of the circular arrangement, the quinary system, and the relation of analogy and affinity are discussed. Chapter 7. The progress of ichthyology. If it had been already observed and admitted that sciences of the same kind follow, and must follow, the same course in the order of their development, it would be unnecessary to give a history of any special branch of systematic zoology, since botany has already afforded us a sufficient example of the progress of the classificatory sciences. But we may be excused for introducing a sketch of the advance of one department of zoology, since we are led to the attempt by the peculiar advantage we possess in having a complete history of the subject written with great care, and brought up to the present time by a naturalist of unequaled talents and knowledge. I speak of Cuvier's historical view of ichthyology, which forms the first chapter of his great work on that part of natural history. The place and office in the progress of this science, which is assigned to each person by Cuvier, will probably not be lightly contested. It will, therefore, be no small confirmation of the justice of the views on which the 420 distribution of the events in the history of botany was founded, if Cuvier's representation of the history of ichthyology offers to us obviously a distribution almost identical. We shall find that this is so, that we have, in zoology as in botany, a period of unsystematic knowledge, a period of misapplied erudition, an epoch of the discovery of fixed characters, a period in which many systems were put forward, a struggle of an artificial and a natural method, and a gradual tendency of the natural method to a manifestly physiological character. A few references to Cuvier's history will enable us to illustrate these and other analogies. Period of unsystematic knowledge. It would be easy to collect a number of the fabulous stories of early times, which formed a portion of the imaginary knowledge of men concerning animals as well as plants. But passing over these, we come to a long period and a great collection of writers, who, in various ways and with various degrees of merit, contributed to augment the knowledge which existed concerning fish, while as yet there was hardly ever any attempt at a classification of that province of the animal kingdom. Among these writers, Aristotle is by far the most important. Indeed, he carried on his zoological researches under advantages which rarely fall to the lot of the naturalist. If it be true, as Athenaeus and Pliny state, that Alexander gave him sums which amounted to 900 talents, to enable him to collect materials for his history of animals, and put at his disposal several thousands of men to be employed in hunting, fishing, and procuring information for him. The works of his on natural history which remain to us are 9 books of the history of animals, 4 on the parts of animals, 5 on the generation of animals, 1 on the going of animals, 1 of the sensations and the organs of them, 1 on sleeping and waking, 1 on the motion of animals, 1 on the length and shortness of life, 1 on youth and old age, 1 on life and death, 1 on respiration. The knowledge of the external and internal conformation of animals, their habits, instincts, and uses, which Aristotle displays in these works, is spoken of as something wonderful even to the naturalists of our own time. And he may be taken as a sufficient representative of the whole of the period of which we speak. For he is, says Cuvier, not only the first, but the only one of the ancients who has treated of the natural history of fishes, the province to which, 421, we now confine ourselves, in a scientific point of view, and in a way which shows genius. We may pass over, therefore, the other ancient authors from whose writings Cuvier, with great learning and sagacity, has levied contributions to the history of ichthyology, as Theophrastus, Ovid, Pliny, Oppian, Athenaeus, Aelian, Ausonius, Galen. We may, too, leave unnoticed the compilers of the Middle Ages, who did little but abstract and disfigure the portions of natural history which they found in the ancients. Ichthyological, like other knowledge, was scarcely sought except in books, and on that very account was not understood when it was found. Period of erudition better times at length came, and men began to observe nature for themselves. The 3 great authors who are held to be the founders of modern ichthyology appeared in the middle of the 16th century. These were Bailon, Rondelet, and Salviani, who all published about 1555. All the 3, very different from the compilers who filled the interval from Aristotle to them, themselves saw and examined the fishes which they describe, and have given faithful representations of them. But resembling in that respect the founders of modern botany, Bracevola, Rullius, Tragus, and others, they resembled them in this also, that they attempted to make their own observations a commentary upon the ancient writers. Faithful to the spirit of their time, they are far more careful to make out the names which each fish bore in the ancient world, and to bring together scraps of their history from the authors in whom these names occur, than to describe them in a lucid manner. So that without their figures, says Cuvier, it would be almost as difficult to discover their species as those of the ancients. The difficulty of describing and naming species so that they can be recognized is little appreciated at first, although it is in reality the mainspring of the progress of the sciences of classification. Aristotle never dreamt that the nomenclature which was in use in his time could ever become obscure. Hence, he has taken no precaution to enable his readers to recognize the species of which he speaks, and in him and in other ancient authors, it requires much labor and great felicity of divination to determine what the names mean. The perception of this difficulty among modern naturalists led to systems, and to nomenclature founded upon system, but these did not come into 422, being immediately at the time of which we speak, nor till the evil had grown to a more inconvenient magnitude. Period of accumulation of materials. Exotic collections. The fishes of Europe were for some time the principal objects of study, but those of distant regions soon came into notice. In the 17th century, the Dutch conquered Brazil, and George Margrave, employed by them, described the natural productions of the country, and especially the fishes. Bontius, in like manner, described some of those of Batavia. Thus these writers correspond to Romphius and Reed in the history of botany. Many others might be mentioned, but we must hasten to the formation of systems, which is our main object of attention. Epoch of the fixation of characters. Ray and Willoughby. In botany, as we have seen, though Ray was one of the first who invented a connected system, he was preceded at a considerable interval by Caesalpinus, who had given a genuine solution of the same problem. It is not difficult to assign reasons why a sound classification should be discovered for plants at an earlier period than for fishes. The vastly greater number of the known species and the facilities which belong to the study of vegetables give the botanist a great advantage. And there are numerical relations of a most definite kind. For instance, the number of parts of the seed vessel employed by Caesalpinus as one of the bases of his system, which are tolerably obvious in plants, but which are not easily discovered in animals. And thus we find that in ichthyology Ray, with his pupil and friend Willoughby, appears as the first founder of a tenable system. Note 144/16, Francisci Willoughby, Armigeri de Historia Piscium, Libri Roman 4. Jussu et sumptibus societatis Regii Londinensis editi, and citatum opus recognavit, coptavit, suppulvit, Librum etiam primum et secundum adjicit Jo. Reyes. Oxford, 1668. The first great division in this system is into cartilaginous and bony fishes, a primary division which had been recognized by Aristotle and is retained by Cuvier in his latest labors. The subdivisions are determined by the general form of the fish, as long or flat, by the teeth, the presence or absence of ventral fins, the number of dorsal fins, and the nature of the spines of the fins, as soft or prickly. Most of these characters have preserved their importance in later systems, especially the last, which, under the terms Malacopterygian and Acanthopterygian, holds a place in the best recent arrangements. 423. That this system was a true first approximation to a solution of the problem appears to be allowed by naturalists. Although, says Cuvier, there are in it no genera well defined and well limited, still in many places the species are brought together very naturally, and in such a way that a few words of explanation would suffice to form, from the groups thus presented to us, several of the genera which have since been received. Even in botany, as we have seen, genera were hardly maintained with any degree of precision, till the binary nomenclature of Linnaeus made this division a matter of such immense convenience. The amount of this convenience, the value of a brief and sure nomenclature, had not yet been duly estimated. The work of Willoughby forms an epoch, and a happy epoch, in the history of ichthyology, for the science, once systematized, could distinguish the new from the old, arrange methodically, describe clearly. Yet, because Willoughby had no nomenclature of his own, and no fixed names for his genera, his immediate influence was not great. I will not attempt to trace this influence in succeeding authors, but proceed to the next important step in the progress of system. Improvement of the system. Artedi. Peter Artedi was a countryman and intimate friend of Linnaeus, and rendered to ichthyology nearly the same services which Linnaeus rendered to botany. In his Philosophia Ichthyologica, he analyzed all the interior and exterior parts of animals. He created a precise terminology for the different forms of which these parts are susceptible. He laid down rules for the nomenclature of genera and species, besides his improvements of the subdivisions of the class. It is impossible not to be struck with the close resemblance between these steps and those which are due to the Fundamenta Botanica. The latter work appeared in 1736. The former was published by Linnaeus, after the death of the author, in 1738. But Linnaeus had already, as early as 1735, made use of Artedi's manuscripts in the ichthyological part of his Systema Naturae. We cannot doubt that the two young naturalists, they were nearly of the same age, must have had a great influence upon each other's views and labors, and it would be difficult now to ascertain what portion of the peculiar merits of the Linnean reform was derived from Artedi. But we may remark that, in ichthyology at least, Artedi appears to have been a naturalist of more original views and profounder philosophy than his friend and editor, who afterwards himself took up the subject. 424. The reforms of Linnaeus, in all parts of natural history, appear as if they were mainly dictated by a love of elegance, symmetry, clearness, and definiteness. But the improvement of the ichthyological system by Artedi seems to have been a step in the progress to a natural arrangement. His genera, which are 45 in number, are so well constituted that they have almost all been preserved, and the subdivisions which the constantly increasing number of species has compelled his successors to introduce have very rarely been such that they have led to the transposition of his genera. In its bases, however, Artedi's was an artificial system. His characters were positive and decisive, founded in general upon the number of rays of the membrane of the gills, of which he was the first to mark the importance, upon the relative position of the fins, upon their number, upon the part of the mouth where the teeth are found, upon the conformation of the scales. Yet, in some cases, he has recourse to the interior anatomy. Linnaeus himself at first did not venture to deviate from the footsteps of a friend, who, in this science, had been his master. But in 1758, in the 10th edition of the Systema Naturae, he chose to depend upon himself and devised a new ichthyological method. He divided some genera, united others, gave to the species trivial names and characteristic phrases, and added many species to those of Artedi. Yet his innovations are for the most part disapproved of by Cuvier, as his transferring the chondropterygian fishes of Artedi to the class of reptiles, under the title of amphibia not, and his rejecting the distinction of acanthopterygian and malacopterygian, which, as we have seen, had prevailed from the time of Willoughby, and introducing in its stead a distribution founded on the presence or absence of the ventral fins, and on their situation with regard to the pectoral fins. Nothing, says Cuvier, more breaks the true connections of genera than these orders of apods, jugulars, thoracici, and abdominals. Thus Linnaeus, though acknowledging the value and importance of natural orders, was not happy in his attempts to construct a system which should lead to them. In his detection of good characters for an artificial system, he was more fortunate. He was always attentive to number, as a character, and he had the very great merit of introducing into the classification the number of rays of the fins of each species. This mark is one of great importance and use. And this, as well as 425 other branches of natural history, derived incalculable advantages from the more general merits of the illustrious Swede, the precision of the characters, the convenience of a well-settled terminology, the facility afforded by the binary nomenclature. These recommendations gave him a preeminence which was acknowledged by almost all the naturalists of his time, and displayed by the almost universal adoption of his nomenclature in zoology as well as in botany, and by the almost exclusive employment of his distributions of classes, however imperfect and artificial they might be. And even if Linnaeus had had no other merit than the impulse he gave to the pursuit of natural science, this alone would suffice to immortalize his name. In rendering natural history easy, or at least in making it appear so, he diffused a general taste for it. The great took it up with interest. The young, full of ardor, rushed forwards in all directions, with the sole intention of completing his system. The civilized world was eager to build the edifice which Linnaeus had planned. This spirit, among other results, produced voyages of natural historical research, sent forth by nations and sovereigns. George III of England had the honor of setting the example in this noble career, by sending out the expeditions of Byron, Wallis, and Carteret in 1765. These were followed by those of Bougainville, Cook, Forster, and others. Russia also scattered several scientific expeditions through her vast dominions, and pupils of Linnaeus sought the icy shores of Greenland and Iceland in order to apply his nomenclature to the productions of those climes. But we need not attempt to convey any idea of the vast stores of natural historical treasures which were thus collected from every part of the globe. I shall not endeavor to follow Cuvier in giving an account of the great works of natural history to which this accumulation of materials gave rise, such as the magnificent work of Bloch on fishes, which appeared in 1780 to 1785. Nor need I attempt, by his assistance, to characterize or place in their due position the several systems of classification proposed about this time. But in the course of these various essays, the distinction of the artificial and natural methods of classification came more clearly into view than before. And this is a point so important to the philosophy of the subject that we must devote a few words to it. 426. Separation of the artificial and natural methods in ichthyology. It has already been said that all so-called artificial methods of classification must be natural, at least as to the narrowest members of the system. Thus, the artificial Linnaean method is natural as to species and even as to genera. And on the other hand, all proposed natural methods, so long as they remain unmodified, are artificial as to their characteristic marks. Thus, a natural method is an attempt to provide positive and distinct characters for the wider as well as for the narrower natural groups. These considerations are applicable to zoology as well as to botany. But the question, how we know natural groups before we find marks for them, was, in botany, as we have seen, susceptible only of vague and obscure answers. The mind forms them, it was said, by taking the aggregate of all the characters, or by establishing a subordination of characters. And each of these answers had its difficulty, of which the solution appeared to be that in attempting to form natural orders, we are really guided by a latent, undeveloped estimate of physiological relations. Now this principle, which was so dimly seen in the study of vegetables, shines out with much greater clearness when we come to the study of animals, in which the physiological relations of the parts are so manifest that they cannot be overlooked, and have so strong an attraction for our curiosity that we cannot help having our judgments influenced by them. Hence, the superiority of natural systems in zoology would probably be far more generally allowed than in botany, and no arrangement of animals which, in a large number of instances, violated strong and clear natural affinities, would be tolerated, because it answered the purpose of enabling us easily to find the name and place of the animal in the artificial system. Every system of zoological arrangement may be supposed to aspire to be a natural system. But according to the various habits of the minds of systematizers, this object was pursued more or less steadily and successfully. And these differences came more and more into view with the increase of knowledge and the multiplication of attempts. Bloch, whose ichthyological labors have been mentioned, followed in his great work the method of Linnaeus. But towards the end of his life he had prepared a general system, founded upon one single numerical principle, the number of fins, just as the sexual system of Linnaeus is founded upon the number of stamina, and he made his subdivisions according to the position of the ventral and pectoral fins, the same character which Linnaeus had employed for his primary, 427 division. He could not have done better, says Cuvier, if his object had been to turn into ridicule all artificial methods, and to show to what absurd combinations they may lead. Cuvier himself, who always pursued natural systems with a singularly wise and sagacious consistency, attempted to improve the ichthyological arrangements which had been proposed before him. In his Rignet Animal, published in 1817, he attempts the problem of arranging this class, and the views suggested to him, both by his successes and his failures, are so instructive and philosophical that I cannot illustrate the subject better than by citing some of them. The class of fishes, he says, is, of all, that which offers the greatest difficulties when we wish to subdivide it into orders, according to fixed and obvious characters. After many trials, I have determined on the following distribution, which in some instances is wanting in precision, but which possesses the advantage of keeping the natural families entire. Fish form two distinct series, that of chondropterygians or cartilaginous fish, and that of fish properly so called. The first of these series has for its character that the palatine bones replace in it the bones of the upper jaw. Moreover, the whole of its structure has evident analogies, which we shall explain. It divides itself into three orders: the cyclostomes, in which the jaws are soldered, saudes, into an immovable ring, and the bronchi are open in numerous holes; the cetaceans, which have the bronchi like the preceding, but not the jaws; the Steuronians, in which the bronchi are open as usual by a slit furnished with an operculum; The second series, or that of ordinary fishes, offers me, in the first place, a primary division into those of which the maxillary bone and the palatine arch are dovetailed engrenaes to the skull. Of these I make an order of pectognaths, divided into two families, the gymnodonts and the scleroderms. After these I have the fishes with complete jaws, but with bronchi which, instead of having the form of combs, as in all the others, have the form of a series of little tufts, hoops. Of these I again form an order, which I call Lophobranchs, which only includes one family. 428. There then remains an innumerable quantity of fishes, to which we can no longer apply any characters except those of the exterior organs of motion. After long examination, I have found that the least bad of these characters is, after all, that employed by Ray and Artedi, taken from the nature of the first rays of the dorsal and of the anal fin. Thus ordinary fishes are divided into malacopterygians, of which all the rays are soft, except sometimes the first of the dorsal fin or the pectorals, and acanthopterygians, which have always the first portion of the dorsal, or of the first dorsal when there are two, supported by spinous rays, and in which the anal has also some such rays, and the ventrals at least, each one. The former may be subdivided without inconvenience, according to their ventral fins, which are sometimes situate behind the abdomen, sometimes adherent to the apparatus of the shoulder, or, finally, are sometimes wanting altogether. We thus arrive at the three orders of abdominal malacopterygians, of subraceans, and of epochs, each of which includes some natural families which we shall explain. The first, especially, is very numerous. But this basis of division is absolutely impracticable with the acanthopterygians, and the problem of establishing among these any other subdivision than that of the natural families has hitherto remained for me insoluble. Fortunately, several of these families offer characters almost as precise as those which we could give to true orders. In truth, we cannot assign to the families of fishes ranks as marked, as for example, to those of mammifers. Thus the chondropterygians on the one hand hold to reptiles by the organs of the senses and by those of generation in some, and they are related to mollusks and worms by the imperfection of the skeleton in others. As to ordinary fishes, if any part of the organization is found more developed in some than in others, there does not result from this any preeminence sufficiently marked, or of sufficient influence upon their whole system, to oblige us to consult it in the methodical arrangement. We shall place them, therefore, nearly in the order in which we have just explained their characters. I have extracted the whole of this passage, because, though it is too technical to be understood in detail by the general reader, those who have followed with any interest the history of the attempts at a natural classification in any department in nature will see here a fine example of the problems which such attempts propose, of the 429 difficulties which it may present, and of the reasonings, labors, cautions, and varied resources, by means of which its solution is sought. When a great philosophical naturalist girds himself to the task, we see here, most instructively, how different the endeavor to frame such a natural system is from the procedure of an artificial system, which carries imperatively through the whole of a class of organized beings, a system of marks either arbitrary or conformable to natural affinities in a partial degree. And we have not often the advantage of having the reasons for a systematic arrangement so clearly and fully indicated, as is done here and in the descriptions of the separate orders. This arrangement Cuvier adhered to in all its main points, both in the second edition of the Rignet Animal, published in 1821, and in his Histoire naturelle des poissons, of which the first volume was published in 1828, but which unfortunately was not completed at the time of his death. It may be supposed, therefore, to be in accordance with those views of zoological philosophy, which it was the business of his life to form and to apply. And in a work like the present, where, upon so large a question of natural history, we must be directed in a great measure by the analogy of the history of science, and by the judgments which seem most to have the character of wisdom, we appear to be justified in taking Cuvier's ichthyological system as the nearest approach which has yet been made to a natural method in that department. The true natural method is only one. Artificial methods, and even good ones, there may be many, as we have seen in botany, and each of these may have its advantages for some particular use. On some methods of this kind, on which naturalists themselves have hardly yet had time to form a stable and distinct opinion, it is not our office to decide. But judging, as I have already said, from the general analogy of the natural sciences, I find it difficult to conceive that the ichthyological method of M. agassiz, recently propounded with an especial reference to fossil fishes, can be otherwise than an artificial method. It is founded entirely on one part of the animal, its scaly covering, and even on a single scale. It does not conform to that which almost all systematic ichthyologists hitherto have considered as a permanent natural distinction of a high order, the distinction of bony and cartilaginous fishes, for it is stated that each order contains examples of both. I do not know what general anatomical or physiological 430 truths it brings into view, but they ought to be very important and striking ones to entitle them to supersede those which led Cuvier to his system. To this I may add that the new ichthyological classification does not seem to form, as we should expect that any great advance towards a natural system would form, a connected sequel to the past history of ichthyology, a step to which anterior discoveries and improvements have led, and in which they are retained. But notwithstanding these considerations, the method of M. agassiz has probably very great advantages for his purpose, for in the case of fossil fish, the parts which are the basis of his system often remain when even the skeleton is gone. And we may here again refer to a principle of the classificatory sciences which we cannot make too prominent. All arrangements and nomenclatures are good, which enable us to assert general propositions. Tried by this test, we cannot fail to set a high value on the arrangement of M. agassiz, for propositions of the most striking generality respecting fossil remains of fish, of which geologists before had never dreamt, are enunciated by means of his groups and names. Thus only the two first orders, the Placoedians and Ganoedians, existed before the commencement of the Cretaceous formation. The third and fourth orders, the Ctenoedians and Cycloedians, which contain 3/4 of the 8,000 known species of living fishes, appear for the first time in the Cretaceous formation. And other geological relations of these orders, no less remarkable, have been ascertained by M. agassiz. But we have now, I trust, pursued these sciences of classification sufficiently far, and it is time for us to enter upon that higher domain of physiology to which, as we have said, zoology so irresistibly directs us. I have retained the remarks which I ventured at first to make on the system of M. agassiz, but I believe the opinion of the most philosophical ichthyologists to be that Cuvier's system was too exclusively based on the internal skeleton, as Agassiz's was on the external skeleton. In some degree, both systems have been superseded, while all that was true in each has been retained. Mr. Owen, in his lectures on Vertebrata, 1846, takes Cuvierian characters from the endoskeleton, Agassizian ones from the exoskeleton, Linnaean ones from the ventral fins, Mullerian ones from the air bladder, and combines them by the light of his own researches, with the view of forming a system more truly natural than any preceding one. As I have said above, naturalists in their progress towards a natural 431 system are guided by physiological relations, latently in botany but conspicuously in zoology. From the epoch of Cuvier's Regnat Animal, the progress of systematic zoology is inseparably dependent on the progress of comparative anatomy. Hence, I have placed Cuvier's classification of animal forms in the next book, which treats of physiology. 433, Book 17. Organical Sciences. History of Physiology and Comparative Anatomy. Fearful and wondrous is the skill which molds our body's vital plan, and from the first dim hidden germ unfolds the perfect limbs of man. Who can pierce the secret? Tell us how something is drawn from naught, life from the inert mass? Who, Lord? But thou, whose hand the whole has wrought of this corporeal substance, still to be, thine I a survey took, and all my members, yet unformed by thee, were written in thy book. Psalm cxx 6, 1316. 435, Introduction. Of the Organical Sciences. Though the general notion of life is acknowledged by the most profound philosophers to be dim and mysterious, even up to the present time, and must, in the early stages of human speculation, have been still more obscure and confused, it was sufficient, Even then, to give interest and connection to men's observations upon their own bodies and those of other animals. It was seen that in living things, certain peculiar processes were constantly repeated, as those of breathing and of taking food, for example, and that a certain conformation of the parts of the animal was subservient to these processes, and thus were gradually formed the notions of function and of organization. And the sciences of which these notions formed the basis are clearly distinguishable from all those which we have hitherto considered. We conceive an organized body to be one in which the parts are there for the sake of the whole, in a manner different from any mechanical or chemical connection. We conceive a function to be not merely a process of change, but of change connected with the general vital process. When mechanical or chemical processes occur in the living body, they are instrumental to and directed by the peculiar powers of life. The sciences, which thus consider organization and vital functions, may be termed organical sciences. When men began to speculate concerning such subjects, the general mode of apprehending the process in the cases of some functions appeared to be almost obvious. Thus, it was conceived that the growth of animals arose from their frame appropriating to itself a part of the substance of the food through the various passages of the body. Under the influence of such general conceptions, speculative men were naturally led to endeavor to obtain more clear and definite views of the course of each of such processes, and of the mode in which the separate parts contributed to it. Along with the observation of the living person, the more searching examination which could be carried on in the dead body, and the comparison of various kinds of animals, soon showed that this pursuit was rich in knowledge and in interest. 436. Moreover, besides the interest which the mere speculative faculty gave to this study, the art of healing added to it a great practical value, and the effects of diseases and of medicines supplied new materials and new motives for the reasonings of the philosopher. In this manner, anatomy or physiology may be considered as a science which began to be cultivated in the earliest periods of civilization. Like most other ancient sciences, its career has been one of perpetual though variable progress. And as in others, so in this, each step has implied those which had been previously made, and cannot be understood aright except we understand them. Moreover, the steps of this advance have been very many and diverse. The cultivators of anatomy have in all ages been numerous and laborious. The subject is one of vast extent and complexity. Almost every generation had added something to the current knowledge of its details, and the general speculations of physiologists have been subtle, bold, and learned. It must, therefore, be difficult or impossible for a person who has not studied the science with professional diligence and professional advantages to form just judgments of the value of the discoveries of various ages and persons, and to arrange them in their due relation to each other. To this we may add that though all the discoveries which have been made with respect to particular functions or organizations are understood to be subordinate to one general science, the philosophy of life, yet the principles and doctrines of this science nowhere exist in a shape generally received and assented to among physiologists. And thus we have not, in this science, the advantage which in some others we have possessed, of discerning the true direction of its first movements, by knowing the point to which they ultimately tend, of running on beyond the earlier discoveries, and thus looking them in the face, and reading their true features. With these disadvantages, all that we can have to say respecting the history of physiology must need great indulgence on the part of the reader. Yet here, as in other cases, we may, by guiding our views by those of the greatest and most philosophical men who have made the subject their study, hope to avoid material errors. Nor can we well evade making the attempt. To obtain some simple and consistent view of the progress of physiological science is in the highest degree important to the completion of our views of the progress of physical science. For the physiological or organical sciences form a class to which the classes already treated of. The mechanical, chemical, and classificatory sciences are subordinate and auxiliary. Again another, 437, circumstance which makes physiology an important part of our survey of human knowledge is that we have here a science which is concerned, indeed, about material combinations, but in which we are led almost beyond the borders of the material world, into the region of sensation and perception, thought and will. Such a contemplation may offer some suggestions which may prepare us for the transition from physical to metaphysical speculations. In the survey which we must, for such purposes, take of the progress of physiology, it is by no means necessary that we should exhaust the subject and attempt to give the history of every branch of the knowledge of the phenomena and laws of living creatures. It will be sufficient if we follow a few of the lines of such researches, which may be considered as examples of the whole. We see that life is accompanied and sustained by many processes, which at first offer themselves to our notice as separate functions. However, they may afterwards be found to be connected and identified. Such are feeling, digestion, respiration, the action of the heart and pulse, generation, perception, voluntary motion. The analysis of any one of these functions may be pursued separately. And since in this, as in all genuine sciences, our knowledge becomes real and scientific only in so far as it is verified in particular facts, and thus established in general propositions, such an original separation of the subjects of research is requisite to a true representation of the growth of real knowledge. The loose hypotheses and systems concerning the connection of different vital faculties and the general nature of living things, which have often been promulgated, must be excluded from this part of our plan. We do not deny all value and merit to such speculations, but they cannot be admitted in the earlier stages of the history of physiology, treated of as an inductive science. If the doctrines so propounded have a solid and permanent truth, they will again come before us when we have traveled through the range of more limited truths, and are prepared to ascend with security and certainty into the higher region of general physiological principles. If they cannot be arrived at by such a road, they are then, however plausible and pleasing, no portion of that real and progressive science with which alone our history is concerned. We proceed, therefore, to trace the establishment of some of the more limited but certain doctrines of physiology. 438. Chapter 1. Discovery of the organs of voluntary motion. Sect 1. Knowledge of Galen and his predecessors. In the earliest conceptions, which men entertained of their power of moving their own members, they probably had no thought of any mechanism or organization by which this was effected. The foot and the hand, no less than the head, were seen to be endowed with life, and this pervading life seemed sufficiently to explain the power of motion in each part of the frame, without its being held necessary to seek out a special seat of the will, or instruments by which its impulses were made effective. But the slightest inspection of dissected animals showed that their limbs were formed of a curious and complex collection of cordage, and communications of various kinds, running along and connecting the bones of the skeleton. These cords and communications we now distinguish as muscles, nerves, veins, arteries, and see. And among these, we assign to the muscles the office of moving the parts to which they are attached, as cords move the parts of a machine. Though this action of the muscles on the bones may now appear very obvious, it was, probably, not at first discerned. It is observed that Homer, who describes the wounds which are inflicted in his battles with so much apparent anatomical precision, nowhere employs the word muscle. And even Hippocrates of Kos, the most celebrated physician of antiquity, is held to have had no distinct conception of such an organ. He always employs the word flesh when he means muscle, and the first explanation of the latter word, mu letter 1 fe6 sigma, occurs in a spurious work ascribed to him. For nerves, sinews, ligaments, he used indiscriminately the same terms. Tau omicron nu omicron sigma, or nu epsilon letter 1 fe6 rho omicron nu. And of these nerves, nu epsilon letter 1 fe6 rho alpha, he asserts that they contract the limbs. Nor do we find much more distinctness on this subject even in Aristotle, a generation or two later. The origin of the nu epsilon letter 1 fe6 rho alpha, he says, is from the heart. They connect 439 the bones and surround the joints. It is clear that he means here the muscles, and therefore it is with injustice that he has been accused of the gross error of deriving the nerves from the heart. And he is held to have really had the merit of discovering the nerves of sensation, which he calls the canals of the brain, pi omicron rho omicron iota, tau omicron letter 1 fe6 letter 1 f10 gamma cap epsilon phi alpha lambda omicron upsilon. But the analysis of the mechanism of motion is left by him almost untouched. Perhaps his want of sound mechanical notions, and his constant straining after verbal generalities and systematic classifications of the widest kind supply the true account of his thus missing the solution of one of the simplest problems of anatomy. In this, however, as in other subjects, his immediate predecessors were far from remedying the deficiencies of his doctrines. Those who professed to study physiology and medicine were, for the most part, studious only to frame some general system of abstract principles which might give an appearance of connection and profundity to their tenets. In this manner, the successors of Hippocrates became a medical school, of great note in its day, designated as the dogmatic school, in opposition to which arose an empiric sect who professed to deduce their modes of cure, not from theoretical dogmas, but from experience. These rival parties prevailed principally in Asia Minor and Egypt, during the time of Alexander's successors, a period rich in names, but poor in discoveries. And we find no clear evidence of any decided advance in anatomy, such as we are here attempting to trace. The victories of Lucullus and Pompeius in Greece and Asia made the Romans acquainted with the Greek philosophy, and the consequence soon was that shoals of philosophers, rhetoricians, poets, and physicians streamed from Greece, Asia Minor, and Egypt to Rome and Italy to traffic their knowledge and their arts for Roman wealth. Among these was one person whose name makes a great figure in the history of medicine, Asclepiades of Prusa in Bithynia. This man appears to have been a quack, with the usual endowments of his class: boldness, singularity, a contemptuous rejection of all previously esteemed opinions, a new classification of diseases, a new list of medicines, and the assertion of some wonderful cures. He would not, on such accounts, deserve a place in the history of science, but that he became the founder of a new school, the Methodic, which professed to hold itself separate both from the dogmatics and the empirics. 440. I have noticed these schools of medicine, because, though I am not able to state distinctly their respective merits in the cultivation of anatomy, a great progress in that science was undoubtedly made during their domination, of which the praise must, I conceive, be in some way divided among them. The amount of this progress we are able to estimate when we come to the works of Galen, who flourished under the Antonines and died about AD 203. The following passage from his works will show that this progress in knowledge was not made without the usual condition of laborious and careful experiment, while it implies the curious fact of such experiment being conducted by means of family tradition and instruction, so as to give rise to a caste of dissectors. In the opening of his second book on anatomical manipulations, he speaks thus of his predecessors: I do not blame the ancients, who did not write books on anatomical manipulation, though I praise Marinus who did. For it was superfluous for them to compose such records for themselves or others, while they were, from their childhood, exercised by their parents in dissecting, just as familiarly as in writing and reading, so that there was no more fear of their forgetting their anatomy than of forgetting their alphabet. But when grown men, as well as children, were taught, this thorough discipline fell off, and, the art being carried out of the family of the Asclepiades, and declining by repeated transmission, books became necessary for the student. That the general structure of the animal frame, as composed of bones and muscles, was known with great accuracy before the time of Galen, is manifest from the nature of the mistakes and deficiencies of his predecessors, which he finds it necessary to notice. Thus he observes that some anatomists have made one muscle into two, from its having two heads, that they have overlooked some of the muscles in the face of an ape, in consequence of not skinning the animal with their own hands, and the like. Such remarks imply that the current knowledge of this kind was tolerably complete. Galen's own views of the general mechanical structure of an animal are very clear and sound. The skeleton, he observes, discharges the office of the pole of a tent or the walls of a house. With respect to the action of the muscles, his views were anatomically and mechanically correct. In some instances, he showed what this action was by severing the muscle. He himself added considerably to the existing knowledge of 441 this subject, and his discoveries and descriptions, even of very minute parts of the muscular system, are spoken of with praise by modern anatomists. We may consider, therefore, that the doctrine of the muscular system, as a collection of cords and sheets, by the contraction of which the parts of the body are moved and supported, was firmly established and completely followed into detail by Galen and his predecessors. But there is another class of organs connected with voluntary motion, the nerves, and we must for a moment trace the opinions which prevailed respecting these. Aristotle, as we have said, noticed some of the nerves of sensation. But Herophilus, who lived in Egypt in the time of the first Ptolemy, distinguished nerves as the organs of the will, and Rufus, who lived in the time of Trajan, divides the nerves into sensitive and motive and derives them all from the brain. But this did not imply that men had yet distinguished the nerves from the muscles. Even Galen maintained that every muscle consists of a bundle of nerves and sinews. But the important points, the necessity of the nerve, and the origination of all this apparatus of motion from the brain he insists upon with great clearness and force. Thus he proved the necessity experimentally, by cutting through some of the bundles of nerves and thus preventing the corresponding motions. And it is, he says, allowed by all, both physicians and philosophers, that where the origin of the nerve is, there the seat of the soul, letter 1F21 gamma, eta mu omicron nu got a kappa letter 1F78, nu tau letter 1FC6 sigma, psi upsilon chi letter 1FC6 sigma, must be. Now this, he adds, is in the brain and not in the heart. Thus the general construction and arrangement of the organization by which voluntary motion is effected was well made out at the time of Galen, and is found distinctly delivered in his works. We cannot, perhaps, justly ascribe any large portion of the general discovery to him. Indeed, the conception of the mechanism of the skeleton and muscles was probably so gradually unfolded in the minds of anatomical students that it would be difficult, even if we knew the labors of each person, to select one as peculiarly the author of the discovery. But it is clear that all those who did materially contribute to the establishment of this doctrine must have possessed the qualifications which we find in Galen for such a task, namely, clear mechanical views of what the 442 tensions of collections of strings could do, and an exact practical acquaintance with the muscular cordage which exists in the animal frame. In short, in this as in other instances of real advance in science, there must have been clear ideas and real facts, unity of thought and extent of observation, brought into contact. Sect 2 Recognition of final causes in physiology. Galen. There is one idea which the researches of the physiologist and the anatomist so constantly force upon him that he cannot help assuming it as one of the guides of his speculations. I mean, the idea of a purpose, or, as it is called in Aristotelian phrase, a final cause, in the arrangements of the animal frame. It is impossible to doubt that the motive nerves run along the limbs in order that they may convey to the muscles the impulses of the will, and that the muscles are attached to the bones in order that they may move and support them. This conviction prevails so steadily among anatomists that even when the use of any part is altogether unknown, it is still taken for granted that it has some use. The development of this conviction of a purpose in the parts of animals, of a function to which each portion of the organization is subservient, contributed greatly to the progress of physiology, for it constantly urged men forwards in their researches respecting each organ, till some definite view of its purpose was obtained. The assumption of hypothetical final causes in physics may have been, as Bacon asserts it to have been, prejudicial to science, but the assumption of unknown final causes in physiology has given rise to the science. The two branches of speculation, physics and physiology, were equally led by every new phenomenon to ask their question, why? But in the former case, why meant through what cause, in the latter, for what end. And though it may be possible to introduce into physiology the doctrine of efficient causes, such a step can never obliterate the obligations which the science owes to the pervading conception of a purpose contained in all organization. This conception makes its appearance very early. Indeed, without any special study of our structure, the thought that we are fearfully and wonderfully made forces itself upon men with a mysterious impressiveness as a suggestion of our Maker. In this bearing, the thought is developed to a considerable extent in the well-known passage in Xenophon's Conversations of Socrates, nor did it ever lose its hold on sober-minded and instructed men. The Epicureans, indeed, 443, held that the eye was not made for seeing, nor the ear for hearing, and Asclepiades, whom we have already mentioned as an impudent pretender, adopted this wild dogma. Such assertions required no labor. It is easy, says Galen, for people like Asclepiades, when they come to any difficulty, to say that nature has worked to no purpose. The great anatomist himself pursues his subject in a very different temper. In a well-known passage, he breaks out into an enthusiastic scorn of the folly of the atheistical notions. "Try," he says, "if you can imagine a shoe made with half the skill which appears in the skin of the foot." Someone had spoken of a structure of the human body which he would have preferred to that which it now has. "See," Galen exclaims, after pointing out the absurdity of the imaginary scheme, "see what brutishness there is in this wish. But if I were to spend more words on such cattle, reasonable men might blame me for desecrating my work, which I regard as a religious hymn in honor of the Creator." Galen was from the first highly esteemed as an anatomist. He was originally of Pergamus, and after receiving the instructions of many medical and philosophical professors, and especially of those of Alexandria, which was then the metropolis of the learned and scientific world, he came to Rome, where his reputation was soon so great as to excite the envy and hatred of the Roman physicians. The emperors Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus would have retained him near them, but he preferred pursuing his travels, directed principally by curiosity. When he died, he left behind him numerous works, all of them of great value for the light they throw on the history of anatomy and medicine, and these were for a long period the storehouse of all the most important anatomical knowledge which the world possessed. In the time of intellectual barrenness and servility, among the Arabians and the Europeans of the Dark Ages, the writings of Galen had almost unquestioned authority, and it was only by an uncommon effort of independent thinking that Abdelatif ventured to assert that even Galen's assertions must give way to the evidence of the senses. In more modern times, when Vesalius, in the 16th century, accused Galen of mistakes, he drew upon himself the hostility of the whole body of physicians. Yet the mistakes were such as might have, 444, been pointed out and confessed without acrimony, if, in times of revolution, mildness and moderation were possible. But an impatience of the superstition of tradition on the part of the innovators, and an alarm of the subversion of all recognized truths on the part of the established teachers, inflame and pervert all such discussions. Vesalius's main charge against Galen is that his dissections were performed upon animals and not upon the human body. Galen himself speaks of the dissection of apes as a very familiar employment and states that he killed them by drowning. The natural difficulties which, in various ages, have prevented the unlimited prosecution of human dissection operated strongly among the ancients, and it would have been difficult, under such circumstances, to proceed more judiciously than Galen did. I shall now proceed to the history of the discovery of another and less obvious function, the circulation of the blood, which belongs to modern times. Chapter 2. Discovery of the circulation of the blood. Sect 1. Prelude to the discovery. The blood vessels, the veins and arteries are as evident and peculiar in their appearance as the muscles, but their function is by no means so obvious. Hippocrates did not discriminate veins and arteries. Both are called by the same name, phi lambda epsilon beta epsilon sigma, and the word from which artery comes, letter 1F00 rho tau, ero oda eta, means, in his works, the windpipe. Aristotle, scanty as was his knowledge of the vessels of the body, has yet the merit of having traced the origin of all the veins to the heart. He expressly contradicts those of his predecessors who had derived the veins from the head, and refers to dissection for the proof. If the book on the breath be genuine, which is doubted, Aristotle was aware of the distinction between veins and arteries. Every artery, 445, it is there asserted, is accompanied by a vein. The former are filled only with breath or air. But whether or no this passage be Aristotle's, he held opinions equally erroneous, as that the windpipe conveys air into the heart. Galen was far from having views respecting the blood vessels as sound as those which he entertained concerning the muscles. He held the liver to be the origin of the veins and the heart of the arteries. He was, however, acquainted with their junctions or anastomoses. But we find no material advance in the knowledge of this subject till we overleap the blank of the Middle Ages and reach the dawn of modern science. The father of modern anatomy is held to be Mondino, who dissected and taught at Bologna in 1315. Some writers have traced in him the rudiments of the doctrine of the circulation of the blood, for he says that the heart transmits blood to the lungs. But it is allowed that he afterwards destroys the merit of his remark by repeating the old assertion that the left ventricle ought to contain spirit or air, which it generates from the blood. Anatomy was cultivated with great diligence and talent in Italy by Cellini, Carpa, and Messa, and in France by Sylvius and Stephanus, Dubois and Etienne. Yet still these empty assumptions respecting the heart and blood vessels kept their ground. Vesalius, a native of Brussels, has been termed the founder of human anatomy, and his great work De Humani Corporis Fabrica is, even yet, a splendid monument of art as well as science. It is said that his figures were designed by Titian, and if this be not exactly true, says Cuvier, they must at least be from the pencil of one of the most distinguished pupils of the great painter. For to this day, though we have more finished drawings, we have no designs that are more artist-like. Fallopius, who succeeded Vesalius at Padua, made some additions to the researches of his predecessor. But in his treatise De Principio Venarum, it is clearly seen that the circulation of the blood was unknown to him. Eustachius also, whom Cuvier groups with Vesalius and Fallopius as the three great founders of modern anatomy, wrote a treatise on the venezygos, which is a little treatise on comparative anatomy, but the discovery of the functions of the veins came from a different quarter. 446. The unfortunate Servetus, who was burnt at Geneva as a heretic in 1553, is the first person who speaks distinctly of the small circulation, or that which carries the blood from the heart to the lungs and back again to the heart. His work entitled Christianismi Restitutio was also burnt, and only 2 copies are known to have escaped the flames. It is in this work that he asserts the doctrine in question, as a collateral argument or illustration of his subject. The communication between the right and left ventricle of the heart is made, he says, not as is commonly believed through the partition of the heart, but by a remarkable artifice. Magno artificio, the blood is carried from the right ventricle by a long circuit through the lungs, is elaborated by the lungs, made yellow, and transfused from the vena arteriosa into the arteria venosa. This truth is, however, mixed with various of the traditional fancies concerning the vital spirit, which has its origin in the left ventricle. It may be doubted, also, how far Servetus formed his opinion upon conjecture, and on a hypothetical view of the formation of this vital spirit. And we may, perhaps, more justly ascribe the real establishment of the pulmonary circulation as an inductive truth to Realdus Columbus, a pupil and successor of Vesalius at Padua, who published a work De Re Anatomica in 1559 in which he claims this discovery as his own. Andrew Caesalpinus, who has already come under our notice as one of the fathers of modern inductive science, both by his metaphysical and his physical speculations, described the pulmonary circulation still more completely in his Questions Peripatetici, and even seemed to be on the eve of discovering the great circulation, for he remarked the swelling of veins below ligatures, and inferred from it a refluent motion of blood in these vessels. But another discovery of structure was needed to prepare the way for this discovery of function, and this was made by Fabricius of Aquapendent, who succeeded in the grand list of great professors at Padua and taught there for 50 years. Sylvius had discovered the existence of the valves of the veins, but Fabricius remarked that they are all turned towards the heart. Combining this disposition with that of the valves of the heart, and with the absence of valves in the arteries, he might have come to the conclusion that the blood moves in a different direction in the arteries and in the veins, and might thus have discovered the circulation. But this glory was reserved for William Harvey. So true, 447, is it, observes Cuvier, that we are often on the brink of a discovery without suspecting that we are so true is it. We may add that a certain succession of time and of persons is generally necessary to familiarize men with one thought, before they can advance to that which is the next in order. Sect 2, the discovery of the circulation made by Harvey. William Harvey was born in 1578 at Folkestone in Kent. He first studied at Cambridge. He afterwards went to Padua, where the celebrity of Fabricius of Aquapendent attracted from all parts those who wished to be instructed in anatomy and physiology. In this city, excited by the discovery of the valves of the veins, which his master had recently made, and reflecting on the direction of the valves which are at the entrance of the veins into the heart, and at the exit of the arteries from it, he conceived the idea of making experiments in order to determine what is the course of the blood in its vessels. He found that when he tied up veins in various animals, they swelled below the ligature or in the part furthest from the heart, while arteries, with a like ligature, swelled on the side next the heart. Combining these facts with the direction of the valves, he came to the conclusion that the blood is impelled by the left side of the heart in the arteries to the extremities, and thence returns by the veins into the right side of the heart. He showed, too, how this was confirmed by the phenomena of the pulse and by the results of opening the vessels. He proved, also, that the circulation of the lungs is a continuation of the larger circulation, and thus the whole doctrine of the double circulation was established. Harvey's experiments had been made in 1616 and 1618. It is commonly said that he first promulgated his opinion in 1619. But the manuscript of the lectures, delivered by him as lecturer to the College of Physicians, is extant in the British Museum, and containing the propositions on which the doctrine is founded, refers them to April 1616. It was not till 1628 that he published, at Frankfurt, his Exercitatio Anatomica de Motu Cordis et Sanguinis, but he there observes that he had for above 9 years confirmed and illustrated his opinion in his lectures, by arguments grounded upon ocular demonstrations. 448. Sect 3. Reception of the discovery. Without dwelling long upon the circumstances of the general reception of this doctrine, we may observe that it was, for the most part, readily accepted by his countrymen, but that abroad it had to encounter considerable opposition. Although, as we have seen, his predecessors had approached so near to the discovery, men's minds were by no means as yet prepared to receive it. Several physicians denied the truth of the opinion, among whom the most eminent was Rialan, professor at the Collège de France. Other writers, as usually happens in the case of great discoveries, asserted that the doctrine was ancient, and even that it was known to Hippocrates. Harvey defended his opinion with spirit and temper, yet he appears to have retained a lively recollection of the disagreeable nature of the struggles in which he was thus involved. At a later period of his life, Ent, one of his admirers who visited him and urged him to publish the researches on generation, on which he had long been engaged, gives this account of the manner in which he received the proposal. "And would you then advise me," smilingly replies the doctor, "to quit the tranquillity of this haven, wherein I now calmly spend my days, and again commit myself to the unfaithful ocean? You are not ignorant how great troubles my lucubrations, formerly published, have raised. Better it is, certainly, at some time, to endeavor to grow wise at home in private, than by the hasty divulgation of such things to the knowledge whereof you have attained with vast labor, to stir up tempests that may deprive you of your leisure and quiet for the future." His merits were, however, soon generally recognized. He was made physician to James I and afterwards to Charles I, and attended that unfortunate monarch in the Civil War. He had the permission of the Parliament to accompany the king on his leaving London, but this did not protect him from having his house plundered in his absence, not only of its furniture, but, which he felt more, of the records of his experiments. In 1652, his brethren of the College of Physicians placed a marble bust of him in their hall, with an inscription recording his discoveries. And 2 years later, he was nominated to the office of president of the college, which, however, he, 449, declined in consequence of his age and infirmities. His doctrine soon acquired popular currency. It was, for instance, taken by Descartes as the basis of his physiology in his work on man. And Harvey had the pleasure, which is often denied to discoverers, of seeing his discovery generally adopted during his lifetime. Sect 4. Bearing of the discovery on the progress of physiology. In considering the intellectual processes by which Harvey's discoveries were made, it is impossible not to notice that the recognition of a creative purpose, which, as we have said, appears in all sound physiological reasonings, prevails eminently here. "I remember," says Boyle, "that when I asked our famous Harvey what were the things that induced him to think of a circulation of the blood, he answered me that when he took notice that the valves in the veins of so many parts of the body were so placed, that they gave a free passage to the blood towards the heart, but opposed the passage of the venal blood the contrary way. He was incited to imagine that so provident a cause as nature had not placed so many valves without design. And no design seemed more probable than that the blood should be sent through the arteries and return through the veins, whose valves did not oppose its course that way. We may notice further that this discovery implied the usual conditions, distinct general notions, careful observation of many facts, and the mental act of bringing together these elements of truth. Harvey must have possessed clear views of the motions and pressures of a fluid circulating in ramifying tubes, to enable him to see how the position of valves, the pulsation of the heart, the effects of ligatures, of bleeding, and of other circumstances, ought to manifest themselves in order to confirm his view. That he referred to a multiplied and varied experience for the evidence that it was so confirmed, we have already said. Like all the best philosophers of his time, he insists rigidly upon the necessity of such experience. In every science, he says, be it what it will, a diligent observation is requisite, and sense itself must be frequently consulted. We must not rely upon other men's experience, but our own, without which no man is a proper disciple of any part of natural knowledge. And by publishing his experiments, he trusts, he adds, that he has enabled his reader to be an equitable 450 umpire between Aristotle and Galen. Or rather, he might have said to see how, in the promotion of science, sense and reason, observation and invention, have a mutual need of each other. We may observe further that though Harvey's glory, in the case now before us, rested upon his having proved the reality of certain mechanical movements and actions in the blood, this discovery, and all other physiological truths, necessarily involved the assumption of some peculiar agency belonging to living things, different both from mechanical agency and from chemical, and in short, something vital and not physical merely. For when it was seen that the pulsation of the heart, its systole and diastole, caused the circulation of the blood, it might still be asked, what force caused this constantly recurring contraction and expansion? And again, circulation is closely connected with respiration. The blood is, by the circulation, carried to the lungs and is there, according to the expression of Columbus and Harvey, mixed with air. But by what mechanism does this mixture take place, and what is the real nature of it? And when succeeding researches had enabled physiologists to give an answer to this question, as far as chemical relations go, and to say that the change consists in the abstraction of the carbon from the blood by means of the oxygen of the atmosphere, they were still only led to ask further, how this chemical change was effected, and how such a change of the blood fitted it for its uses. Every function of which we explain the course, the mechanism or the chemistry, is connected with other functions, is subservient to them, and they to it, and all together are parts of the general vital system of the animal, ministering to its life, but deriving their activity from the life. Life is not a collection of forces, or polarities, or affinities, such as any of the physical or chemical sciences contemplate. It has powers of its own, which often supersede those subordinate relations. And in the cases where men have traced such agents in the animal frame, they have always seen, and usually acknowledged, that these agents were ministerial to some higher agency, more difficult to trace than these, but more truly the cause of the phenomena. The discovery of the mechanical and chemical conditions of the vital functions, as a step in physiology, may be compared to the discovery of the laws of phenomena in the heavens by Kepler and his predecessors, while the discovery of the force by which they were produced was still reserved in mystery for Newton to bring to light. The subordinate relation of the facts, their asterisk dependence on space and time, their reduction to order and cycle, had been fully performed. But the 451 reference of them to distinct ideas of causation, their interpretation as the results of mechanical force, was omitted or attempted in vain. The very notion of such force, and of the manner in which motions were determined by it, was in the highest degree vague and vacillating, and a century was requisite, as we have seen, to give to the notion that clearness and fixity which made the mechanics of the heavens a possible science. In like manner, the notion of life and of vital forces is still too obscure to be steadily held. We cannot connect it distinctly with severe inductions from facts. We can trace the motions of the animal fluids as Kepler traced the motions of the planets, but when we seek to render a reason for these motions, like him, we recur to terms of a wide and profound, but mysterious import, to virtues, influences, undefined powers. Yet we are not on this account to despair. The very instance to which I am referring shows us how rich is the promise of the future. Why, says Cuvier, may not natural history one day have its Newton? The idea of the vital forces may gradually become so clear and definite as to be available in science. And future generations may include, in their physiology, propositions elevated as far above the circulation of the blood, as the doctrine of universal gravitation goes beyond the explanation of the heavenly motions by epicycles. If, by what has been said, I have exemplified sufficiently the nature of those steps in physiology, which, like the discovery of the circulation, give an explanation of the process of some of the animal functions, it is not necessary for me to dwell longer on the subject. For to write a history, or even a sketch of the history of physiology, would suit neither my powers nor my purpose. Some further analysis of the general views which have been promulgated by the most eminent physiologists may perhaps be attempted in treating of the philosophy of inductive science, but the estimation of the value of recent speculations and investigations must be left to those who have made this vast subject the study of their lives. A few brief notices may, however, be here introduced. 452. Chapter 3. Discovery of the motion of the chyle and consequent speculations. Sect 1. The discovery of the motion of the chyle. It may have been observed in the previous course of this history of the sciences that the discoveries in each science have a peculiar physiognomy. Something of a common type may be traced in the progress of each of the theories belonging to the same department of knowledge. We may notice something of this common form in the various branches of physiological speculation. In most, or all of them, we have, as we have noticed the case to be with respect to the circulation of the blood, clear and certain discoveries of mechanical and chemical processes, succeeded by speculations far more obscure, doubtful, and vague, respecting the relation of these changes to the laws of life. This feature in the history of physiology may be further instanced. It shall be done very briefly, in one or two other cases. And we may observe that the lesson which we are to collect from this narrative is by no means that we are to confine ourselves to the positive discovery and reject all the less clear and certain speculations. To do this would be to lose most of the chances of ulterior progress. For though it may be that our conceptions of the nature of organic life are not yet sufficiently precise and steady to become the guides to positive inductive truths, still the only way in which these peculiar physiological ideas can be made more distinct and precise, and thus brought more nearly into a scientific form, is by this struggle with our ignorance or imperfect knowledge. This is the lesson we have learnt from the history of physical astronomy and other sciences. We must strive to refer facts which are known and understood to higher principles of which we cannot doubt the existence, and of which, in some degree, we can see the place, however dim and shadowy may be the glimpses we have hitherto been able to obtain of their forms. We may often fail in such attempts, but without the attempt we can never succeed. 453. That the food is received into the stomach, there undergoes a change of its consistence, and is then propelled along the intestines, are obvious facts in the animal economy. But a discovery made in the course of the 17th century brought into clearer light the sequel of this series of processes and its connection with other functions. In the year 1622, Acelius or Acelli discovered certain minute vessels, termed lacteals, which absorb a white liquid, the chyle, from the bowels and pour it into the blood. These vessels had, in fact, been discovered by Erostratus in the ancient world in the time of Ptolemy, but Acelli was the first modern who attended to them. He described them in a treatise entitled De Venis Lactes, cum figuris elegantissimus, printed at Milan in 1627, the year after the death of the author. The work is remarkable as the first which exhibits colored anatomical figures. The arteries and veins are represented in red, the lacteals in black. Eustachius, at an earlier period, had described in the horse the thoracic duct by which the chyle is poured into the subclavian vein on the right side of the neck. But this description did not excite so much notice as to prevent its being forgotten and rediscovered in 1550, after the knowledge of the circulation of the blood had given more importance to such a discovery. Up to this time, it had been supposed that the lacteals carried the chyle to the liver, and that the blood was manufactured there. This opinion had prevailed in all the works of the ancients and moderns. Its falsity was discovered by Pecquet, a French physician, and published in 1651 in his New Anatomical Experiments, in which are discovered a receptacle of the chyle, unknown till then, and the vessel which conveys it to the subclavian vein. Pecquet himself and other anatomists soon connected this discovery with the doctrine, then recently promulgated, of the circulation of the blood. In 1665, these vessels and the lymphatics which are connected with them were further illustrated by Reich in his exhibition of their valves. Dilucidatio valvularum in vasis lymphaticis et lactase. Sect 2. The consequent speculations, hypotheses of digestion. Thus it was shown that aliments taken into the stomach are, by its action, made to produce chyme. From the chyme, gradually changed, 454 in its progress through the intestines, chyle is absorbed by the lacteals, and this, poured into the blood by the thoracic duct, repairs the waste and nourishes the growth of the animal. But by what powers is the food made to undergo these transformations? Can we explain them on mechanical or on chemical principles? Here we come to a part of physiology less certain than the discovery of vessels or of the motion of fluids. We have a number of opinions on this subject, but no universally acknowledged truth. We have a collection of hypotheses of digestion and nutrition. I shall confine myself to the former class, and without dwelling long upon these, I shall mention some of them. The philosophers of the Academy del Cimento, and several others, having experimented on the stomach of gallinaceous birds and observed the astonishing force with which it breaks and grinds substances, were led to consider the digestion which takes place in the stomach as a kind of trituration. Other writers thought it was more properly described as fermentation. Others again spoke of it as a putrefaction. Varignon gave a merely physical account of the first part of the process, maintaining that the division of the aliments was the effect of the disengagement of the air introduced into the stomach and dilated by the heat of the body. The opinion that digestion is a solution of the food by the gastric juice has been more extensively entertained. Spallanzani and others made many experiments on this subject, yet it is denied by the best physiologists that the changes of digestion can be adequately represented as chemical changes only. The nerves of the stomach, the pneumogastric, are said to be essential to digestion. Dr. Wilson Phillip has asserted that the influence of these nerves, when they are destroyed, may be replaced by a galvanic current. This might give rise to a supposition that digestion depends on galvanism. Yet we cannot doubt that all these hypotheses, mechanical, physical, chemical, galvanic, are altogether insufficient. The stomach must have, as Dr. Prout says, the power of 455, organizing and vitalizing the different elementary substances. It is impossible to imagine that this organizing agency of the stomach can be chemical. This agency is vital, and its nature completely unknown. Note 44/17, Muller, Manual of Physiology, B. Roman 3, Sect. 1, Chapter Roman 3, speaks of Dr. Wilson Phillip's assertion that the nerves of the stomach being cut and a galvanic current kept up in them, digestion is still accomplished. He states that he and other physiologists have repeated such experiments on an extensive scale and have found no effect of this kind. Chapter 4. Examination of the process of reproduction in animals and plants, and consequent speculations. Sect. 1. The examination of the process of reproduction in animals. It would not, perhaps, be necessary to give any more examples of what has hitherto been the general process of investigations on each branch of physiology, or to illustrate further the combination which such research is present, of certain with uncertain knowledge, of solid discoveries of organs and processes, succeeded by indefinite and doubtful speculation concerning vital forces. But the reproduction of organized beings is not only a subject of so much interest as to require some notice, but also offers to us laws and principles which include both the vegetable and the animal kingdom, and which, therefore, are requisite to render intelligible the most general views to which we can attain, respecting the world of organization. The facts and laws of reproduction were first studied in detail in animals. The subject appears to have attracted the attention of some of the philosophers of antiquity in an extraordinary degree, and indeed we may easily imagine that they hoped, by following this path, if any, to solve the mystery of creation. Aristotle appears to have pursued it with peculiar complacency, and his great work on animals contains an extraordinary collection of curious observations relative to this subject. He had learnt the modes of reproduction of most of the animals with which he was acquainted, and his work is still, as a writer of our own times has said, original after so many copies and young after 2,000 years. His observations referred principally to the external circumstances of generation. The anatomical examination was 456, left to his successors. Without dwelling on the intermediate labors, we come to modern times and find that this examination owes its greatest advance to those who had the greatest share in the discovery of the circulation of the blood, Fabricius of Aquapendent and Harvey. The former published a valuable work on the egg and the chick. In this are given, for the first time, figures representing the development of the chick, from its almost imperceptible beginning to the moment when it breaks the shell. Harvey pursued the researches of his teacher. Charles I had supplied him with the means of making the experiments which his purpose required, by sacrificing a great number of the deer in Windsor Park in the state of gestation. But his principal researches were those respecting the egg, in which he followed out the views of Fabricius. In the troubles which succeeded the death of the unfortunate Charles, the house of Harvey was pillaged, and he lost the whole of the labors he had bestowed on the generation of insects. His work, Exercitations de Generation Animalium, was published at London in 1651. It is more detailed and perfect than that of Fabricius, but the author was prevented by the unsettled condition of the country from getting figures engraved to accompany his descriptions. Many succeeding anatomists pursued the examination of the series of changes in generation, and of the organs which are concerned in them, especially Malpighi, who employed the microscope in this investigation, and whose work on the chick was published in 1673. It is impossible to give here any general view of the result of these laborious series of researches, but we may observe that they led to an extremely minute and exact survey of all the parts of the fetus, its envelopes and appendages, and, of course, to a designation of these by appropriate names. These names afterwards served to mark the attempts which were made to carry the analogy of animal generation into the vegetable kingdom. There is one generalization of Harvey which deserves notice. He was led by his researches to the conclusion that all living things may be properly said to come from eggs, omni vivum ex ovo. Thus not only do oviparous animals produce by means of eggs, but in those which are viviparous, the process of generation begins with the development of a small vesicle, which comes from the ovary and which exists before the embryo. And thus viviparous or suckling beasts, 457, notwithstanding their name, are born from eggs, as well as birds, fishes, and reptiles. This principle also excludes that supposed production of organized beings without parents of worms in corrupted matter, for instance, which was formerly called spontaneous generation, and the best physiologists of modern times agree in denying the reality of such a mode of generation. Sect 2. The examination of the process of reproduction in vegetables. The extension of the analogies of animal generation to the vegetable world was far from obvious. This extension was, however, made, with reference to the embryo plant, principally by the microscopic observers Nehemiah Grew, Marcello Malpighi, and Antony Leeuwenhoek, with respect to the existence of the sexes by Linnaeus and his predecessors. The microscopic labors of Grew and Malpighi were patronized by the Royal Society of London in its earliest youth. Grew's book, The Anatomy of Plants, was ordered to be printed in 1670. It contains plates representing extremely well the process of germination in various seeds, and the author's observations exhibit a very clear conception of the relation and analogies of different portions of the seed. On the day on which the copy of this work was laid before the Society, a communication from Malpighi of Bologna, Anatomes Plantarum Idea, stated his researches and promised figures which should illustrate them. Both authors afterwards went on with a long train of valuable observations, which they published at various times, and which contain much that has since become a permanent portion of the science. Both Grew and Malpighi were, as we have remarked, led to apply to vegetable generation many terms which imply an analogy with the generation of animals. Thus, Grew terms the innermost coat of the seed the secondine, speaks of the navel fibers, and many more such terms have been added by other writers. And, as has been observed by a modern physiologist, the resemblance is striking. Both in the vegetable seed and in the fertilized animal egg, we have an embryo, chalazi, a placenta, an umbilical cord, a cicatricula, and amnios, membranes, nourishing vessels. The cotyledons of the seed are the equivalent of the vitelus of birds, or of the umbilical vesicle of asterisk suckling beasts. 458. The albumin or perisperm of the grain is analogous to the white of the egg of birds, or the allantoid of viviparous animals. Sexes of plants. The attribution of sexes to plants is a notion which was very early adopted, but only gradually unfolded into distinctness and generality. The ancients were acquainted with the fecundation of vegetables. Empedocles, Aristotle, Theophrastus, Pliny, and some of the poets make mention of it, but their notions were very incomplete, and the conception was again lost in the general shipwreck of human knowledge. A Latin poem, composed in the 15th century by Jovianus Pontanus, the preceptor of Alfonso, king of Naples, is the first modern work in which mention is made of the sex of plants. Pontanus sings the loves of two date palms, which grew at the distance of 15 leagues from each other, the male at Brundusium, the female at Otranto. The distance did not prevent the female from becoming fruitful. As soon as the palms had raised their heads above the surrounding trees, so that nothing intervened directly between them, or, to speak with the poet, so that they were able to see each other. Zaluzzian, a botanist who lived at the end of the 15th century, says that the greater part of the species of plants are androgynes, that is, have the properties of the male and of the female united in the same plant, but that some species have the two sexes in separate individuals, and he adduces a passage of Pliny relative to the fecundation of the date palm. John Bohin, in the middle of the 17th century, cites the expressions of Zaluzzian, and 40 years later, a professor of Tübingen, Rudolf Jacob Camerarius, pointed out clearly the organs of generation, and proved by experiments on the mulberry, on maize, and on the plant called mercury, mercurialis, that when by any means the action of the stamina upon the pistils is intercepted, the seeds are barren. Camerarius, therefore, a philosopher in other respects of little note, has the honor assigned him of being the author of the discovery of the sexes of plants in modern times. The merit of this discovery will, perhaps, appear more considerable when it is recollected that it was rejected at first by very eminent botanists. Thus Tournefort, misled by insufficient experiments, maintained that the stamina are excretory organs, and Réaumur, at the beginning of the 18th century, inclined to the same doctrine. 459, upon this, Geoffroy, an apothecary at Paris, scrutinized afresh the sexual organs. He examined the various forms of the pollen, already observed by Grue and Malpighi. He pointed out the excretory canal, which descends through the style, and the micropyle or minute orifice in the coats of the ovule, which is opposite to the extremity of this canal, though he committed some mistakes with regard to the nature of the pollen. Soon afterwards, Sebastian Vaillant, the pupil of Tournefort, but the corrector of his error on this subject, explained in his public lectures the phenomenon of the fecundation of plants, described the explosion of the anthers, and showed that the florets of composite flowers, though formed on the type of an androgynous flower, are sometimes male, sometimes female, and sometimes neuter. But though the sexes of plants had thus been noticed, the subject drew far more attention when Linnaeus made the sexual parts the basis of his classification. Camerarius and Burchard had already entertained such a thought, but it was Linnaeus who carried into effect, and thus made the notion of the sexes of vegetables almost as familiar to us as that of the sexes of animals. Sect 3. The consequent speculations hypotheses of generation. The views of the processes of generation, and of their analogies throughout the whole of the organic world, which were thus established and diffused, form an important and substantial part of our physiological knowledge. That a number of curious but doubtful hypotheses should be put forward, for the purpose of giving further significance and connection to these discoveries, was to be expected. We must content ourselves with speaking of these very briefly. We have such hypotheses in the earliest antiquity of Greece, for as we have already said, the speculations of cosmogony were the source of the Greek philosophy, and the laws of generation appeared to offer the best promise of knowledge respecting the mystery of creation. Hippocrates explained the production of a new animal by the mixture of seed of the parents, and the offspring was male or female, as the seminal principle of the father or of the mother was the more powerful. According to Aristotle, the mother supplied the matter, and the father the form. Harvey's doctrine was that the ovary of the female is fertilized by a seminal contagion produced by the seed of the male. But an opinion which obtained far more general reception was that, 460, the embryo pre-existed in the mother before any union of the sexes. It is easy to see that this doctrine is accompanied with great difficulties, for if the mother, at the beginning of life, contain in her the embryos of all her future children, these embryos again must contain the children which they are capable of producing, and so on indefinitely, and thus each female of each species contains in herself the germs of infinite future generations. The perplexity which is involved in this notion of an endless series of creatures, thus encased one within another, has naturally driven inquirers to attempt other suppositions. The microscopic researches of Leeuwenhoek and others led them to the belief that there are certain animalcules contained in the seed of the male, which are the main agents in the work of reproduction. This system ascribes almost everything to the male, as the one last mentioned does to the female. Finally, we have the system of Buffon, the famous hypothesis of organic molecules. That philosopher asserted that he found, by the aid of the microscope, all nature full of moving globules, which he conceived to be not animals as Leeuwenhoek imagined, but bodies capable of producing, by their combination, either animals or vegetables, in short, all organized bodies. These globules he called organic molecules. And if we inquire how these organic molecules, proceeding from all parts of the two parents, unite into a whole, as perfect as either of the progenitors, Buffon answers that this is the effect of the interior mold. That is, of a system of internal laws and tendencies which determine the form of the result as an external mold determines the shape of the cast. An admirer of Buffon, who has well shown the untenable character of this system, has urged, as a kind of apology for the promulgation of the hypothesis, that at the period when its author wrote, he could not present his facts with any hope of being attended to, if he did not connect them by some common tie, some dominant idea which might gratify the mind. And that, acting under this necessity, he did well to substitute for the extant theories, already superannuated and confessedly imperfect, conjectures more original and more probable. Without dissenting from this view, we may observe that Buffon's theory, like those which preceded it, is excusable and even deserving of admiration, so far as it groups the facts consistently. Because in doing this, it exhibits the necessity, which the physiological speculator ought to feel, of aspiring to definite and solid general principles. And that thus, though 461, the theory may not be established as true, it may be useful by bringing into view the real nature and application of such principles. It is, therefore, according to our views, unphilosophical to derive despair, instead of hope, from the imperfect success of Buffon and his predecessors. Yet this is what is done by the writer to whom we refer. For me, says he, I vow that after having long meditated on the system of Buffon, a system so remarkable, so ingenious, so well matured, so wonderfully connected in all its parts, at first sight so probable, I confess that after this long study and the researches which it requires, I have conceived in consequence a distrust of myself, a skepticism, a disdain of hypothetical systems, a decided predilection and exclusive taste for pure and rational observation, in short, a disheartening which I had never felt before. The best remedy of such feelings is to be found in the history of science. Kepler, when he had been driven to reject the solid epicycles of the ancients, or a person who had admired Kepler as M. Burden admires Buffon, but who saw that his magnetic virtue was an untenable fiction, might, in the same manner, have thrown up all hope of a sound theory of the causes of the celestial motions. But astronomers were too wise and too fortunate to yield to such despondency. The predecessors of Newton substituted a solid science of mechanics for the vague notions of Kepler. And the time soon came when Newton himself reduced the motions of the heavens to a law as distinctly conceived as the motions had been before. Chapter 5. examination of the nervous system, and consequent speculations. Sect 1. The examination of the nervous system. It is hardly necessary to illustrate by further examples the manner in which anatomical observation has produced conjectural and hypothetical attempts to connect structure and action with some 462 higher principle of a more peculiarly physiological kind. But it may still be instructive to notice a case in which the principle, which is thus brought into view, is far more completely elevated above the domain of matter and mechanism than in those we have yet considered, a case where we have not only irritation but sensation, not only life but consciousness and will. A part of science in which suggestions present themselves brings us, in a very striking manner, to the passage from the physical to the hyperphysical sciences. We have seen already, Chapter I, that Galen and his predecessors had satisfied themselves that the nerves are the channels of perception, a doctrine which had been distinctly taught by Herophilus in the Alexandrian school. Herophilus, however, still combined, under the common name of nerves, the tendons, though he distinguished such nerves from those which arise from the brain and the spinal marrow, and which are subservient to the will. In Galen's time, this subject had been prosecuted more into detail. That anatomist has left a treatise expressly upon the anatomy of the nerves, in which he describes the successive pairs of nerves. Thus, the first pair are the visual nerves, and we see, in the language which Galen uses, the evidence of the care and interest with which he had himself examined them. These nerves, he says, are not resolved into many fibers like all the other nerves when they reach the organs to which they belong, but spread out in a different and very remarkable manner, which it is not easy to describe or to believe without actually seeing it. He then gives a description of the retina. In like manner, he describes the second pair, which is distributed to the muscles of the eyes, the third and fourth pairs, which go to the tongue and palate, and so on to the seventh pair. This division into 7 pairs was established by Marinus, but Vesalius found it to be incomplete. The examination which is the basis of the anatomical enumeration of the nerves at present recognized was that of Willis. His book, entitled Cerebri Anatome, Cui Accessit Nervorum Descriptio et Usus, appeared at London in 1664. He made important additions to the knowledge of this subject. Thus he is the first who describes in a distinct manner what has been called the nervous center, the pyramidal eminences which, according to more recent anatomists, are the communication of the brain with the spinal marrow, and of which the decussation, described by Santorini, affords the explanation of the action of a part 463 of the brain upon the nerves of the opposite side. Willis proved also that the rete mirabile, the remarkable network of arteries at the base of the brain, observe by the ancients in ruminating animals, does not exist in man. He described the different pairs of nerves with more care than his predecessors, and his mode of numbering them is employed up to the present time. He calls the olfactory nerves the first pair. Previously to him, these were not reckoned a pair, and thus the optic nerves were, as we have seen, called the first. He added the 6th and the 9th pairs, which the anatomists who preceded him did not reckon. Willis also examined carefully the different ganglions, or knots which occur upon the nerves. He traced them wherever they were to be found, and he gave a general figure of what Cuvier calls the nervous skeleton, very superior to that of Vesalius, which was coarse and inexact. Willis also made various efforts to show the connection of the parts of the brain. In the earlier periods of anatomy, the brain had been examined by slicing it, so as to obtain a section. Varolius endeavored to unravel it, and was followed by Willis. Vic Dazer, in modern times, has carried the method of section to greater perfection than had before been given it, as Vieussens and Gall have done with respect to the method of Varolius and Willis. Recently, Professor Chaucier makes 3 kinds of nerves: the encephalic, which proceed from the head and are 12 on each side, the rachidian, which proceed from the spinal marrow and are 30 on each side, and compound nerves, among which is the great sympathetic nerve. One of the most important steps ever made in our knowledge of the nerves is the distinction which Bichat is supposed to have established of a ganglionic system and a cerebral system. And we may add, to the discoveries in nervous anatomy, the remarkable one, made in our own time, that the 2 offices of conducting the motive impressions from the central seat of the will to the muscles, and of propagating sensations from the surface of the body and the external organs of sense to the sentient mind reside in two distinct portions of the nervous substance. A discovery which has been declared to be doubtless the most important accession to physiological anatomical knowledge since the time of Harvey. This doctrine was first published and taught by Sir Charles Bell. After an interval of some 464 years, it was more distinctly delivered in the publications of Mr. John Shaw, Sir C. Bell's pupil. Soon afterwards it was further confirmed, and some part of the evidence corrected by Mr. Mayo, another pupil of Sir C. Bell, and by M. Magendie. Note 67/17, Dr. Charles Henry's Report of Brit. Assoc, Roman 3 p. 62. Note 68/17. As authority for the expressions which I have now used in the text, I will mention Muller's Manual of Physiology, 4th edition, 1844. In Book 3. Section 2, Chapter I, On the Nerves of Sensation and Motion, Muller says, Charles Bell was the first who had the ingenious thought that the posterior roots of the nerves of the spine, those which are furnished with a ganglion-governed sensation only, that the anterior roots are appointed for motion, and that the primitive fibers of these roots, after being united in a single nervous cord, are mingled together in order to supply the wants of the skin and muscles. He developed this idea in a little work, An Idea of a New Anatomy of the Brain, London, 1811, which was not intended to travel beyond the circle of his friends. Muller goes on to say that 11 years later, Magendie prosecuted the same theory. But Mr. Alexander Shaw, in 1839, published a narrative of the discoveries of Sir Charles Bell in the nervous system, in which it appears that Sir Charles Bell had further expounded his views in his lectures to his pupils, p. 89, and that one of these, Mr. John Shaw, had in various publications, in 1821 and 1822, further insisted upon the same views, especially in a memoir on partial paralysis, p. 75. Mayo and Magendie both published memoirs in August 1822, and these and subsequent works confirmed the doctrine of Bell. Mr. Alexander Shaw states, p. 97, that a mistake of Sir Charles Bell's in an experiment which he had made to prove his doctrine was discovered through the joint labors of M. Magendie and Mr. Mayo. Sect 2. The consequent speculations. Hypotheses respecting life, sensation, and volition. I shall not attempt to explain the details of these anatomical investigations, and I shall speak very briefly of the speculations which have been suggested by the obvious subservience of the nerves to life, sensation, and volition. Some general inferences from their distribution were sufficiently obvious, as that the seat of sensation and volition is in the brain. Galen begins his work on the anatomy of the nerves thus: that none of the members of the animal either exercises voluntary motion or receives sensation, and that if the nerve be cut, the part immediately becomes inert and insensible, is acknowledged by all physicians, but that the origin of the nerves is partly from the brain and partly from the spinal marrow, I proceed to explain. And in his work on the doctrines of Plato and Hippocrates, he proves at 465, great length, that the brain is the origin of sensation and motion, refuting the opinions of earlier days, as that of Chrysippus, who placed the hegemonic or master principle of the soul in the heart. But though Galen thought that the rational soul resides in the brain, he was disposed to agree with the poets and philosophers, according to whom the heart is the seat of courage and anger, and the liver the seat of love. The faculties of the soul were by succeeding physiologists confined to the brain, but the disposition still showed itself, to attribute to them distinct localities. Thus Willis places the imagination in the corpus callosum, the memory in the folds of the hemispheres, the perception in the corpus striatum. In more recent times, a system founded upon a similar view has been further developed by Gall and his followers. The germ of Gall's system may be considered as contained in that of Willis, for Gall represents the hemispheres as the folds of a great membrane, which is capable of being unwrapped and spread out, and places the different faculties of man in the different regions of this membrane. The chasm which intervenes between matter and motion on the one side, and thought and feeling on the other, is brought into view by all such systems, but none of the hypotheses which they involve can effectually bridge it over. The same observation may be made respecting the attempts to explain the manner in which the nerves operate as the instruments of sensation and volition. Perhaps a real step was made by Glisson, professor of medicine in the University of Cambridge, who distinguished in the fibers of the muscles of motion a peculiar property, different from any merely mechanical or physical action. His work on the nature of the energetic substance, or on the life of nature and of its three first faculties, the perceptive, appetitive, and motive, which was published in 1672, is rather metaphysical than physiological. But the principles which he establishes in this treatise he applies more specially to physiology in a treatise on the stomach and intestines, Amsterdam, 1677. In this he ascribes to the fibers of the animal body a peculiar power which he calls irritability. He divides irritation into natural, vital, and animal, and he points out, though briefly, the gradual differences of irritability in different organs. It is hardly comprehensible, says Sprengel, how this 466 lucid and excellent notion of the Cambridge teacher was not accepted with greater alacrity and further unfolded by his contemporaries. It has, however, since been universally adopted. But though the discrimination of muscular irritability as a peculiar power might be a useful step in physiological research, the explanations hitherto offered of the way in which the nerves operate on this irritability and discharge their other offices present only a series of hypotheses. Glisson assumed the existence of certain vital spirits, which, according to him, are a mild, sweet fluid, resembling the spirituous part of white of egg, and reciting in the nerves this hypothesis of a very subtle humor or spirit existing in the nerves was indeed very early taken up. This nervous spirit had been compared to air by Erasistratus, Asclepiades, Galen, and others. The chemical tendencies of the 17th century led to its being described as acid, sulfurous, or nitrous. At the end of that century, the hypothesis of an ether attracted much notice as a means of accounting for many phenomena, and this ether was identified with the nervous fluid. Newton himself inclines to this view in the remarkable queries which are annexed to his Optics. After ascribing many physical effects to his ether, he adds, query 23, is not vision performed chiefly by the vibrations of this medium, excited in the bottom of the eye by the rays of light, and propagated through the solid, pellucid, and uniform capillamenta of the nerves into the place of sensation? And query 24, is not animal motion performed by the vibrations of this medium, excited in the brain by the power of the will, and propagated from thence through the capillamenta of the nerves into the muscles for contracting and dilating them? And an opinion approaching this has been adopted by some of the greatest of modern physiologists, as Haller, who says that, though it is more easy to find what this nervous spirit is not than what it is, he conceives that, while it must be far too fine to be perceived by the sense, it must yet be more gross than fire, magnetism, or electricity, so that it may be contained in vessels and confined by boundaries. And Cuvier speaks to the same effect. There is a great probability that it is by an imponderable fluid that the nerve acts on the fiber, and that this nervous fluid is drawn from the blood and secreted by the medullary matter. Without presuming to dissent from such authorities on a point of 467 anatomical probability, we may venture to observe that these hypotheses do not tend at all to elucidate the physiological principle which is here involved. For this principle cannot be mechanical, chemical, or physical, and therefore cannot be better understood by embodying it in a fluid. The difficulty we have in conceiving what the moving force is not got rid of by explaining the machinery by which it is merely transferred. In tracing the phenomena of sensation and volition to their cause, it is clear that we must call in some peculiar and hyperphysical principle. The hypothesis of a fluid is not made more satisfactory by attenuating the fluid. It becomes subtle, spirituous, ethereal, imponderable to no purpose. It must cease to be a fluid before its motions can become sensation and volition. This, indeed, is acknowledged by most physiologists and strongly stated by Cuvier. The impression of external objects upon the me, the production of a sensation, of an image, is a mystery impenetrable for our thoughts. And in several places, by the use of this peculiar phrase, the me, le moi for the sentient and volent faculty, he marks with peculiar appropriateness and force that phraseology borrowed from the world of matter will, in this subject, no longer answer our purpose. We have here to go from nouns to pronouns, from things to persons. We pass from the body to the soul, from physics to metaphysics. we are come to the borders of material philosophy. The next step is into the domain of thought and mind. Here, therefore, we begin to feel that we have reached the boundaries of our present subject. The examination of that which lies beyond them must be reserved for a philosophy of another kind, and for the labors of the future. If we are ever enabled to make the attempt to extend into that loftier and wider scene, the principles which we gather on the ground we are now laboriously treading. Such speculations as I have quoted respecting the nervous fluid, proceeding from some of the greatest philosophers who ever lived, prove only that hitherto the endeavor to comprehend the mystery of perception and will, of life and thought, have been fruitless and vain. Many anatomical truths have been discovered, but so far as our survey has yet gone, no genuine physiological principle. All the trains of physiological research which we have followed have begun in exact examination of organization and function, and have ended in wide conjectures and arbitrary hypotheses. The stream of knowledge in all such cases is 468, clear and lively at its outset. But instead of reaching the great ocean of the general truths of science, it is gradually spread abroad among sands and deserts till its course can be traced no longer. Hitherto, therefore, we must consider that we have had to tell the story of the failures of physiological speculation. But of late, there have come into view and use among physiologists certain principles which may be considered as peculiar to organized subjects, and of which the introduction forms a real advance in organical science. Though these have hitherto been very imperfectly developed, we must endeavor to exhibit, in some measure, their history and bearing. In order to show that I am not unaware how imperfect the sketch given in this work is, as a history of physiology, I may refer to the further discussions on these subjects contained in the Philosophy of the Inductive Sciences, Book 9. I have there, Chapter Roman 2. Notice the successive biological hypotheses of the mystical, the iatrochemical and iatromathematical schools, the vital fluid school, and the psychical school. I have chaps. Roman 3, Roman 4. V examined several of the attempts which have been made to analyze the idea of life, to classify vital functions, and to form ideas of separate vital forces. I have considered in particular the attempts to form a distinct conception of assimilation and secretion, of generation, and of voluntary motion, and I have Chapter Roman 6. Further discuss the idea of final causes as employed in biology. Chapter 6. Introduction of the principle of developed and metamorphosed symmetry. Sect 1 Vegetable Morphology, Goth de Candle. Before we proceed to consider the progress of principles which belong to animal and human life, such as have just been pointed at, we must look round for such doctrines, if any such there be, as apply alike to all organized beings, conscious or unconscious, fixed or locomotive, to the laws which regulate vegetable as well as animal forms and functions. Though we are very far from being able to present a 469, clear and connected code of such laws, we may refer to one law, at least, which appears to be of genuine authority and validity, and which is worthy our attention as an example of a properly organical or physiological principle, distinct from all mechanical, chemical, or other physical forces, and such as cannot even be conceived to be resolvable into those. I speak of the tendency which produces such results as have been brought together in recent speculations upon morphology. It may perhaps be regarded as indicating how peculiar are the principles of organic life, and how far removed from any mere mechanical action, that the leading idea in these speculations was first strongly and effectively apprehended, not by a laborious experimenter and reasoner, but by a man of singularly brilliant and creative fancy, not by a mathematician or chemist, but by a poet. And we may add further, that this poet had already shown himself incapable of rightly apprehending the relation of physical facts to their principles, and had, in trying his powers on such subjects, exhibited a signal instance of the ineffectual and perverse operation of the method of philosophizing to which the constitution of his mind led him. The person of whom we speak is John Wolfgang Goethe, who is held by the unanimous voice of Europe to have been one of the greatest poets of our own, or of any time, and whose doctrine of colors we have already had to describe in the history of optics as an entire failure. Yet his views on the laws which connect the forms of plants into one simple system have been generally accepted and followed up. We might almost be led to think that this writer's poetical endowments had contributed to this scientific discovery, the love of beauty of form, by fixing the attention upon the symmetry of plants, and the creative habit of thought by making constant development of a familiar process. 470. Note 80/17. We may quote some of the poet's own verses as an illustration of his feelings on this subject. They are addressed to a lady. Dich verweret, gelibt, die Tassenfeltig mischung dieses Blumenjules über dem Garten umher, viel Namen Horst duen, undemer verdranget, mit barbariskim Klang, einer den andern im Ohr. Gestalten sind konlich und kein gleichet der andern so dutet des Chor auf ein Jehims Gesetz, auf ein heiliges Rathsel. Oh, kant ich dich, lieblich Freunden, überliefern so gleich glucklich des Lusend wort. Thou, my love, art perplexed with the endless seeming confusion of the luxuriant wealth which in the garden is spread, name upon name thou hearest, and in thy dissatisfied hearing, with a barbarian noise one drives another along, all the forms resemble, yet none is the same as another, thus the whole of the throng points at a deep hidden law, points at a sacred riddle. Oh, could I to thee, my beloved friend, whisper the fortunate word by which the riddle is read. But though we cannot but remark the peculiarity of our being indebted to a poet for the discovery of a scientific principle, we must not forget that he himself held that in making this step, he had been guided, not by his invention, but by observation. He repelled, with extreme repugnance, the notion that he had substituted fancy for fact or imposed ideal laws on actual things. While he was earnestly pursuing his morphological speculations, he attempted to impress them upon Schiller. I expounded to him, in as lively a manner as possible, the metamorphosis of plants, drawing on paper, with many characteristic strokes, a symbolic plant before his eyes. He heard me, Goethe says, with much interest and distinct comprehension, but when I had done he shook his head and said, "That is not experience, that is an idea." I stopped with some degree of irritation, for the point which separated us was marked most luminously by this expression. And in the same work, he relates his botanical studies and his habit of observation, from which it is easily seen that no common amount of knowledge and notice of details were involved in the course of thought which led him to the principle of the metamorphosis of plants. Before I state the history of this principle, I may be allowed to endeavor to communicate to the reader, to whom this subject is new, some conception of the principle itself. This will not be difficult if he will imagine to himself a flower, for instance, a common wild rose or the blossom of an apple tree, as consisting of a series of parts disposed in whorls, placed one over another on an axis. The lowest whorl is the calyx with its 5 sepals. Above this is the corolla with its 5 petals. Above this are a multitude of stamens, which may be considered as separate whorls of 5 each often repeated. Above these is a whorl composed of the ovaries, or what become the seed vessels in the fruit, which are 5 united together in the apple, but indefinite in number and separate in the rose. Now the morphological view is 471, this, that the members of each of these whorls are in their nature identical, and the same as if they were whorls of ordinary leaves, brought together by the shortening their common axis, and modified in form by the successive elaboration of their nutriment. Further, according to this view, a whorl of leaves itself is to be considered as identical with several detached leaves dispersed spirally along the axis, and brought together because the axis is shortened. Thus all the parts of a plant are, or at least represent, the successive metamorphoses of the same elementary member. The root leaves thus pass into the common leaves, these into bractee, these into the sepals, these into the petals, these into the stamens with their anthers, these into the ovaries with their styles and stigmas, these ultimately become the fruit, and thus we are finally led to the seed of a new plant. Moreover, the same notion of metamorphosis may be applied to explain the existence of flowers which are not symmetrical like those we have just referred to, but which have an irregular corolla or calyx. The papilionaceous flower of the pea tribe, which is so markedly irregular, may be deduced by easy gradations from the regular flower, through the mimosy, by expanding one petal, joining one or two others, and modifying the form of the intermediate ones. Without attempting to go into detail respecting the proofs of that identity of all the different organs, and all the different forms of plants, which is thus asserted, we may observe that it rests on such grounds as these. the transformations which the parts of flowers undergo by accidents of nutriment or exposure. Such changes, considered as monstrosities where they are very remarkable, show the tendencies and possibilities belonging to the organization in which they occur. For instance, the single wild rose, by culture, transforms many of its numerous stamens into petals and thus acquires the deeply folded flower of the double garden rose. We cannot doubt of the reality of this change, for we often see stamens in which it is incomplete. In other cases, we find petals becoming leaves and a branch growing out of the center of the flower. Some pear trees, when in blossom, are remarkable for their tendencies to such monstrosities. Again, we find that flowers which are usually irregular occasionally become regular, and conversely. The common snapdragon Linaria vulgaris affords a curious instance of this. The usual form of this plant is personate, the corolla being divided into two lobes, which differ in form, and 472 together present somewhat the appearance of an animal's face, and the upper portion of the corolla is prolonged backwards into a tube-like spur. No flower can be more irregular, but there is a singular variety of this plant termed peloria, in which the corolla is strictly symmetrical, consisting of a conical tube, narrowed in front, elongated behind into 5 equal spurs, and containing 5 stamens of equal length, instead of the 2 unequal pairs of the Didynamis linaria. These and the like appearances show that there is in nature a capacity for, and tendency to, such changes as the doctrine of metamorphosis asserts. Gothe's Metamorphosis of Plants was published 1790, and his system was the result of his own independent course of thoughts. The view which it involved was not, however, absolutely new, though it had never before been unfolded in so distinct and persuasive a manner. Linnaeus considered the leaves, calyx, corolla, stamens, each as evolved in succession from the other, and spoke of it as prolepsis or anticipation when the leaves changed accidentally into bracte, these into a calyx, this into a corolla, the corolla into stamens, or these into the pistil. And Caspar Wolff apprehended in a more general manner the same principle. In the whole plant, says he, we see nothing but leaves and stalk, and in order to prove what is the situation of the leaves in all their later forms, he adduces the cotyledons as the first leaves. Goethe was led to his system on this subject by his general views of nature. He saw, he says, that a whole life of talent and labor was requisite to enable anyone to arrange the infinitely copious organic forms of a single kingdom of nature. Yet I felt, he adds, that for me there must be another way, analogous to the rest of my habits. The appearance of the changes, round and round, of organic creatures had taken strong hold on my mind. Imagination and nature appeared to me to vie with each other which could go on most boldly, yet most consistently. His observation of nature, directed by such a thought, led him to the doctrine of the metamorphosis. In a later republication of his work, Zur Morphology, 1817, he gives a very agreeable account of the various circumstances which affected the reception and progress of his doctrine. Willdenow quoted 473 him thus: "The life of plants is, as Mr. Goethe very prettily says, an expansion and contraction, and these alternations make the various periods of life. This prettily, says Goethe, I can be well content with, but the egreggy of Ustery is much more pretty and obliging." Ustery had used this term respecting Goethe in an edition of Jussieu. The application of the notion of metamorphosis to the explanation of double and monstrous flowers had been made previously by Jussieu. Gothe's merit was to have referred to it the regular formation of the flower. And as Sprengel justly says, his view had so profound a meaning, made so strong an appeal by its simplicity, and was so fruitful in the most valuable consequences, that it was not to be wondered at if it occasioned further examination of the subject, although many persons pretend to slight it. The task of confirming and verifying the doctrine by a general application of it to all cases a labor so important and necessary after the promulgation of any great principle, Goethe himself did not execute. At first, he collected specimens and made drawings with some such view, but he was interrupted and diverted to other matters. And now, says he in his later publication, when I look back on this undertaking, it is easy to see that the object which I had before my eyes was, for me, in my position, with my habits and mode of thinking, unattainable. For it was no less than this. That I was to take that which I had stated in general and presented to the conception, to the mental intuition, in words, and that I should, in a particularly visible, orderly, and gradual manner, present it to the eye, so as to show to the outward sense that out of the germ of this idea might grow a tree of physiology fit to overshadow the world. Voigt, professor at Jena, was one of the first who adopted Gothe's view into an elementary work, which he did in 1808. Other botanists labored in the direction which had thus been pointed out. Of those who have thus contributed to the establishment and development of the metamorphic doctrine, Professor de Candolle, of Geneva, is perhaps the most important. His theory of development rests upon two main principles, abortion and adhesion. By considering some parts as degenerated or absent through the abortion of the buds which might have formed them, and other parts as adhering together, he holds that all plants may be reduced to perfect symmetry, and the actual and constant occurrence of such incidents is shown beyond 474 all doubt. And thus the snapdragon, of which we have spoken above, is derived from the peloria, which is the normal condition of the flower by the abortion of one stamen and the degeneration of two others. Such examples are too numerous to need to be dwelt on. Sect 2. Application of vegetable morphology. The doctrine, being thus fully established, has been applied to solve different problems in botany. For instance, to explain the structure of flowers which appear at first sight to deviate widely from the usual forms of the vegetable world. We have an instance of such an application in Mr. Robert Brown's explanation of the real structure of various plants which had been entirely misunderstood, as, for example, the genus Euphorbia. In this plant he showed that what had been held to be a jointed filament was a pedicel with a filament above it, the intermediate corolla having evanesced. In Orchidae, the Orchis tribe, he showed that the peculiar structure of the plant arose from its having 6 stamens, 2 sets of 3 each, of which 5 are usually abortive. In Coniferae, the cone-bearing trees, it was made to appear that the seed was naked, while the accompanying appendage, corresponding to a seed vessel, assumed all forms, from a complete leaf to a mere scale. In like manner, it was proved that the pappus or down of composite plants, as thistles, is a transformed calyx. Along with this successful application of a profound principle, it was natural that other botanists should make similar attempts. Thus Mr. Lindley was led to take a view of the structure of Reseda mignonette, different from that usually entertained, which, when published, attracted a good deal of attention and gained some converts among the botanists of Germany and France. But in 1833, Mr. Lindley says, with great candor, "Lately, Professor Henslow has satisfactorily proved, in part by the aid of a monstrosity in the common mignonette, in part by a severe application of morphological rules, that my hypothesis must necessarily be false." Such an agreement of different botanists respecting the consequences of morphological rules proves the reality and universality of the rules. We find, therefore, that a principle which we may call the principle of developed and metamorphosed symmetry is firmly established, 475, and recognized, and familiarly and successfully applied by botanists. And it will be apparent, on reflection, that though symmetry is a notion which applies to inorganic as well as to organic things, and is, in fact, a conception of certain relations of space and position, such development and metamorphosis as are here spoken of are ideas entirely different from any of those to which the physical sciences have led us in our previous survey, and are, in short, genuine organical or physiological ideas, real elements of the philosophy of life. We must, however imperfectly, endeavor to trace the application of this idea in the other great department of the world of life. We must follow the history of animal morphology. Chapter 7. Progress of Animal Morphology. Sect 1. Rise of Comparative Anatomy. The most general and constant relations of the form of the organs, both in plants and animals, are the most natural grounds of classification. Hence, the first scientific classifications of animals are the first steps in animal morphology. At first, a zoology was constructed by arranging animals, as plants were at first arranged, according to their external parts. But in the course of the researches of the anatomists of the 17th century, it was seen that the internal structure of animals offered resemblances and transitions of a far more coherent and philosophical kind, and the science of comparative anatomy rose into favor and importance. Among the main cultivators of this science at the period just mentioned, we find Francis Riddy of Arezzo, Guichard Joseph Duvernay, who was for 60 years professor of anatomy at the Jardin du Roi at Paris, and during this lapse of time had for his pupils almost all the greatest anatomists of the greater part of the 18th century. Nehemiah Grew, secretary to the Royal Society of London, whose anatomy of plants we have already noticed. But comparative anatomy, which had been cultivated with ardor, 476, to the end of the 17th century, was, in some measure, neglected during the first two-thirds of the 18th. The progress of botany was, Cuvier sagaciously suggests, one cause of this. For that science had made its advances by confining itself to external characters and rejecting anatomy. And though Linnaeus acknowledged the dependence of zoology upon anatomy so far as to make the number of teeth his characters, even this was felt, in his method, as a bold step. But his influence was soon opposed by that of Buffon, Daubenton, and Pallas, who again brought into view the importance of comparative anatomy in zoology, at the same time that Haller proved how much might be learnt from it in physiology. John Hunter in England, the two Monros in Scotland, Camper in Holland, and Vic Dazer in France were the first to follow the path thus pointed out. Camper threw the glance of genius on a host of interesting objects, but almost all that he produced was a number of sketches. Vic Dazer, more assiduous, was stopped in the midst of a most brilliant career by a premature death. Such is Cuvier's outline of the earlier history of comparative anatomy. We shall not go into detail upon this subject, but we may observe that such studies had fixed in the minds of naturalists the conviction of the possibility and the propriety of considering large divisions of the animal kingdom as modifications of one common type. Balan, as early as 1555, had placed the skeleton of a man and a bird side by side and shown the correspondence of parts. So far as the case of vertebrated animals extends, this correspondence is generally allowed, although it required some ingenuity to detect its details in some cases. For instance, to see the analogy of parts between the head of a man and a fish. In tracing these less obvious correspondences, some curious steps have been made in recent times. And here we must, I conceive, again ascribe no small merit to the same remarkable man who, as we have already had to point out, gave so great an impulse to vegetable morphology. Goethe, whose talent and disposition for speculating on all parts of nature were truly admirable, was excited to the study of anatomy by his propinquity to the Duke of Weimar's Cabinet of Natural History. In 1786, he published a little essay, the object of which was to show that in man, as well as in beasts, the upper jaw contains an intermaxillary bone, although the sutures are obliterated. After 1790, animated and impelled by the same passion for natural, 477 observation, and for general views, which had produced his Metamorphosis of Plants, he pursued his speculations on these subjects eagerly and successfully. And in 1795, he published a sketch of a universal introduction into comparative anatomy, beginning with osteology, in which he attempts to establish an osteological type, to which skeletons of all animals may be referred. I do not pretend that Goethe's anatomical works have had any influence on the progress of the science comparable with that which has been exercised by the labors of professional anatomists. But the ingenuity and value of the views which they contained was acknowledged by the best authorities, and the clearer introduction and application of the principle of developed and metamorphosed symmetry may be dated from about this time. Goethe declares that, at an early period of these speculations, he was convinced that the bony head of beasts is to be derived from 6 vertebrae. In 1807, Oken published a program on the signification of the bones of the skull, in which he maintained that these bones are equivalent to 4 vertebrae. And Meckel, in his Comparative Anatomy in 1811, also resolved the skull into vertebrae. But Spix, in his elaborate work Cephalogenesis in 1815, reduced the vertebrae of the head to 3. Oken, he says, published opinions merely theoretical and consequently contrary to those maintained in this work, which are drawn from observation. This resolution of the head into vertebrae is assented to by many of the best physiologists, as explaining the distribution of the nerves and other phenomena. Spix further extended the application of the vertebral theory to the heads of all classes of vertebrate animals, and Bogenis published a memoir expressly on the vertebral structure of the skulls of fishes in Oken's Isis for 1818. Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire presented a lithographic plate to the French Academy in February 1824, entitled Composition de la Terte ** osseus chez l'homme et les animaux, and developed his views of the vertebral composition of the skull in two memoirs published in the Annales des Sciences Naturelles for 1824. We cannot fail to recognize here the attempt to apply to the skeleton of animals the principle which leads botanists to consider all the parts of a flower as transformations of the same organs. How far the application of the principle, as here proposed, is just, I must leave philosophical physiologists to decide. By these and similar researches, it is held by the best physiologists, 478, that the skull of all vertebrate animals is pretty well reduced to a uniform structure, and the laws of its variations nearly determined. The vertebrate animals being thus reduced to a single type, the question arises how far this can be done with regard to other animals, and how many such types there are. And here we come to one of the important services which Cuvier rendered to natural history. Sect 2. Distinction of the general types of the forms of animals, Cuvier. Animals were divided by Lamarck into vertebrate and invertebrate, and the general analogies of all vertebrate animals are easily made manifest. But with regard to other animals, the point is far from clear. Cuvier was the first to give a really philosophical view of the animal world in reference to the plan on which each animal is constructed. There are, he says, 4 such plans, 4 forms on which animals appear to have been modeled, and of which the ulterior divisions, with whatever titles naturalists have decorated them, are only very slight modifications, founded on the development or addition of some parts which do not produce any essential change in the plan. These 4 great branches of the animal world are the vertebrata, mollusca, articulata, radiata, and the differences of these are so important that a slight explanation of them may be permitted. The vertebrata are those animals which, as man and other sucklers, birds, fishes, lizards, frogs, serpents, have a backbone and a skull with lateral appendages, within which the viscera are included, and to which the muscles are attached. The mollusca, or soft animals, have no bony skeleton. The muscles are attached to the skin, which often includes stony plates called shells. Such mollusks are shellfish, others are cuttlefish, and many pulpy sea animals. The articulata consist of crustacea, lobsters, and sea insects, spiders, and annulose worms, which consist of a head and a number of successive annular portions of the body jointed together, to the interior of which the muscles are attached, whence the name. Finally, the radiata include the animals known under the name of zoophytes. In the preceding 3 branches, the organs of motion and of sense were distributed symmetrically on the 2 sides of an axis, 479, so that the animal has a right and a left side. In the radiata, the similar members radiate from the axis in a circular manner, like the petals of a regular flower. The whole value of such a classification cannot be understood without explaining its use in enabling us to give general descriptions and general laws of the animal functions of the classes which it includes. But in the present part of our work, our business is to exhibit it as an exemplification of the reduction of animals to laws of symmetry. The bipartite symmetry of the form of vertebrate and articulate animals is obvious, and the reduction of the various forms of such animals to a common type has been effected by attention to their anatomy in a manner which has satisfied those who have best studied the subject. The mollusks, especially those in which the head disappears, as oysters, or those which are rolled into a spiral, as snails, have a less obvious symmetry, but here also we can apply certain general types. And the symmetry of the radiated zoophytes is of a nature quite different from all the rest, and approaching, as we have suggested, to the kind of symmetry found in plants. Some naturalists have doubted whether these zoophytes are not referable to 2 types, acrita or polyps, and true radiata, rather than to one. This fourfold division was introduced by Cuvier. Before him, naturalists followed Linnaeus and divided non-vertebrate animals into two classes, insects and worms. I began, says Cuvier, to attack this view of the subject and offered another division in a memoir read at the Society of Natural History of Paris, the 21st of Floréal in the year Roman III. Of the Republic, May 10, 1795, printed in the Decade Philosophique. In this, I mark the characters and the limits of mollusks, insects, worms, echinoderms, and zoophytes. I distinguish the red-blooded worms or annelids in a memoir read to the Institute, the 11th Nouveaux, Year X, December 31, 1801. I afterwards distributed these different classes into three branches, each coordinate to the branch formed by the vertebrate animals, in a memoir read to the Institute in July, 1812, printed in the Annales du Muséum de Histoire Naturelle, Tom. Roman 19. His great systematic work, The Rignet Animal, founded on this distribution, was published in 1817. And since that time, the division has been commonly accepted among naturalists. The question of the classification of animals is discussed in the first of Prof. Owen's lectures on the invertebrate 480 Animals, 1843. Mr. Owen observes that the arrangement of animals into vertebrate and invertebrate which prevailed before Cuvier was necessarily bad, inasmuch as no negative character in zoology gives true natural groups. Hence the establishment of the subkingdoms, mollusca, articulata, radiata, as coordinate with vertebrata, according to the arrangement of the nervous system, was a most important advance. But Mr. Owen has seen reason to separate the radiata of Cuvier into two divisions. The Nematonura, in which the nervous system can be traced in a filamentary form, including Echinoderma, Ciliobrachida, Coelomintha, Rotifera, and the Acrita or lowest division of the animal kingdom, including Acalipha, Nudibranchida, Sterilmintha, Polygastria. Sect 3 attempts to establish the identity of the types of animal forms. Supposing this great step in zoology, of which we have given an account, the reduction of all animals to 4 types or plans, to be quite secure, we are then led to ask whether any further advance is possible, whether several of these types can be referred to one common form by any wider effort of generalization. On this question, there has been a considerable difference of opinion. Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, who had previously endeavored to show that all vertebrate animals were constructed so exactly upon the same plan as to preserve the strictest analogy of parts in respect to their osteology, thought to extend this unity of plan by demonstrating that the hard parts of crustaceans and insects are still only modifications of the skeleton of higher animals, and that therefore the type of vertebrata must be made to include them also. The segments of the articulata are held to be strictly analogous to the vertebras of the higher animals, and thus the former live within their vertebral column in the same manner as the latter live without it. Attempts have even been made to reduce molluscous and vertebrate animals to a community of type, as we shall see shortly. Another application of the principle, according to which creatures the most different are developments of the same original type, may be discerned in the doctrine that the embryo of the higher forms of animal life passes by gradations through those forms which are 481 permanent in inferior animals. Thus, according to this view, the human fetus assumes successively the plan of the zoophyte, the worm, the fish, the turtle, the bird, the beast. But it has been well observed that, in these analogies, we look in vain for the precision which can alone support the inference that has been deduced, and that, at each step, the higher embryo and the lower animal which it is supposed to resemble differ in having each different organs suited to their respective destinations. Cuvier never assented to this view, nor to the attempts to refer the different divisions of his system to a common type. He could not admit, says his biographer, that the lungs or gills of the vertebrates are in the same connection as the branchiae of mollusks and crustaceans, which in the one are situated at the base of the feet or fixed on the feet themselves, and in the other often on the back or about the arms. He did not admit the analogy between the skeleton of the vertebrates and the skin of the articulates. He could not believe that the taenia and the sepia were constructed on the same plan, that there was a similarity of composition between the bird and the echinus, the whale and the snail, in spite of the skill with which some persons sought gradually to efface their discrepancies. whether it may be possible to establish, among the four great divisions of the animal kingdom, some analogies of a higher order than those which prevail within each division, I do not pretend to conjecture. If this can be done, it is clear that it must be by comparing the types of these divisions under their most general forms. And thus Cuvier's arrangement, so far as it is itself rightly founded on the unity of composition of each branch, is the surest step to the discovery of a unity pervading and uniting these branches. But those who generalize surely, and those who generalize rapidly, may travel in the same direction, they soon separate so widely that they appear to move from each other. The partisans of a universal unity of composition of animals accused Cuvier of being too inert in following the progress of physiological and zoological science. Borrowing their illustration from the political parties of the times, they asserted that he belonged to the science of resistance, not to the science of the movement. Such a charge was highly honorable to him, for no one acquainted with the history of zoology can doubt that he had a great share in the impulse by which the movement was occasioned, or that he, 482, himself made a large advance with it, and it was because he was so poised by the vast mass of his knowledge, so temperate in his love of doubtful generalizations, that he was not swept on in the wilder part of the stream. To such a charge, moderate reformers, who appreciate the value of the good which exists, though they try to make it better, and who know the knowledge, thoughtfulness, and caution which are needful in such a task, are naturally exposed. For us, who can only decide on such a subject by the general analogies of the history of science, it may suffice to say that it appears doubtful whether the fundamental conceptions of affinity, analogy, transition, and development have yet been fixed in the minds of physiologists with sufficient firmness and clearness, or unfolded with sufficient consistency and generality, to make it likely that any great additional step of this kind can for some time be made. We have here considered the doctrine of the identity of the seemingly various types of animal structure as an attempt to extend the correspondencies which were the basis of Cuvier's division of the animal kingdom. But this doctrine has been put forward in another point of view, as the antithesis to the doctrine of final causes. This question is so important a one that we cannot help attempting to give some view of its state and bearings. Chapter 8. The Doctrine of Final Causes in Physiology. Sect 1. Assertion of the principle of unity of plan. We have repeatedly seen, in the course of our historical view of physiology, that those who have studied the structure of animals and plants have had a conviction forced upon them that the organs are constructed and combined in subservience to the life and functions of the whole. The parts have a purpose, as well as a law. We can trace final causes, as well as laws of causation. This principle is peculiar to physiology, and it might naturally be expected that, in the progress of the science, it would come under special consideration. This accordingly has happened, and the principle has been drawn, 483, into a prominent position by the struggle of two antagonistic schools of physiologists. On the one hand, it has been maintained that this doctrine of final causes is altogether unphilosophical, and requires to be replaced by a more comprehensive and profound principle. On the other hand, it is asserted that the doctrine is not only true, but that, in our own time, it has been fixed and developed so as to become the instrument of some of the most important discoveries which have been made. Of the views of these two schools, we must endeavor to give some account. The disciples of the former of the two schools express their tenets by the phrases unity of plan, unity of composition, and the more detailed development of these doctrines has been termed the theory of analogies by Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, who claims this theory as his own creation. According to this theory, the structure and functions of animals are to be studied by the guidance of their analogy only. Our attention is to be turned, not to the fitness of the organization for any end of life or action, but to its resemblance to other organizations by which it is gradually derived from the original type. According to the rival view of this subject, we must not assume, and cannot establish, that the plan of all animals is the same, or their composition similar. The existence of a single and universal system of analogies in the construction of all animals is entirely unproved, and therefore cannot be made our guide in the study of their properties. On the other hand, the plan of the animal, the purpose of its organization in the support of its life, the necessity of the functions to its existence, are truths which are irresistibly apparent, and which may therefore be safely taken as the bases of our reasonings. This view has been put forward as the doctrine of the conditions of existence. It may also be described as the principle of a purpose in organization, the structure being considered as having the function for its end. We must say a few words on each of these views. It had been pointed out by Cuvier, as we have seen in the last chapter, that the animal kingdom may be divided into 4 great branches, in each of which the plan of the animal is different, namely, vertebrata, articulata, mollusca, radiata. Now the question naturally occurs, is there really no resemblance of construction in these different classes? It was maintained by some that there is such a resemblance. In 1820, M. Audouin, a young naturalist of Paris, 484, endeavored to fill up the chasm which separates insects from other animals. And by examining carefully the portions which compose the solid framework of insects, and following them through their various transformations in different classes, he conceived that he found relations of position and function, and often of number and form, which might be compared with the relations of the parts of the skeleton in vertebrate animals. He thought that the first segment of an insect, the head, represents one of the 3 vertebrae which, according to Spix and others, compose the vertebrate head. The second segment of the insects, the prothorax of Audouin, is, according to M. Geffre, the second vertebra of the head of the vertebrata, and so on. Upon this speculation, Cuvier does not give any decided opinion, observing only that even if false, it leads to active thought and useful research. But when an attempt was further made to identify the plan of another branch of the animal world, the mollusca, with that of the vertebrata, the radical opposition between such views and those of Cuvier broke out into an animated controversy. 2 French anatomists, Lorenzit and Marinx, presented to the Academy of Sciences in 1830 a memoir containing their views on the organization of molluscous animals, and on the sepia or cuttlefish in particular, as one of the most complete examples of such animals. These creatures, indeed, though thus placed in the same division with shellfish of the most defective organization and obscure structure, are far from being scantily organized. They have a brain, often eyes, and these, in the animals of this class, cephalopoda, are more complicated than in any vertebrates. They have sometimes ears, salivary glands, multiple stomachs, a considerable liver, a bile, a complete double circulation, provided with auricles and ventricles. In short, their vital activity is vigorous, and their senses are distinct. Note 108/17, Geoffrey Saint-Hilaire denies this. Principes de Phil, Zoologiques discutées en 1830, p. 68. Note 109/17, Geoffrey Saint-Hilaire, Principes de Phil, Zoologiques discutées en 1830, p. 55. But still, though this organization, in the abundance and diversity of its parts, approaches that of vertebrate animals, it had not been considered as composed in the same manner or arranged in the same order. Cuvier had always maintained that the plan of mollusks is not a continuation of the plan of vertebrates. 485. Lorenzit and Marinx, on the contrary, conceived that the sepia might be reduced to the type of a vertebrate creature, by considering the backbone of the latter bent double backwards, so as to bring the root of the tail to the nape of the neck, the parts thus brought into contact being supposed to coalesce. By this mode of conception, these anatomists held that the viscera were placed in the same connection as in the vertebrate type, and the functions exercised in an analogous manner. To decide on the reality of the analogy thus asserted clearly belonged to the jurisdiction of the most eminent anatomists and physiologists. The memoir was committed to Geoffrey Saint-Hilaire and Latreille, 2 eminent zoologists, in order to be reported on. Their report was extremely favorable, and went almost to the length of adopting the views of the authors. Cuvier expressed some dissatisfaction with this report on its being read, and a short time afterwards represented Geoffrey Saint-Hilaire as having asserted that the new views of Lorenzit and Marinx refuted completely the notion of the great interval, which exists between molluscous and vertebrate animals. Geoffrey protested against such an interpretation of his expressions, but it soon appeared, by the controversial character which the discussions on this and several other subjects assumed, that a real opposition of opinions was in action. Without attempting to explain the exact views of Geoffrey, We may, perhaps, venture to say that they are hardly yet generally understood with sufficient distinctness to justify the mere historian of science in attempting such an explanation. Their general tendency may be sufficiently collected from what has been said, and from the phrases in which his views are conveyed. The principle of connections, the elective affinities of organic elements, the equilibrization of organs, such are the designations of the leading doctrines which are unfolded in the preliminary discourse of his anatomical philosophy. Elective affinities of organic elements are the forces by which the vital structures and varied forms of living things are produced, and the principles of connection and equilibrium of these forces in the various parts of the organization prescribe limits and conditions to the variety and development of such forms. The character and tendency of this philosophy will be, I think, 486, much more clear if we consider what it excludes and denies. It rejects altogether all conception of a plan and purpose in the organs of animals as a principle which has determined their forms or can be of use in directing our reasonings. I take care, says Jeffre, not to ascribe to God any intention. And when Cuvier speaks of the combination of organs in such order that they may be in consistence with the part which the animal has to play in nature, his rival rejoins, I know nothing of animals which have to play a part in nature. Such a notion is, he holds, unphilosophical and dangerous. It is an abuse of final causes which makes the cause to be engendered by the effect. And to illustrate still further his own view, he says, I have read concerning fishes that because they live in a medium which resists more than air, their motive forces are calculated so as to give them the power of progression under those circumstances. By this mode of reasoning, you would say of a man who makes use of crutches that he was originally destined to the misfortune of having a leg paralyzed or amputated. Note 113/17, Jimmy garde de praerter a dia aucune intention, Phil, Zool, 10. Note 114/17, Genie canais point d'animal qui doive jouer un rôle dans la nature. P. 65. How far this doctrine of unity in the plan in animals is admissible or probable in physiology when kept within proper limits. That is, when not put in opposition to the doctrine of a purpose involved in the plan of animals, I do not pretend even to conjecture. The question is one which appears to be at present deeply occupying the minds of the most learned and profound physiologists. And such persons alone, adding to their knowledge and zeal, judicial sagacity and impartiality, can tell us what is the general tendency of the best researches on this subject. But when the anatomist expresses such opinions, and defends them by such illustrations as those which I have just quoted, we perceive that he quits the entrenchments of his superior science, in which he might, 487, have remained unassailable so long as the question was a professional one, and the discussion is open to those who possess no peculiar knowledge of anatomy. We shall, therefore, venture to say a few words upon it. Note 115/17. So far as this doctrine is generally accepted among the best physiologists, we cannot doubt the propriety of Meckel's remark, Comparative Anatomy, 1821, Pref. Pisi, that it cannot be truly asserted either to be new or to be peculiarly due to Geoffrey St. Hilaire. Note 116/17. It is hardly worth while answering such illustrations, but I may remark that the one quoted above, irrelevant and unbecoming as it is, tells altogether against its author. The fact that the wooden leg is of the same length as the other proves, and would satisfy the most incredulous man, that it was intended for walking. Sect. 2. Estimate of the doctrine of unity of plan. It has been so often repeated, and so generally allowed in modern times, that final causes ought not to be made our guides in natural philosophy, that a prejudice has been established against the introduction of any views to which this designation can be applied into physical speculations. Yet, in fact, the assumption of an end or purpose in the structure of organized beings appears to be an intellectual habit which no efforts can cast off. It has prevailed from the earliest to the latest ages of zoological research, appears to be fastened upon us alike by our ignorance and our knowledge, and has been formally accepted by so many great anatomists that we cannot feel any scruple in believing the rejection of it to be the superstition of a false philosophy, and a result of the exaggeration of other principles which are supposed capable of superseding its use. And the doctrine of unity of plan of all animals, and the other principles associated with this doctrine, so far as they exclude the conviction of an intelligible scheme and a discoverable end in the organization of animals, appear to be utterly erroneous. I will offer a few reasons for an opinion which may appear presumptuous in a writer who has only a general knowledge of the subject. 1. In the first place, it appears to me that the argumentation on the case in question, the sepia, does by no means turn out to the advantage of the new hypothesis. The arguments in support of the hypothetical view of the structure of this mollusk were that by this view the relative position of the parts was explained, and conformations which had appeared altogether anomalous were reduced to rule. For example, the beak, which had been supposed to be in a position the reverse of all other beaks, was shown, by the assumed posture, to have its upper mandible longer than the lower, and thus to be regularly placed. But, says Cuvier, supposing the posture, in order that the side on which the funnel of the sepia is folded should be the back of the animal, considered as similar to a vertebrate, the brain with 488 regard to the beak, and the esophagus with regard to the liver, should have positions corresponding to those in vertebrates. But the positions of these organs are exactly contrary to the hypothesis. How then can you say, he asks, that the cephalopods and vertebrates have identity of composition, unity of composition, without using words in a sense entirely different from their common meaning? This argument appears to be exactly of the kind on which the value of the hypothesis must depend. It is, therefore, interesting to see the reply made to it by the theorist. It is this: I admit the facts here stated, but I deny that they lead to the notion of a different sort of animal composition. Molluscous animals had been placed too high in the zoological scale, but if they are only the embryos of its lower stages, if they are only beings in which far fewer organs come into play, it does not follow that the organs are destitute of the relations which the power of successive generations may demand. The organ A will be in an unusual relation with the organ C if B has not been produced, if a stoppage of the development has fallen upon this latter organ and has thus prevented its production. And thus, he says, we see how we may have different arrangements and divers constructions as they appear to the eye. Note 118/17. I do not dwell on other arguments which were employed. It was given as a circumstance suggesting the supposed posture of the type that in this way the back was colored and the belly was white. On this Cuvier observes Phil. Zuhl, pp. 93-68. I must say that I do not know any naturalist so ignorant as to suppose that the back is determined by its dark color, or even by its position when the animal is in motion. They all know that the badger has a black belly and a white back, that an infinity of other animals, especially among insects, are in the same case, and that many fishes swim on their side or with their belly upwards. It seems to me that such a concession as this entirely destroys the theory which it attempts to defend. For what arrangement does the principle of unity of composition exclude, if it admits unusual, that is, various arrangements of some organs, accompanied by the total absence of others? Or how does this differ from Cuvier's mode of stating the conclusion, except in the introduction of certain arbitrary hypotheses of development and stoppage? I reduce the facts, Cuvier says, to their true expression by saying that cephalopods have several organs which are common to them and vertebrates, and which discharge the same offices, but that these organs are in them differently distributed and often constructed in a different manner. 489, and they are accompanied by several other organs which vertebrates have not, while these on the other hand have several which are wanting in cephalopods. We shall see afterwards the general principles which Cuvier himself considered as the best guides in these reasonings. But I will first add a few words on the disposition of the school now under consideration, to reject all assumption of an end. 2. That the parts of the bodies of animals are made in order to discharge their respective offices is a conviction which we cannot believe to be otherwise than an irremovable principle of the philosophy of organization, when we see the manner in which it has constantly forced itself upon the minds of zoologists and anatomists in all ages, not only as an inference, but as a guide whose indications they could not help following. I have already noticed expressions of this conviction in some of the principal persons who occur in the history of physiology, as Galen and Harvey. I might add many more, but I will content myself with adducing a contemporary of Geoffroy's whose testimony is the more remarkable, because he obviously shares with his countrymen in the common prejudice against the use of final causes. I consider, he says, in speaking of the provisions for the reproduction of animals, with the great Bacon, the philosophy of final causes as sterile. But I have elsewhere acknowledged that it was very difficult for the most cautious man never to have recourse to them in his explanations. After the survey which we have had to take of the history of physiology, we cannot but see that the assumption of final causes in this branch of science is so far from being sterile, that it has had a large share in every discovery which is included in the existing mass of real knowledge. The use of every organ has been discovered by starting from the assumption that it must have some use. The doctrine of the circulation of the blood was, as we have seen, clearly and professedly due to the persuasion of a purpose in the circulatory apparatus. The study of comparative anatomy is the study of the adaptation of animal structures to their purposes. And we shall soon have to show that this conception of final causes has, in our own times, been so far from barren, that it has, in the hands of Cuvier and others, enabled us to become intimately acquainted with vast departments of zoology to which we have no other mode of access. It has placed before us in a complete state 490 animals, of which, for thousands of years, only a few fragments have existed, and which differ widely from all existing animals. And it has given birth, or at least has given the greatest part of its importance and interest, to a science which forms one of the brightest parts of the modern progress of knowledge. It is, therefore, very far from being a vague and empty assertion when we say that final causes are a real and indestructible element in zoological philosophy, and that the exclusion of them, as attempted by the school of which we speak, is a fundamental and most mischievous error. Note 119/17. Cabanis, Rapports du physique et du moral de l'homme, I ** 299. 3. Thus, though the physiologist may persuade himself that he ought not to refer to final causes, we find that practically he cannot help doing this, and that the event shows that his practical habit is right and well-founded. But he may still cling to the speculative difficulties and doubts in which such subjects may be involved by a priori considerations. He may say, as Saint Hilaire does say, I ascribe no intention to God, for I mistrust the feeble powers of my reason. I observe facts merely, and go no further. I only pretend to the character of the historian of what is. I cannot make nature an intelligent being who does nothing in vain, who acts by the shortest mode, who does all for the best. I am not going to enter at any length into this subject, which, thus considered, is metaphysical and theological, rather than physiological. If any one maintain, as some have maintained, that no manifestation of means apparently used for ends in nature can prove the existence of design in the author of nature, this is not the place to refute such an opinion in its general form. But I think it may be worthwhile to show that even those who incline to such an opinion still cannot resist the necessity which compels men to assume, in organized beings, the existence of an end. Among the philosophers who have referred our conviction of the being of God to our moral nature, and have denied the possibility of demonstration on mere physical grounds, Kant is perhaps the most eminent. Yet he has asserted the reality of such a principle of physiology as we are now maintaining in the most emphatic manner. Indeed, this assumption of an end makes his very definition of an organized being. An organized product of nature is that in which all the parts are mutually ends and means. And this, he says, is a universal and necessary maxim. He adds, it is well known that the 491 anatomizers of plants and animals, in order to investigate their structure, and to obtain an insight into the grounds why and to what end such parts, why such a situation and connection of the parts, and exactly such an internal form, come before them, assume, as indispensably necessary, this maxim, that in such a creature nothing is in vain, and proceed upon it in the same way in which in general natural philosophy we proceed upon the principle that nothing happens by chance. In fact, they can as little free themselves from this teleological principle as from the general physical one. For as, on omitting the latter, no experience would be possible, so on omitting the former principle, no clue could exist for the observation of a kind of natural objects, which can be considered teleologically under the conception of natural ends. Even if the reader should not follow the reasoning of this celebrated philosopher, he will still have no difficulty in seeing that he asserts, in the most distinct manner, that which is denied by the author whom we have before quoted, the propriety and necessity of assuming the existence of an end as our guide in the study of animal organization. 4. It appears to me, therefore, that whether we judge from the arguments, the results, the practice of physiologists, their speculative opinions, or those of the philosophers of a wider field, we are led to the same conviction, that in the organized world we may and must adopt the belief that organization exists for its purpose, and that the apprehension of the purpose may guide us in seeing the meaning of the organization. And I now proceed to show how this principle has been brought into additional clearness and use by Cuvier. In doing this, I may, perhaps, be allowed to make a reflection of a kind somewhat different from the preceding remarks, though suggested by them. In another work, I endeavored to show that those who have been discoverers in science have generally had minds, the disposition of which was to believe in an intelligent maker of the universe, and that the scientific speculations which produced an opposite tendency were generally those which, though they might deal familiarly with known physical truths and conjecture boldly with regard to the unknown, did not add to the number of solid generalizations. In order to judge whether this remark is distinctly applicable in the case now considered, I should have to estimate Cuvier in comparison with other physiologists of his time, which I do not presume to do. But I may, 492, observe that he is allowed by all to have established, on an indestructible basis, many of the most important generalizations which zoology now contains, and the principal defect which his critics have pointed out has been that he did not generalize still more widely and boldly. It appears, therefore, that he cannot but be placed among the great discoverers in the studies which he pursued. And this being the case, those who look with pleasure on the tendency of the thoughts of the greatest men to an intelligence far higher than their own, most be gratified to find that he was an example of this tendency, and that the acknowledgement of a creative purpose, as well as a creative power, not only entered into his belief, but made an indispensable and prominent part of his philosophy. Note 122/17, Bridgewater Treatise B. Roman 3, C. Roman 7, and Roman 8, on inductive habits of thought and on deductive habits of thought. Sect 3, Establishment and Application of the Principle of the Conditions of Existence of Animals, Cuvier. We have now to describe more in detail the doctrine which Cuvier maintained in opposition to such opinions as we have been speaking of, and which, in his way of applying it, we look upon as a material advance in physiological knowledge, and therefore give to it a distinct place in our history. Zoology has, he says, in the outset of his Regnat Animal, a principle of reasoning which is peculiar to it, and which it employs with advantage on many occasions. This is the principle of the conditions of existence, vulgarly the principle of final causes. As nothing can exist if it do not combine all the conditions which render its existence possible, the different parts of each being must be coordinated in such a manner as to render the total being possible, not only in itself, but in its relations to those which surround it. And the analysis of these conditions often leads to general laws, as clearly demonstrated as those which result from calculation or from experience. This is the enunciation of his leading principle in general terms. To our ascribing it to him, some may object on the ground of its being self-evident in its nature, and having been very anciently applied. But to this we reply that the principle must be considered as a real discovery in the hands of him who first shows how to make it an instrument of other discoveries. It is true, in other cases as well as in this, that some vague apprehension of true general principles, such as a 493 priori considerations can supply, has long preceded the knowledge of them as real and verified laws. In such a way it was seen, before Newton, that the motions of the planets must result from attraction. And so, before Dufay and Franklin, it was held that electrical actions must result from a fluid. Cuvier's merit consisted, not in seeing that an animal cannot exist without combining all the conditions of its existence, but in perceiving that this truth may be taken as a guide in our researches concerning animals, that the mode of their existence may be collected from one part of their structure, and then applied to interpret or detect another part. He went on the supposition not only that animal forms have some plan, some purpose, but that they have an intelligible plan, a discoverable purpose. He proceeded in his investigations like the decipherer of a manuscript, who makes out his alphabet from one part of the context, and then applies it to read the rest. The proof that his principle was something very different from an identical proposition is to be found in the fact that it enabled him to understand and arrange the structures of animals with unprecedented clearness and completeness of order, and to restore the forms of the extinct animals which are found in the rocks of the earth, in a manner which has been universally assented to as irresistibly convincing. These results cannot flow from a trifling or barren principle, and they show us that if we are disposed to form such a judgment of Cuvier's doctrine, it must be because we do not fully apprehend its import. To illustrate this, we need only quote the statement which he makes and the uses to which he applies it. Thus, in the introduction to his great work on fossil remains, he says, "Every organized being forms an entire system of its own, all the parts of which mutually correspond and concur to produce a certain definite purpose by reciprocal reaction or by combining to the same end. Hence, none of these separate parts can change their forms without a corresponding change in the other parts of the same animal. And consequently, each of these parts, taken separately, indicates all the other parts to which it has belonged. Thus, if the viscera of an animal are so organized as only to be fitted for the digestion of recent flesh, it is also requisite that the jaws should be so constructed as to fit them for devouring prey. The claws must be constructed for seizing it and tearing it to pieces, the teeth for cutting and dividing its flesh, the entire system of the limbs or organs of motion for pursuing and overtaking it, and the organs of sense for discovering it at a distance. Nature must also have endowed the brain of the animal with instincts sufficient for concealing itself and for laying plans to 494 catch its necessary victims. By such considerations, he has been able to reconstruct the whole of many animals of which parts only were given a positive result, which shows both the reality and the value of the truth on which he wrought. Another great example, equally showing the immense importance of this principle in Cuvier's hands, is the reform which, by means of it, he introduced into the classification of animals. Here again, we may quote the view he himself has given of the character of his own improvements. In studying the physiology of the natural classes of vertebrate animals, he found, he says, in the respective quantity of their respiration, the reason of the quantity of their motion, and consequently of the kind of locomotion. This, again, furnishes the reason for the forms of their skeletons and muscles, and the energy of their senses, and the force of their digestion are in a necessary proportion to the same quantity. Thus a division which had till then been established, like that of vegetables only upon observation, was found to rest upon causes appreciable and applicable to other cases. Accordingly, he applied this view to invertebrates, examined the modifications which take place in their organs of circulation, respiration, and sensation, and having calculated the necessary results of these modifications, he deduced from it a new division of those animals, in which they are arranged according to their true relations. Such have been some of the results of the principle of the conditions of existence, as applied by its great assertor. It is clear, indeed, that such a principle could acquire its practical value only in the hands of a person intimately acquainted with anatomical details, with the functions of the organs, and with their variety in different animals. It is only by means of such nutriment that the embryo truth could be developed into a vast tree of science. But it is not the less clear that Cuvier's immense knowledge and great powers of thought led to their results only by being employed under the guidance of this master principle. And therefore, we may justly consider it as the distinctive feature of his speculations, and follow it with a gratified eye, as the thread of gold which runs through, connects, and enriches his zoological researches, gives them a deeper interest and a higher value than can belong to any view of the organical sciences, in which the very essence of organization is kept out of sight. 495. The real philosopher, who knows that all the kinds of truth are intimately connected, and that all the best hopes and encouragements which are granted to our nature must be consistent with truth, will be satisfied and confirmed rather than surprised and disturbed, thus to find the natural sciences leading him to the borders of a higher region. To him it will appear natural and reasonable that after journeying so long among the beautiful and orderly laws by which the universe is governed, we find ourselves at last approaching to a source of order and law and intellectual beauty, that, after venturing into the region of life and feeling and will, we are led to believe the fountain of life and will not to be itself unintelligent and dead, but to be a living mind, a power which aims as well as acts. To us, this doctrine appears like the natural cadence of the tones to which we have so long been listening, and without such a final strain our ears would have been left craving and unsatisfied. We have been lingering long amid the harmonies of law and symmetry, constancy and development, and these notes, though their music was sweet and deep, must too often have sounded to the ear of our moral nature, as vague and unmeaning melodies floating in the air around us, but conveying no definite thought, molded into no intelligible announcement. But one passage which we have again and again caught by snatches, though sometimes interrupted and lost, at last swells in our ears full, clear, and decided. And the religious hymn in honor of the Creator, to which Galen so gladly lent his voice, and in which the best physiologists of succeeding times have ever joined, is filled into a richer and deeper harmony by the greatest philosophers of these later days, and will roll on hereafter the perpetual song of the Temple of Science. 497, Book 18. The Paleodiological Sciences. History of Geology. De quibus imperium est animarum, umbric silence et chaos, et phlegethon, loca noct silentia late, sit mihi phas audita laqui, sit, numine vestropandir res alta terra et caligen merces, Virgil. Ean, Romans 6. 264. Ye mighty ones, who sway the souls that go amid the marvels of the world below, ye, silent shades, who sit and hear around, chaos, and streams that burn beneath the ground, all forgive if by your converse stirred. My lips shall utter what my ears have heard, if I shall speak of things of doubtful birth, deep sunk in darkness as deep sunk in earth. 499, Introduction. Of the Paleodiological Sciences. We now approach the last class of sciences which enter into the design of the present work. And of these, geology is the representative, whose history we shall therefore briefly follow. By the class of sciences to which I have referred it, I mean to point out those researches in which the object is to ascend from the present state of things to a more ancient condition, from which the present is derived by intelligible causes. The sciences which treat of causes have sometimes been termed etiological, from alpha letter 1F30, tau iota alpha, a cause. But this term would not sufficiently describe the speculations of which we now speak, since it might include sciences which treat of permanent causality, like mechanics, as well as inquiries concerning progressive causation. The investigations which I now wish to group together deal not only with the possible but with the actual past, and a portion of that science on which we are about to enter, geology, has properly been termed paleontology, since it treats of beings which formerly existed. Hence, combining these two notions, paleodiology appears to be a term not inappropriate, to describe those speculations which thus refer to actual past events and attempt to explain them by laws of causation. Such speculations are not confined to the world of inert matter. We have examples of them in inquiries concerning the monuments of the art and labor of distant ages, in examinations into the origin and early progress of states and cities, customs and languages, as well as in researches concerning the causes and formations of mountains and rocks, the embedding of fossils in strata, and their elevation from the bottom of the ocean. All these speculations are connected by this bond that they endeavor to ascend to a past state of things by the aid of the evidence of the present. In asserting, with Cuvier, that 500, the geologist is an antiquary of a new order, we do not mark a fanciful and superficial resemblance of employment merely, but a real and philosophical connection of the principles of investigation. The organic fossils which occur in the rock, and the metals which we find in the ruins of ancient cities, are to be studied in a similar spirit and for a similar purpose. Indeed, It is not always easy to know where the task of the geologist ends and that of the antiquary begins. The study of ancient geography may involve us in the examination of the causes by which the forms of coasts and plains are changed. The ancient mound or scarped rock may force upon us the problem, whether its form is the work of nature or of man. The ruined temple may exhibit the traces of time in its changed level and sea-worn columns, and thus the antiquarian of the earth may be brought into the very middle of the domain belonging to the antiquarian of art. Such a union of these different kinds of archaeological investigations has, in fact, repeatedly occurred. The changes which have taken place in the temple of Jupiter Serapis, near Puzuali, are of the sort which have just been described. And this is only one example of a large class of objects, the monuments of art converted into records of natural events. And on a wider scale, we find Cuvier, in his inquiries into geological changes, bringing together historical and physical evidence. Dr. Pritchard, in his researches into the physical history of man, has shown that to execute such a design as his, we must combine the knowledge of the physiological laws of nature with the traditions of history and the philosophical comparison of languages. And even if we refuse to admit, as part of the business of geology, inquiries concerning the origin and physical history of the present population of the globe, still, the geologist is compelled to take an interest in such inquiries in order to understand matters which rigorously belong to his proper domain. For the ascertained history of the present state of things offers the best means of throwing light upon the causes of past changes. Mr. Lyell quotes Dr. Pritchard's book more frequently than any geological work of the same extent. Again, we may notice another common circumstance in the studies which we are grouping together as paleontological, diverse as they are in their subjects. In all of them, we have the same kind of manifestations of a number of successive changes, each springing out of a preceding state. And in all, the phenomena at each step become more and more complicated by involving the results of all that has preceded, modified by supervening agencies. The general aspect of all these, 501 trains of change, is similar and offers the same features for description. The relics and ruins of the earlier states are preserved, mutilated, and dead in the products of later times. The analogical figures by which we are tempted to express this relation are philosophically true. It is more than a mere fanciful description to say that in languages, customs, forms of society, political institutions, we see a number of formations superimposed upon one another, each of which is, for the most part, an assemblage of fragments and results of the preceding condition. Though our comparison might be bold, it would be just if we were to assert that the English language is a conglomerate of Latin words, bound together in a Saxon cement. The fragments of the Latin being partly portions introduced directly from the parent quarry, with all their sharp edges, and partly pebbles of the same material, obscured and shaped by long rolling in a Norman or some other channel. Thus the study of paleontology and the materials of the earth is only a type of similar studies with respect to all the elements, which, in the history of the Earth's inhabitants, have been constantly undergoing a series of connected changes. But wide as is the view which such considerations give us of the class of sciences to which geology belongs, they extend still further. The science of the changes which have taken place in the organic kingdoms of nature, such is the description which has been given of geology, may, by following another set of connections, be extended beyond the modifications of the surface of our own planet. For we cannot doubt that some resemblance of a closer or looser kind has obtained between the changes and causes of change on other bodies of the universe and on our own. The appearances of something of the kind of volcanic action on the surface of the moon are not to be mistaken. And the inquiries concerning the origin of our planet and of our solar system, inquiries to which geology irresistibly impels her students, direct us to ask what information the rest of the universe can supply, bearing upon this subject. It has been thought by some that we can trace systems, more or less like our solar system, in the process of formation. The nebulous matter, which is at first expansive and attenuated, condensing gradually into suns and planets. Whether this nebular hypothesis be tenable or not, I shall not here inquire, but the discussion of such a question would be closely connected with 502 geology, both in its interests and in its methods. If men are ever able to frame a science of the past changes by which the universe has been brought into its present condition, this science will be properly described as cosmical paleontology. These paleontological sciences might properly be called historical, if that term were sufficiently precise, for they are all of the nature of history, being concerned with the succession of events, and the part of history which deals with the past causes of events is, in fact, a moral paleontology. But the phrase natural history has so accustomed us to a use of the word history in which we have nothing to do with time, that, if we were to employ the word historical to describe the paleontological sciences, it would be in constant danger of being misunderstood. The fact is, as Mose has said, that natural history, when systematically treated, rigorously excludes all that is historical, for it classes objects by their permanent and universal properties and has nothing to do with the narration of particular and casual facts. And this is an inconsistency which we shall not attempt to rectify. All paleontological sciences, since they undertake to refer changes to their causes, assume a certain classification of the phenomena which change brings forth, and a knowledge of the operation of the causes of change. These phenomena, these causes, are very different in the branches of knowledge which I have thus classed together. The natural features of the Earth's surface, the works of art, the institutions of society, the forms of language, taken together, are undoubtedly a very wide collection of subjects of speculation, and the kinds of causation which apply to them are no less varied. Of the causes of change in the inorganic and organic world, the peculiar principles of geology we shall hereafter have to speak. As these must be studied by the geologist, so, in like manner, the tendencies, instincts, faculties, principles, which direct man to architecture and sculpture, to civil government, to rational and grammatical speech, and which have determined the circumstances of his progress in these paths, must be in a great degree known to the paleontologist of art, of society, and of language, respectively, in order that he may speculate soundly upon his peculiar subject. With these matters we shall not here meddle, confining ourselves, in our exemplification of the conditions and progress of such sciences, to the case of geology. The journey of survey which we have attempted to perform over the field of human knowledge, although carefully directed according to the paths and divisions of the physical sciences, has already, 503, conducted us to the boundaries of physical science and gives us a glimpse of the region beyond. In following the history of life, we found ourselves led to notice the perceptive and active faculties of man. It appeared that there was a ready passage from physiology to psychology, from physics to metaphysics. In the class of sciences now under notice, we are, at a different point, carried from the world of matter to the world of thought and feeling from things to men. For, as we have already said,